And yes, I guess we are all here. I hope you can see us and hear us pretty good or good enough to have this beautiful event on our stage here at Geekle. Hello. We are here with our UI UX Global Summit 2023 Volume 2, and if I'm not mistaken, with this Volume 2, but Paul
Correct.
never let me make a mistake here. And I'm here. I see lots of people on our audience, and I have my team here with me. We have Paul here, we have Nika here, and let's get it started, people. Hey, Nika, how are you? Hey, Paul.
Hi, guys. I'm great, excited for the conference.
Also excited. I hope our third pair of speakers not watching us right now, because I'm drinking. I'm committing a gastronomic crime. I'm drinking cappuccino after noon. So basically, yeah, and I think our Italian speakers would not approve that, but still, I need some boost for that.
Not acceptable. Hello, everyone who just connected here. If you have a morning, then good morning, and evening, then good evening, and anything you have there, let us know where are you from in our chat here. And it really excites us when we see how many people from all around the world we have on our conference. And let's get it started. Nika, tell us more about this event. What to expect? What do you have for us? How many speakers? How many days? And how this event organized? To know more about this event, conference.
Well, for this event, we have 20 amazing speakers. So we have senior track and junior track. For junior track, we will have 11 speakers, and for senior track, we will have 9 speakers. So overall, we will have 18 amazing topics, 9 for junior and 9 for senior track. So each day we'll have 3 blocks plus 3 Q&A sessions. Don't forget to join us for Q&A session, as we will answer all your questions and discuss it with our speakers. So the first day we will have 7 hours of insightful talks, and second day we will have 6 hours of amazing talks with our speakers. As well, we will have an interesting feature, which is panel discussion. It will be on the first day, so today, don't forget to join us. We will discuss AI tools in UI UX process, so I hope that you will benefit from this panel discussion as well.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And I just wanted to add a couple more words about that. Um, that panel discussion. So if you have any questions for the panel discussion, so we basically outline the topic. So the main idea, the main topic is the AI tools, the usage. Maybe you have some kind of questions about this. So get ready for this. It will be between the second and third block of talks, and I will be one of the co-hosts at that panel discussion, and we're going to have 4 amazing speakers for that, 4 panelists. So yeah, please write your questions as usually in the comments in the chat, and we will categorize them and we'll add them to specific blocks. We're going to be talking about some tools. We're going to be talking maybe about some things like IP rights, or maybe some ethical stuff, or what kind of tools you can use to help with your client process with basically like customer development things. So lots of cool stuff. So stay tuned for that. And I believe we're gonna have even some speakers from our senior day. So if you are interested in listening to some of our speakers from the second day, join this panel discussion.
All right, great. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Nika, for this intro. And what happens right now in our chat, we're saying hello and saying where we're from and where you're based now. And we're sharing our links on our socials because, this is the great opportunity to find new friends or to find people who we will follow next year to see more updates or like follow their insights. So feel free to follow me. I also drop my LinkedIn in this chat, and do not hesitate to drop your links, because that's why we are here. And yeah, this panel discussion is all about AI. Don't feel depressed if you don't use any AI tools, but tomorrow you will use them for sure. So it's something you need to know. You need to hear how does your colleague use this, and I think it will be pretty exciting, and we're expecting for your questions and also your experience. If you have experience with AI tools, like you generate some, I don't know, hero sections, or generate some parts, or maybe you can generate entire websites or applications, share with us in comments, because after that I will analyze these comments and pick people for to invite to our AI research labs that we have at Geekle, where we research how to work with AI tools and use it for best. Yeah, so just want to thank you, all our speakers, to say thank you very much for contributing your time, energy, your insights, and contributing in this community. Thanks to everyone who connected here, and our audience. Thanks in advance for your questions in chat. We expect for real interesting Q&A sessions. I don't know, Paul. What have? Yeah. Sorry, I want to read our chat, because hello
The
from India,
locations.
right?
Locations.
Yeah, India is far away, actually, and it's kind of evening there right now, I believe. And hello, everyone from Italy and Sri Lanka and Cyprus, Germany. Great ad. Thank you. Portugal, Athens, Greece, Berlin. Greetings from Sri Lanka. Okay. And India again. San Diego is here. Wow. I believe it's night over there. Hello from
Bucharest,
Nigeria. I have no
Romania.
idea. Bucharest, Romania, and more Portugal, Istanbul, and I see more people from Turkey, Thailand. Oh yeah, lots of people from Portugal, Greece again. Oh my God. Yeah, thank you very much. It's so exciting that all around the globe we have this community, and people are expecting for. Yeah, we have more and more people in our audience. Paul, what should we say more about this event or upcoming events?
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure that most of us, the So we basically have two options. We either independent creators or like independent designers, or we work with projects, we work with teams, and yeah, that's why we just wanted to give a quick shout out to our dear friends to QA community, because this this is one of those people who we work with pretty close sometimes. Yeah, with QA teams, those they review the designs, they have their comments and stuff like. Yeah, so if you have someone in your team who's doing the QA and like your QA team, we're gonna have an amazing event for the QAs this December 12th and 13th of December. So invite your QAs, and we will have a special discount code. And if our team would show it once again, please. For some reason, it disappeared, or it disappeared just for me. Show it once again, please. Yeah, so we have this amazing event, and we're gonna be talking about some really cool, also AI stuff. How this can actually help even those who don't have the technical knowledge to actually do yourself little QA process, do some quality assurance for yourself. And also we're gonna have amazing week of discounts for the remaining events during this year, and also for the events in 2024. We will have special discounts for the Black Friday. So we have the Black Friday, and also I believe if you don't have ticket for tomorrow, you can get yourself a ticket with a special Black Friday discount. Yeah, so if we have the code for that, yeah. So it's UI UX Live. You can get yourself a ticket for tomorrow with an awesome discount. Yeah, and also
Yep.
we also have we also offer a new type of participation. So if you want the certificate of attendance and you want to attend just the junior track, so let's say you're tight on the budget, and but you still want the certificate, like to rock it on your profile, to rock it on your LinkedIn, we also have you covered.
Yeah, and also some recordings of this event. I mean, this free track also available on our website. Yeah, and more events coming up, which is Run IT event. You can see it on the screen right now, where we discuss leadership problems, how to run actually IT business, not run from IT, but how to run IT business. Please take a look at this event. Also, if you have someone from Node.js development or JavaScript full stack, we'll have this Node.js Global Summit. And also, if you have someone with Java, then also more than welcome on our Java event. No more ads or no more chatting. I think we have to move to our first speaker. If you, Nika, don't mind, or I have to mention something else. If not, let me do my job as a moderator of this first block.
I think we are good and we are ready to start.
Awesome.
I'm so excited. So I'm excited. Yeah. Thanks, Nika. Thanks, Paul. Happy to see you again. And let's get it started. I'm sticking on to my agenda. And
see you in the
first
second block.
speaker. Yeah. Yeah. And first speaker is Oliver Veldik, who is actually director of design and innovation at Contextual, with a topic about designing for augmented reality. Wow. First speaker, and that's a nice start, I guess. Let's take a look what he has for us. Right. Let's get it started.
Hi, my name is Oliver Weidlich. and I run a user experience consultancy that specializes in augmented reality and spatial computing. For this presentation, I'll be talking about designing for augmented reality and, more broadly, spatial computing. The era of spatial computing is the next big thing following the era of mobile computing. As UX and UI specialists, we need to rethink how technology can enhance our physical surroundings with digital information and experiences. At my company, Contextual, we've been exploring use cases and prototypes for spatial computing using headsets like the Magic Leap 2 and the Quest 3, and recently the Apple Vision Pro. While AR might not be in everyone's current job description, the future of spatial computing will be a fundamental shift in how people use technology, and the time to start preparing is now. For this talk, I'm going to talk about 3 things. The first one, spatial computing. What is it and what does it include? Secondly, augmented reality head-mounted displays. And thirdly, the stages of augmented reality design. So overall, my aim for today is really to talk you through our experience designing and prototyping over the last few years, so it's faster for you to explore the opportunities that are now starting to present themselves. So let's get started on spatial computing. I want to start with a definition, and this one is by Cronin and Scoble in their book Infinite Retina. And it really talks about how spatial computing allows us to connect the physical and the digital worlds through a range of technologies to create unique experiences. Here's some of those technologies that we think are included, including the broad AR cloud, AR glasses or goggles or headsets. Artificial intelligence is a layer that enables experiences, and we'll have a look at that at the end. Computer vision is part of that. And then there's how we converse with these systems as well. So through conversational UI and also through intelligent agents who are doing our work on our behalf. And these systems might be also connected to the Internet of Things and devices, whether that's smart home devices or in the workplace. It also covers a range of sensors. So obviously sight and hearing and touch and potentially taste and smell. For this one, we're going to focus mainly on the augmented reality aspects of the sight and vision. So augmented reality is, let's think of somebody in a room and they might have a pair of glasses on, augmented reality glasses. And because of that, we can make things appear in front of them. Digital objects, digital 3D objects in a physical world with that behind them. And so it looks like the object is really in the same physical world as them. And you can interact with these objects. So you might be able to turn it around, push it around, you might be able to tap it and something happens. Now we can also do things like changing the things around us in the physical world. So because of our control over the field of view that the person is looking through the glasses or goggles, we can actually dim it in some cases, or in some cases, we can remove things altogether through diminished reality. Okay, so we have a full range of control, a way that we can affect how somebody sees the physical world around them and the digital objects within that. We are quite interested in everyday AR, and this is what we expect to see in sort of the next 5, 10, 15 years, where people will wear smart glasses that can augment our sight and sound and haptics in many different ways. In everyday life, that understands the physical world. And again, this is what we see as the computing era beyond the mobile phone. And there's some great things out there. This is one by Bart, and he talks about that this will be this fundamental change in enhancing what we can see and do in the physical world with this additional content. It might be instructions, it might be useful information, it might allow us to do more things at the same time. And Doug Bowman talked in a lot of academic research about what his team is doing at Virginia Technology on everyday AR. Things like virtual displays all the time, being able to see content, and so on. And we had to think about this before the launch of the Apple Vision Pro when we were looking at, is this a computer and a set of glasses? It's probably going to be a staged approach where it might be virtual screens to start with, things that we can interact with. Maybe then we don't need a computer anymore. Maybe the keyboard is the computer. And then maybe it goes to something like a mobile phone and glasses. And then ultimately, maybe it's just glasses and we don't need a mobile phone even. Now, because we're not at those smart glasses yet, we've got to look at the path on how to get there. And so these are what we call augmented reality head-mounted displays, or HMDs. And the history of this goes back over 50 years ago with a device called the Sword of Damocles by Ivan Sutherland in 1968. There's a great podcast by Mark Pesce and Genevieve Bell called 1968 When the World Began that talks about this. But it was the first device to overlay digital content into the physical world. If I think about where we are now, we're very much at the Nokia 7110 stage of headsets. So what mobiles were like in 1999, almost 10 years before the iPhone came out. But the technology is starting to move faster now than it did back then as well. So we're seeing, certainly over the last couple of years, a big change in the number of headsets that are becoming available and their capability. So this is speeding up with devices like the MetaQuest Pro last year, Magic Leap 2 last year, MetaQuest 3 just a couple of months ago, and the Apple Vision Pro, which was announced in June and will be launched early next year. Now, we're really interested in these capabilities. Okay, so what can these things do? And we look at, things like, is it an optical see-through device? So can I actually see through the glass? Or is it a pair of goggles like the Apple Vision Pro or the MetaQuest 2? And these devices move from less capable to more capable. Also, the different types of inputs and things like eye gaze, whether they use a controller or hand gestures, and also voice interaction. And then the last thing on that slide is the field of view. How much can we actually see? How big is the canvas of digital content for these devices? So here's optical see-through, like the HoloLens 2. The Magic Leap 2 is optical see-through as well, so you can see through the glass, whereas the Apple Vision Pro is video pass-through. We've got different input mechanisms. Most of these are similar. It's the devices like the Oculus Pro and the Quest 3 that use controllers more than devices like the Apple Vision Pro and the HoloLens 2, which are more gesture-based and gaze-based. Of course, there's interesting things we can do with that field of view, how big the canvas is. And so we explore and try to understand what those implications are for the different area that we can work with. And they're really a couple of the key aspects that we need to take into consideration when we're looking at these different headsets. So now we understand a bit about the headsets. Let's think about the stages of augmented reality design. Firstly, there's the design principles. What are the things that underline the design approach for each of these devices? And because it's early on, some of these devices can take quite different approaches to the way that they think about the design for each particular platform. And there's even some research looking at the different types of recommendations for mixed reality, augmented reality, from a design perspective, from both the scientific side of things and also the practitioner side of things. But if we look at 3 key platforms, mixed reality, the design guidelines from Microsoft, the Magic Leap design principles, and the more recent human interface guidelines for Vision OS, we can study those, understand the interaction patterns, and get into the detail of how to design for each specific platform. And designers and developers are really encouraged to adhere to these guidelines to ensure the application delivers a consistent and user-friendly experience across the different mixed reality platforms. This is especially when you're starting out in this space, so that you can leverage all the work that's gone before and have a basis to start from rather than trying to create everything from scratch. And then for each of these, just to show you some examples, You know, we might look at things like menus across Microsoft, HoloLens, Magic Leap, and Apple Vision Pro. Basic menus, the different types of levels and hierarchies, through to windowing systems for each of those. So you can see sort of very much the Windows heritage for the Microsoft set. The Magic Leap set were really transparent, and now Apple Vision Pro is going for this glass type material, frosted glass. And then the button styles for each of those is quite different as well, as you can see. So each of these elements is sort of standard GUI elements, but we also have, of course, with 3D, the depth of particular elements. Because we can move these things around in space, we can also use that space to highlight the different hierarchies of content as we progress through menu structures or move things around within that spatial area. So, stages of AR design is 2D design. Okay, so we've understood the principles. Now we want to think through what are the key aspects that we can leverage from our current design processes. And I'm sure most of you use Figma or a similar type of tool. So it's a great place to start. It's a familiar design tool. You can get into it. There's lots of design libraries that you can get. Certainly Apple, for example, provide both for Sketch and for Figma the Vision OS UI elements. Then there's things like MRTK, the Mixed Reality Toolkit from Microsoft, which again gives you a bunch of components that are designed and used for cross-platform development, especially with mixed reality apps for Unity. So Unity is the development language that you might use, and we'll get to that later when we talk about prototyping. And so there's a bunch of assets that you can get there as well. Again, these ones are Figma examples for storyboarding these types of experiences. Things like the hands, the menu structures, the volumetric boxes, and so on. And you can put all these together and create scenarios and storyboards of experiences to explore the use cases that you're interested in. This particular one was a really simple one that we looked at about directing you out of an office building if it was on fire. Again, we're just using this type of use case to explore the technology. And you can see the scenario over different stages of design, exploring things like mini-maps, instructional design for things like paths and process order to instructions, etc., and different elements that might influence the direction. And then what happens when you get out? How can we highlight things in the physical world that will guide people to the right place and to do the right thing and to get to the exit? And there might be things like IoT sensors, which might show actually behind that door on the left, there's a lot of heat or smoke or something like that as well. So all these elements were designed in a storyboard and designed in Figma, and we created the 3D models in a tool called Vectory. There's ones like Spline and Bezel or other ones that are out there at the moment. So you can play around with these and get familiar with them, both for storyboarding flat 2D design and also creating 3D assets to embed into some of those 2D designs as you bring them to life. We happen to use a pair of Ray-Ban glasses from Meta, the Ray-Ban Stories, to actually video the experience from that eye level so that we can then create video prototypes, which we'll show you next. So that gives us a base video for then taking in and adding additional layers on. So we can do experiences like arriving at work, where we might show different interactions and animations that pop down into that video field of view. Speech overlays for voice interaction, and different UI elements that come into play. Here's another one where we're looking at the same video, but we're having two slightly different interactions with that video. We're exploring the different types of usability to interacting with a phone number. They're very nuanced, but it gives us a lot of insight to learn from. And to do those video prototypes, we started with the UI elements and storyboards in Figma, and then we took those animations into Adobe After Effects. again, a video tool that you can use to create these little scenarios and explore them to better understand how that might feel in the real world, overlaying on videos. And of course, the key one is designing 3D for head-mounted displays. So we've got one of the MetaQuest Pros, we've got the MetaQuest 3 as well, and we can do a whole bunch of stuff to quickly prototype with applications like Shapes XR and to actually design from within the headset. So you're designing UI elements when you have the headset on. And this is different to some applications like Bezier, where you might design things on a computer monitor and then push them to a headset to view. And these are quite different approaches and each have their pros and cons. So here's one that we've created in the MetaQuest Pro, but one of the issues is the Guardian limit with the MetaQuest Pro. So you can't design anything further than the Guardian limit. Now we've got the Magic Leap devices, and these are more capable spatial computing headsets. So with these, the Magic Leap 1 and the Magic Leap 2, they have a LiDAR which goes out and can look at the environment around you and understand where the walls are, where the floors are, and so on, so that you can embed that digital content can interact with the physical world. And for this, we want to show you a couple of workflows that we've been playing with. The first one is really how do you create these things with apps that we'll talk you through. The second one is how do you put these things together. And the third phase of this process is really how do we view them and interact with them? How do we get them onto a headset? So one of the apps that we create things with is called Polycam. And this is an iPhone app that you can scan a physical space and create a model with real world dimensions. And you can create, we've created a model of our office really quite quickly, given the intelligence in this app to look around the building, understand where the walls are, where the floors are, even objects within that space. Then we might scan objects using something like Luma AI for a NERF scan, and we can then pull those objects into that digital world, or we could just download them from somewhere like Sketchfab. And there's lots of models that are out there that are either free or very cheap that have already been created that you can bring into a virtual or a world that might be useful to you. So in our case, we bring all those things together in an app called Blender. And some of them need cleaning up, like the map, we need to adjust some angles or, heights or something like that, or add textures and so on. And we can create a scene in Blender that allows us to recreate and pull all those bits together. And we can also do the same thing in something like Reality Composer, where we can create really easy interactions for things like the Apple headset, Apple Vision Pro. But we can interact with those and explore these 3D little assets within that world. Now, to get them onto headset, we then need to pull some of these into Unity. So this is specifically for the Magic Leaps 1 and 2. We want to create a Unity application. And here's where we put together really richer animations and interactions. And this is where you kind of need a developer to be assisting you in this process to really bring some of those to life. So now we've scanned the room, downloaded assets, scanned objects, put them in Blender, used Unity to create a project to view and interact. And here's how they could look through the Magic Leap 2. So I'm actually in that physical space. I'm seeing it as a model, or I'm seeing it overlaid on the actual real world. Now, all of those things we talked about with spatial and computing headsets, Magic Leap 1, Magic Leap 2, but we didn't really look at how those digital assets actually interact with the physical world. They were digital objects within the physical world, but now we want to talk about spatial mapping, using the LiDARs on those headsets to actually understand the physical space.
Here's a ball interacting.
And you can see the balls bounce off the floor and off the walls and off the chair and go around. Now, sometimes they get a bit wrong and they go into the back of the couch. Now, we've built these different assets that we can put in, like tables. We can stack them on top of each other, whatever it might be. We can knock them over with the balls. They have physical properties. They sit on the floor and so on. And then we can even do things like put a digital hoop on the wall, and then we can shoot the balls through the digital hoop, and it'll bounce off the hoop, or it'll go through it using the wall as a backboard in that case. Now it's a little tiny prototype that we use to show people how the digital assets interact with the physical world. One of the other aspects that we're really interested in is proxemics. So how do we scaffold information within an augmented reality experience or a spatial computing experience, so that as we move around it, maybe we get greater detail about certain things that we don't want to be too visually busy the rest of the time. So in this case, we might be leaving the home, we're just about to go out in our everyday hour experience, and we see the things on the door that might be important to us. Maybe the weather's going to be bad, so it suggests to bring along an umbrella because it's got a data feed. Maybe remember your keys, and maybe look at your iPhone battery because it's low, maybe bring the charger with you. So we can look at things as you get closer to them, we can deliver richer information. This last little prototype is one that allows us to interact through spatial computing and through augmented reality with digital UI elements, like turning the light on and off and playing the music, but that actually have a result in the real physical world. So what we can do is we can look at the light with our gaze, we can pinch our fingers and the light turns on. We can pinch it again, the light turns off. We can repeat that process, and we can also do it with the music as well. We might have a thing where we look longer at a particular thing and it extends out, and then we can start the music or pause the music. Now, critical to all of this, as we know, as UX and UI designers, is usability testing this. So one of the things that we've been doing is getting people in to use these different experiences, the little prototypes that we've created and other applications, to give us feedback on that and to explore the different elements and interactions in more detail. And of course, we've got the Apple Vision Pro coming up. My team's been lucky enough to use this over many days now, and it's an amazing headset that will really emphasize the spatial computing in that we will have digital experiences in the physical world rather than most of the headsets at the moment that people are familiar with, which is a virtual reality experience where it just takes over everything. Now, Apple's approach is to have a shared space where you can look at windows, which are just sort of think of them the same as a computer screen window, but you can make it as big as you want, as small as you want. You can put it all around you in your virtual space, which is overlaid on reality. You can also create volumes, which are 3D models and interactive models that you can have sitting on your desk or sitting on your shelf. You can spin them around or whatever that might be. And then you have immersive spaces, which are much more like a virtual reality experience, but they can be partial or fully immersive. And of course, they've got a whole range of design guidelines, as we saw for the Vision OS before, and they have a set of gestural interactions to get people started. Again, similar to the iPhone, start with a base set of experiences, and then people we'll see how people evolve in terms of use of gestures. So this is a really basic little prototype that we've got here that's part of an overall application that we're playing with, that we created firstly in the simulator using Apple's tools. And you can see here just the 3D nature of the models and the physicality of things like those blocks where they have a material shine and so forth, and the different interactions. And we can do things like resize those blocks. We can spin them around and so on. And again, we're trying to understand what these interactions are like through a simulator. But as I said, it's really different once you get to put the headset on and play with these things for real, using the proper gestures, the gaze interaction, and so on within a real physical space. Now, there's some of the things that we've been playing with, but there's also some amazing things that are happening out there in the world that other people are prototyping, and specifically around augmented reality. And in this case, the next example I'm going to show you is this way that we could interact with intelligent agents and augmented reality within your physical space. So this example is from Shopify.
Here's a few options depending on how pro you want to go.
Like something nice but not too expensive.
Definitely. These are both great choices. This one is smaller and manual, so you will also need to buy a film steamer. And this one is automatic and has the steam one built in.
Yeah, great. Let's go with that. And also like a nice mug.
Absolutely. There's this local potter who does gorgeous work. Here's a few
Okay, so you can see, this interaction between the individual and the intelligent agent running AI and using AR in the physical space to really showcase those items and allow a whole better element of understanding. There's also a lot of work going on in enterprise with mixed reality. This is an app called Microsoft Guides that will showcase a whole bunch of industrial ways of interacting with content, understanding manuals, when should things happen in terms of inspections and stuff like that, showing people who are maybe remote workers things that are happening and getting their advice and guidance, having a Teams call, for example. This is Microsoft. So being able to interact with things and that expert highlight things and show you where on the actual thing it's supposed to be and different ways for that. And then there's even different types of augmented reality, which aren't head mounted, but actually are in the workplace as a projector. And this is one called Light Guide that's really quite interesting. So for people working in a factory, they might put a piece of a manufacturing piece down, and then the AR projector comes over the top, but it also understands what they're doing with computer vision to guide them through the next step, and so on. So this is a really interesting space, the whole area of AR at the moment, both projection and head-mounted displays. So just to wrap up, what we always need to keep in mind is that design aims to serve the needs and behaviors of people. But to use a technology as a design material, we first need to understand it. So we always think of the humans using these things first and their needs and behaviors. But to inform how we can best use new technologies, we really need to understand the nuances of those and the interactions. So my takeaways from today were explore how digital can really enhance the physical world experiences, either through augmented reality and spatial computing. Understand how spatial computing can affect your product design in the future. Play with 3D design, creation, and capture tools to better understand them so you can become familiar with them and which ones you prefer. And then choose the types of tools that you want to address each stage of your workflow from sketching through to prototyping. Thanks so much for your time today. I hope you found this useful. And please feel free to reach out and contact me if you've got any questions about what I've spoken or you would like any of the references to the material that I've shown. Enjoy the conference.
That was cool, huh? That was spectacular. Thank you, Oliver. I really love all these things, and when all these cups like appear on the table, and you're like, that was real great. All right. So yeah, please feel free to ask any questions regarding this new technology and how to deal with it, and when or where to start, like touching this augmented reality design or something else. And yeah, we're moving on, and I have to admit I have right now much more friends than I had before we started this event, because I have connected all these people in chat, and we already even chatted with someone over there. So that's a real networking here. And now I'm inviting our new speaker, Molly, and something about digital trends. She's from Accenture Song. Never heard that Accenture Song exists, and I'm sure Molly will like share with us. Hey, how are you? Nice to see
Hi,
you.
nice to see you, Ed.
Yeah, tell us more about yourself. Like, where are you based? What is Accenture song? What are you doing there? Like,
That's a good question. Yeah. So hi everyone. I'm Molly Lewis. So I am based in London in the UK, but originally from New Zealand. That's why I have a bit of a funny accent. And Accenture Song. So formerly used to be part of Fjord. I don't know if you know of that design agency, but we were acquired, I think maybe like 13 years ago by Accenture. So we were Accenture Interactive, and then in the last year we rebranded to Accenture Song. So basically part of the design community there, doing product design, senior product designer.
all right, cool. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for like preparing all these trends and to the community. People, if you want to take a part in our research labs, where we research AI tools, especially for UI UX designers and new methodology or anything that connected to new tools and new paradigms and all these large models, how we will use it. If you want to join me and the rest guys, ping me in LinkedIn or like maybe in chat or whatever, and yeah, join us, because it's something interesting happens, and we are researching how will we work tomorrow, and I really love this project. Anyway, Molly, stage is yours. We're really like excited to see what do you have for us. Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to be here. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to try share my screen, and then if not, I've got slides there as a backup. Oh, can you already see my slides?
Not yet, but
okay. I'm just going to try share my screen.
Yep, here we are. We see it.
Entire screen. Let's see if I can share that. Let's see if this works. Okay, everyone can see that? I'm hoping.
Well, we'll just see this hello, and yeah, now we have your desktop.
Okay, great.
Okay. All right, I'm disappearing. Have fun.
Thanks, Ed. And hello again, everyone. As I said, really excited to be here. So it's been too long, my intro, since I basically just told you I'm a senior product designer at Accenture Song. And I work on a range of different digital products and projects within financial services, healthcare, and then more recently in modern luxury. But I'm really passionate about creating beautiful, seamless, and meaningful experiences. I'm really interested in ethics and design, which you'll probably see as a theme throughout the trends today. But yeah, I'm really intrigued in how people interact with digital products and the ever-evolving landscape of AI. So today I'm going to share some thoughts on what we can look out for next year within digital product design, specifically within UX. As we probably know, user experience is the process of creating products and services that are easily usable and enjoyable for people. And as UX designers, we focus on the entire journey from the moment they first encounter the product to the moment people stop using it. And I think UX is important more than ever today in the rapidly evolving technical landscape. So as users interact more and more with digital products and services, they will expect more seamless and intuitive experiences. People are going to continue to have higher and higher expectations of digital products and little patience for poor or not well-performing experiences. So as we step into 2024, the landscape of design will continue to evolve at a fast pace, pushed by technological advancements and shifting user expectations. In this era where user-centered design is paramount, staying abreast of latest trends is not just beneficial for all of us, it's essential to keep up to date with everything that's happening and evolving as we speak. So to look forward, it's always good to imagine what the future possibilities are going to be, but it's always great to reflect on where we've been and what's happened before us or at present. So what a year it's been. Uncertain economy, rising interest rates, and expectations of possible recessions has driven much of what's been happening in the industry this year. So it's been I think, quite overwhelming, and quite a lot has been happening. And it's good just to kind of do a bit of a recap to see where we've got to, because it's feels like the year's gone fast, but a lot has happened. So as you can see on screen here, pulled out a couple of things that came top of mind when reviewing the year that's been. So OpenAI released ChatGPT, an upgraded version of their AI chatbot. SpaceX Starship rocket was launched and actually exploded 4 minutes into its first full flight test. Twitter rebranded to X, part of Elon Musk's attempt to turn X into an app that is seen as an everything platform, to allow users to do things like banking, e-commerce, and expanded social media features. Adobe obviously brought Figma, and Adobe has also been leveraging generative AI. We also saw Apple Vision Pro, which Oliver just spoke about before. And then we've also very recently seen an AI-driven innovation approach that goes beyond headsets and touchscreens, but Humane have designed this AI pin that takes information beyond the traditional smartphone and actually projecting onto your hand, which is pretty cool. So every day seems to bring new technology and challenges and user expectations to absorb, which can start to feel, as I mentioned, quite overwhelming and impossible to keep up with. I know that it can be quite terrifying and negative to look at the news at the moment and a lot of headlines that are going around, but it's important to take these world events and technology news and see how it impacts our industry within product design and UX. So not to dwell too much on this, the doom and gloom, but the fear that UX is going to be replaced is real at the moment. There's been quite a lot of articles on that recently, and there's a lot of anxiety around jobs and what our careers will look like in 2024 and beyond, which includes thousands of layoffs from IT companies, from industry leaders through to startups. Not just IT focused, but we've seen cuts among design companies as well. So for example, IDEO confirmed, I think a couple of weeks ago, that they are getting rid of 32% of their headcount, and all of the levels of the company are impacted by those cuts. So along with headlines about economic slowdown, designers thinking about how to be recession-proof with their jobs, with teams shrinking and design teams really expecting to do more with less. People competing for job openings and new entrants to the field worry about their chances have moved from difficult to impossible now. And then in saying that, mobile apps and websites are looking more and more the same, leading to a lot of uncertainty around the important question of, will AI replace our jobs? So for those who think UX is tanking and it is going to disappear, I want to be positive amongst that darkness and say, UX sky is not falling, it's just going to be reshaping. And this AI integration will facilitate a UX renaissance, I believe. So in particular, what we saw before with tech giants letting a lot of people go, that was always going to happen with bloated excess staff during the last couple of years of COVID, and it was unavoidable that there's going to go through waves of cutting people. But technology is constantly changing. We've already been adapting and we'll continue to adapt. So new technologies such as AI, VR, AR have all created opportunities for designers, and I believe will continue to do so. So it's not all doom and gloom. And I believe this year to come is the future of UX as AI itself, which will require a lot more research from us over the next decade. We'll need to learn more about AI and how to best use it in our practice. And AI also needs us, UX, to improve AI as well. So there's a growing focus on ethical design and accessibility and adoption of more collaborative approaches. As mentioned, technology is going to continue to change, and UX designers must keep up with these modern trends and innovations to make sure the products we're designing do meet the needs of today's consumers and tomorrow's consumers. So working in UX is living in a constant state of flux. And the good news is working in constant change in field makes us adaptive, sharp, and resourceful. So our job still remains. It just might take part and form a bit differently to what we're used to. So on that note, let's look forward. Let's jump into the predictions and trends we've got for 2024. So this list could go on. Obviously, there's lots to talk about and to look at. But I've picked 5 trends today based off this research that I believe will be prominent in 2024. So first up, we have designing beyond the screen. That's right, AR and VR have not gone away and could be more prominent than ever in 2024. We welcome multimodal and fluid experiences designing for conversations, voice, and gestures to allow our users to have ultimate flexibility in how they choose to engage. 3 is a focus on sustainability becomes more crucial for all designers to add a sustainability lens to the products and services they're designing for. I know that's nothing new, but I think it's going to become even more prominent in 2024. And then concerns around ethics for number 4 there, again, have always been there, but I think definitely will be heightened with the continuous rise of AI and more companies being able to access it and also leverage it as part of their business and strategy. So that will be really needed for 2024. And then last but not least, move over personalization. Hyper-personalization is here and getting a lot more intimate with making smarter, more tailored recommendations and experiences for users. So it's going to do a lot more than just finding recommended products. It's going to be, changing interfaces and really a lot more curated for your needs, which is exciting. So kicking off with number 1, extended reality. AR and VR have become more prominent in UX design, offering immersive and interactive experiences from gaming and entertainment through to e-commerce and training. AR and VR have been around for some time, as we all know, but it wasn't actually until recently that companies are starting to use these technologies for more practical uses rather than entertainment. So they've really come a long way, and they're going to continue to revolutionize user interfaces, with IDC projecting that the worldwide spending on AR and VR will reach 28.8 billion in 2024. So these immersive technologies will provide unique opportunities to create compelling and engaging experiences. And as mentioned, organizations are already using this technology to train employees, particularly for high-risk jobs, complex tasks, and frontline workers. VSite and Gladtech are 2 companies in particular that are leading this. And then for B2C markets, House and Wayfair are using 3D floor planners for people to do a walkthrough of their remodeled home and pick out furniture. And then as seen here, the L'Oreal Paris Makeup Genius app will allow users to try beauty products visually and purchase if they like them. So as designers, we'll expect to see a lot more of this in the near future and need to support producing virtual landscapes and increase user engagement and create innovative interactions and really bridge that gap between the physical and the digital world. Number 2 here is fluid interfaces. So natural language processing are rapidly progressing, so leading to more sophisticated voice and gesture-based interactions with voice-controlled interfaces such as virtual assistants. They've already been commonplace for a while, but the future advancements are going to make them a lot more accurate, responsive, and capable of handling complex tasks. And according to Statista research, there are already 4.2 billion voice user interfaces in 2020, with the expectation that this number will grow to around 8.4 billion in 2024. So this is very prevalent in our daily lives, with systems becoming a lot more advanced and integrated. So for example, on the screen there, we've got automotive voice control. So the 2023 version of Mercedes-Benz user experience system pairs to smart home devices as well, which is great. So you can actually ask Mercedes if anyone's home, if anyone's there, and then also Tesla's voice demands a lot more advanced as well, allowing drivers to ask the car for specific destination and adjust controls like the wipers and whatnot. So designers are now tasked with creating intuitive and efficient voice and gesture interfaces to allow users to interact with products however they like, without the need of traditional input methods such as keyboards and touchscreens. So this trend is significant as it aligns with the demand of more hands-free interactions, which is exciting. The next one is focus on sustainability. So here, as environmental concerns become more prominent, sustainability will continue to be a crucial aspect of UI and UX in 2024. No one said it'd be easy, but increasingly people are realizing how crucial it is to act now and to produce less and also to design better So ensuring sustainability product design isn't just the right thing to do for the environment, it's for the businesses as well. And an often cited statistic is that an estimated 80% of the environment impacts of a product are linked to decisions made at the design stage. So that's super important and crucial as our role within the design team. And a great example you can see here is Apple's commitment to sustainability, which is evident across their whole product lineup. For the iPhone, they recycle materials in its construction and use rare earth elements. And the company's Daisy recycling robot actually helps disassemble old iPhones and recover materials for reuse. And designers, I guess, will continue to seek eco-friendly solutions like this, optimize energy consumption and reduce carbon footprints, promoting sustainable and responsible design choices. So really need to champion green initiatives like Apple have done here. Number 4, ethical design. So balancing user needs with ethical design practice can be a complex endeavor, as we all know. We often face decisions that involve ethical considerations in what we do, such as data collection, AI bias, and persuasive design patterns like dark patterns, which can influence user behavior. But ethical design will become a lot more crucial as, again, technology advances and integrates more and more into people's lives. So, we really need to promote data privacy and security as firms buy more and more user data. Accessibility will become increasingly important as the world gets more digital and more people are, digital savvy. Ethical design will need to address technology societal effect as well. So this is really important to look at inequality, racism, and the environment more proactively, especially with AI biases, and really embrace new ethical design frameworks and tools, as well as actually offering ethical design as a competitive advantage. With companies that value ethical design will be beneficial in the future and will look to you to help design services and digital goods. So we need to be more aware of inequality, bias in the environment and really lean on those ethical UX design frameworks such as design manifestos, UX design ethic checklists, and design justice network principles. The next one here is hyper-personalization. So taking a real step forward, ensuring customer relationships remain strong. It's going to leverage technology to analyze and utilize user data in real time to personalize, customize interactions, content offers, and experiences. So traditional personalization techniques often relied on basic demographics and behavioral data, resulting in somewhat limited customization. But AI and machine learning are only going to become more advanced and track user behavior preferences across a variety of platforms. So this information can then be reused to personalize content, layout, and functionality of interfaces. So 91% of consumers are more likely to shop with brands that recognize, remember, and provide relevant offers and recommendations. So that's something really important to keep in mind when we think of AI-powered customization and how personalization algorithms are going to find people across different devices and channels to give consistent personalized experiences in future, as well as extend to other areas of user experience in terms of frequency on users' activity as well. So we know in today's world, Spotify is a great example of adapting users' behavior, predicting and offering choices before people realize they actually need them, which is great. And another one is YouTube, how they use AI dynamically to generate content based on users' real-time interactions and historical data. So in the future, we can expect to see more hyper-personalized UX experiences thanks to machine learning and AI getting a lot more advanced. So those are kind of the trends, ran through them pretty quickly, but those are the predictions based on what we've found and seen. And I think it's just important to keep a few things in mind as we move forward with those trends as well. So, as mentioned, UX designers really must consider accessibility for all users, building interfaces that work with assistive devices, giving picture captions and using universal design guidelines. It's very obvious that accessibility needs to be prioritized, but I think sometimes businesses seem to forget that. Secondly, as our population ages, more individuals will have different abilities, and accessible digital goods and services will need to really be in demand and considered at the early stage of design. Experimentation. So I think, you don't need to use AI at every stage of the product design journey, but it's worth experimenting with different tools like Mid-Journey to understand how AI can best reach your design goals. especially if you want to get ahead of emerging trends. So I know that AI was a key thread throughout this trends, but it's important for us as designers to start embracing it rather than fighting it. And efficiency. So AI is really going to help us with mundane tasks or repetitive tasks and really help us get the most of our workflow so we can concentrate on the things that matter the most. Collaboration has always been key to design, but I think we're going to see a lot more of this now, collaborating with developers, more data analysts, product managers, and stakeholders as digital goods and services grow and get a lot more sophisticated. So it's really important to continue collaborating with cross-functional teams. And then last but not least, learning opportunities. So really, as I mentioned, it's really good to equip yourself and learn more about the technology and how it changes. It doesn't just have to be AI, but what we consider cutting edge today might become outdated tomorrow. So it's good just to continuously adapt your skills and knowledge to these new technology trends. And following that, one of the pressing challenges in UX design is safeguarding user privacy and data security in a world where data breaches and privacy violations are increasingly common. UX designers face a daunting task of ensuring that user data is handled with care and respect. So we really got to keep that in mind, embracing that trend for about ethical design. We need to consider, as personalization becomes more advanced, how we might carefully balance delivering tailored experiences and respecting our users at the same time. As we've seen a lot in the news recently, how AI can be used for bad. We really need to put a lot of weight on user data privacy and ownership, and users may want greater control in the future as well over their personal data and how it's used. So these challenges and considerations are multifaceted and ever evolving, but we must navigate these complexities by staying informed, remaining adaptable, and placing a strong emphasis on our user-centric design principles. And the future of UX is undoubtedly intertwined with AI, as mentioned, as a common thread throughout today, and machine learning technologies. These tools have already demonstrated their potential in revolutionizing how designers create intuitive experiences, making processes more efficient. And as AI continues to advance, the possibilities for enhancing is limitless and, can be quite exciting. So we can really expect to see AI being used in more human-centered ways in 2024. This means that AI will be used to augment creativity and problem-solving skills rather than replace them entirely. So, for example, AI could be used to generate prototypes or maybe test designs with users and be able to grab that feedback and play it back, synthesize it efficiently. But we can leverage AI to create more predictive UX experiences as well. So these solutions have an opportunity to become much more than tools for just us to create assets, but they have the chance to become a natural extension of our design team and for us to really embrace them. Because AI truly isn't going anywhere. It's not all negative. I do believe the future is exciting and full of possibilities, which is great. AI will assume many of the fundamental tasks in development and product creation, shifting the value to creativity more and more. So while AI has made many strides, it still has limitations, especially in understanding the nuances of human emotions, cultural context, and ethical complexities. AI can assist in this process, but cannot independently drive it, as true innovation often requires out-of-the-box thinking and emotional intelligence. So as a result, design will ascend to a new level of significance, I believe. I think we're going to move into an era in 2024 where design talent is deeply respected and human creativity is appreciated more than ever. This field that we work in is expanding and deepening into specializations. And great UX can be the difference between success and failures for organizations when they're trying to grab hold of these emerging technology and opportunities. So we, as designers, can help these organizations navigate the accelerating pace of change. And our work doesn't only affect us in our day-to-day, but it actually affects the world, which is pretty incredible and something to remember. So some of our total choices will affect the future of UX. So we should use that and choose wisely. But I think I'm on time, so I'm just going to wrap it up there. But thank you all for listening to me. I hope that all made sense. I wasn't running through that too fast. But yeah, I hope this brought a real sense of excitement rather than doom and gloom for the future. And I'll just stop sharing. I think I'm still there. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, Molly. Thank you for this overview and this vision of yours in design. Thank you for sharing. So, yeah, that's my guess actually. Will our uh, apps or websites look like, all of them look like ChatGPT soon or not?
Yeah.
because because when all these applications become more and more interactive, and we definitely want to ask something from the app or website, right? And I
Mm.
think we will see some kind of adaptation with that. Thank you for that. And right now, I'm inviting here our next speakers with next topic, Federica and Eleonora. Hello. Nice to see you. Buongiorno. How are you?
Ciao. I'm fine,
Wow.
thanks. And you, how's it going?
Well, I'm so excited because I'm more kind of a product person than engineering person. So I'm so happy to see what's on an age and everything like that. Thank you, Molly. I'm passing this stage to next speakers. Have a nice day, and
Thank you so much.
yeah,
Thank you, everyone.
yeah. All right, all right. So, Federica, Leonora, what actually you have prepared for us? Because I know you'll be talking about the design system from paper to digital, exploring consistency path of a design system. And design system is a topic that never goes off the stage, actually, because it helps us here. Yeah, why actually you choose this topic to talk about? And yeah, let us know about yourself, where you're based. Give us some background, please.
Yes, well, I used to talk also with your events about AI, how to design AI deliveries and methodologies. And for this event, I want to show you something different. Also, bring with me students because since 1 year now, I'm adjunct professor at Polyarte Fine Arts Academy. And I think that also it is also important to show maybe to juniors or to students that follow us in this section how can they learn some new methodologies, and also how can they apply them during their studies, or when they begins their career in a design path that is super huge, full of skills and competencies. So I want to bring this time something different, and let's see. Okay.
That's awesome. That's unusual approach, but I'm happy to see you and Leonora over here. So yeah, and where are you now? Actually, what city?
I'm from Chiaravalle, that is close to Ancona, in the middle of Italy. And you, Eleonora?
I'm from Monteranaro, which is nearby Macerata. I don't know how to explain, but it's the same region as Federica.
All right, from the middle of Italy. All right,
yeah.
girls, the stage is yours. Let's do this magic together.
Yes, please. Thank you. Okay. So, hi everyone, and thank you for having me at this conference with Eleonora. I'm Federica Ramazzotti, design lead at Perceptolab, a company based in Milan providing solutions and services for insurtech business, where I'm specialized in designing machine-human interface for AI services. But I'm also adjunct professor at Polyarte Fine Arts and Design Academy. And today, I'm here with Eleonora Mosca, undergraduate student at Poliarte Academy, and together we would like to introduce you to the great topic of a design system. How can we use it in digital delivery, or how to create a project in its 360 degrees from paper to digital without losing the brand consistency. Let me say that contemporaneity pushes us to deal with digital technologies and new scenarios of imagination. As a result, we see new creations every day in terms of method and content. And we, as designer and professor, we should be up to date on trend topics in order to offer a good suggestion to our colleagues or maybe to our students about new tools and methodologies. In this purpose, I think that exploring a bit more the world of design system could be helpful also for your careers, whether you want to pursue a generalist path or a T-shaped career. In some job description, in fact, you can find the title Design System Designer, or from the requirements, you can find among the skills experience in design system. Let me first define what a design system is. According to Norman Nielsen Group, the design system is a set of standards to manage design at scale, but reducing redundancy, while creating a shared language and visual consistency across different pages and channels. But why a design system? Big corps like IBM launched at first this urgency to define a unique system in which identifying the consistency among products. And as we are going to show you very soon, this is a quite new approach to the design of the products that brings several benefits. At the moment, the most appreciated design systems are from Netflix and Spotify. So in the graph, you can see how projects appears before the adoption of the proper design system. There is a lot of mess, unclear handoff with other teams, and as a result, a Frankenstein project. Tan, 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 no more, please, after this presentation. Let's now talk about how a design system is composed and how can we use it. For an effective design system, we must keep alive and consistent two poles: design system repository and design system team. Design repositories can take many forms, but they often contain a style guide, a component library, and a pattern library. On the other side, we have the design system team. That is a group of people that define, apply, and develop elements and rules of the design system in deliveries. And in this purpose, it is super important that the team is always aligned. Sometimes using touch points such as Atlassian tools, Basecamp, or others, pinning a single member of the team or pushing the whole team to communicate strategic information without leaving anything for granted. Let me now deepen this new postulation. At the moment, I'm just introducing the topic because I want to leave space to Eleonora as much as I can. In the slides, you can find all the references I mentioned. Feel free to ask me, us, more in the Q&A session. So I mentioned at first the design repositories. Design repositories is about having a style guide or multiple guides that contain specific implementation guidelines, visual references, and design principles for creating interfaces or other design deliverables. So I'm not referring also to digital. The most common style guides tend to focus on branding, explain or making explicit colors, typography, trademarks, logos, and print media. But please do not forget that style guides also offer a guidance on content, such as the tone of voice and a language recommendations. Visual and interaction design standards useful for the front-end style guides. These guidelines are sometimes incorporated into the component library as well, and they are very helpful when we are moving a project from paper to digital. As an example, I'm showing you very quickly the design system that recently has been released by the Italian government about how to design deliveries for the public administration. Okay. Could you please help me to share? Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. So we are in the web page of the Department for the Digital Transformation in Italy. This was actually a huge project that was delivered during the 2020, so meaning during the COVID years, because since we were not allowed to go to the public offices, the public administration was forced to digitize itself. And I think that the team actually did a really good job, because as you can see, it is in Italian, but I try to translate and to explain it a bit. There is a brief introduction, to the design system used for the public administration. So all these repositories are actually made for several stakeholders. As you can see, you can have repositories for designers, for developers, and then for project managers. And for example, if we had a look inside the designer page, you can see in a glimpse all the design system provided for paper and paperless projects. That means that if, for example, a private company has to provide a website for the public administration, the team can bring here all the components they need, and also being compliant with the rules of the public administrations. And if I scroll down, you can see now that there is also a UI kit if you need, for example, to build from scratch web designs or also app designs for digital deliveries. And also here, there is the latest version available on Figma. Let me switch, and this is the page. So everything is open, and it is able to be shared and to be acquired from the design team. And I think that this is very, very important, because it's also a moment, that of reflection that the public governments take it to see we need to be more close to the needs of our citizens, and at first to be clear in what is the message, where our citizens can find information, and where. So it is working. All this design system also won a prize in the latest years, and I think really that it was a great work. So now let's back to the slides. Thank you. Okay. Now it is time to talk about the design system team. Please remember that this simple sentence. As a design lead, let me say that building a good team is not less important than a well-structured style guide. This is because in the academy, we tend to let students to compete between them and also to work alone. Eleonora is one of my students, as she knows how I empathize with this topic, because real life shows the opposite. We work in design team or in cross-functional team or teams. And let me say that design system is only as effective as the team that manages it. Where created or adapted, the design system require continuous maintenance and oversight to ensure they don't become outdated or obsolete or overcrowded with redundant entries or submissions. In this regard, let me share a quote from an interview that Belka, a digital studio in Italy, has with Francesco Cutolo, design lead at Volt. I couldn't agree more with these words. As you can see, the point is that the design system is connected all the people that are working on the product in a superpower delivery. And this is the point. Now this is time to deepen a real business case with Eleonora. And then I will back to you for the final consideration. So Eleonora, now it's your turn and the stage is yours.
Okay, so can you see the presentation ready? Okay, so hi everyone, I'm Eleonora and I'm a graduate student from Italy. And today I'm here to show you an app that I made for exam in which I use the design system. And in particular, we will see how design system was important to me and it was very helpful for designing the app. So let's get started. First of all, about the project. FFF began as a brand identity project for a fashion publisher that publishes magazines, newspapers, and books for a young target audience like 13 to 25 years old. And the aesthetic and design of the products and the publisher itself are inspired by the Y2K trend, which basically brings back to the big trends of the late 90s and the early 2000s with the use of bright colors and kitschy aesthetic, as we can see here already from the logo as well, with bright colors and rough shapes that we will see in almost all the design products. For example, here's the magazine in which there's the use of bright colors, round shapes, and I took inspiration for the layout and for both the layout and the typography to the Y2K fashion magazines. And moving to the newspaper, we can see a quite simpler layout, but here we also use the round shapes and also bright colors to maintain the constancy with the brand identity. And lastly, the books, which basically we have a fancy pop style with bright colors that matches the fashion decades. So about, as we can see so far, at first the project was purely paper-based, but how did I digitalize the project? So basically I wanted to digitalize both the magazine and the newspaper, but I didn't want to create the usual ebook. So I figured out, so I went to the idea to create an app that gives the opportunity to read the magazine and newspaper everywhere through the smartphone. And I tried to figure out how I could maintain the brand reputation. So before I went to digital, I selected some elements from the brand identity and also from the products, such as the typography, the color palette, and also the logo as well. And then I selected these things just to remain as consistently as possible with the brand identity. And to also make the experience as fluid as possible. As we can see here, the application of the logo from paper to digital with the icon and also the interface, the home screen of the app that we will see later. About the design process, how did I design the app? So at first I looked for competitors and comparable just to have an idea of what the market was already offering. And through a benchmark, I compared which features were in them and which not, compared to the features that I would like to include into my app. And here are the app that I sampled, like Vogue and Cosmopolitan, but I also sampled some app that was offering a wide range of newspapers and magazine itself. Then I moved to the flowchart, which basically helped me to simplify a complex process. And as we can see it shows the process from the beginning till the end. And here is the main purpose of the app. Then I moved to the creation of wireframes that helped me to have an idea of what the app might look like, and also gave me the opportunity to select the components that I put into the design system. And I also prototyped on Marvel just to have an idea if the code works, and also to provide a good user experience. And here are some of the screens that I made. And then I started designing on Figma. And here is where the design system comes in. So basically, design system helped me to maintain consistency and continuity between paper and app. In fact, I use this as a guide so I could remain as consistent as possible with the brand identity. And it also allowed me to have a complete design with less time, because as we can see from here, I started from a solid structure. Here is the design system that I made. And here I put everything that I need for prototyping the app, from the logo, the colors, the typography, and all the components that we're going to see also into the prototype. And thanks to the design system, it helped me to maintain the consistency, not only between the brand and with the paper and app, but also in the app itself through the screens. As we can see here, we have the logo, the icons, the buttons, but also we have an app bar, the tab bar, and as we can see, it's almost the same in all of the screens. It changes only the topic, but having a design system, it makes easier to prototype, because once you have an element done, you don't have to recreate from scratch anytime you need. And as we can see, for example, here there's also the typography that we could find into the design system. As I said, it's quite useful, because if we, for example, we want to change something in our app, like if I want to change this button here, it's quite simple, because I have already all the things that I need here. So I just select the component, I go here, and here I could find all the components from the design system. So with just a click, I could change it, and without recreating from scratch anytime that I need it. So basically, it helps to design with less time, and also with less efforts. And back to the presentation. So do we really need a design system? So there's a straightforward answer on when employ a design system or not. However, it helps our team to design better at scale by uniforming your brand across all the products and platforms. We can see there are both pros and cons of using a design system. The benefits of using it, it's the fact that it helps to remain consistent between the brand and all of the products we're going to deliver. Also, it reduces working time since we have pre-made components, and increases the product quality since it avoids instant bugs, as the components have been studied previously. On the other hand, maybe we could find some cons of the fact that it needs to be constantly modified to meet the user experience. And for this reason, it needs to involve a team with experts from different areas that are working on it. And in conclusion, we can say that design system could be useful. In fact, you can consider as a guide in which we can find everything we need for our project. And through the design system, we also have the opportunity to find the right trade-off between the technical part and the brand to maintain the consistency in all of the products. And now I want to turn the floor back to Federica.
Super, thank you, Eleonora, for showing us your works. Yes, to sum up, why use a design system? Design and development work can be created and replicated quickly and at scale by a proper pre-made UI components and elements. A design system alleviates strain on design resources to focus on larger, more complex problems. The point here is to create, as shown by Leonora, UI elements ready to be used with and amended them very quickly, decreasing the effort. Design system creates a unified language. This is very important within and between cross-functional teams. And especially when you work remote or with your team, you are dealing with complex design or several projects for the same client, for example, brand identity of bank, looking at the paper delivery, credit cards, online banking for desktop and mobile solutions, and so on. Having under your gaze a unique source of truth with its proper set of components helps a lot. And this brings me to the next point. Design system creates visual consistency across products, channels, and departments. It can serve as an educational tool and reference for junior level and designers and content contributors. So, educational purpose. Juniors, but seniors too, can learn a lot about how to create a solid foundation for the project and how to maintain it during the time, because the maintenance is the other point. On the other hand, there is a but. Why not use a design system? There are some potential hurdles and limitations which may prevent a design team from using a design system. At first, assure you that creating and maintaining designing system is a time-intensive activity which requires a dedicated team, because it's not a one-and-done solution. It evolves and needs adjustment in time. Design system needs love. Please, love your design system. And let me say that, like any other activity, it also requires time and energy to be taught and to be used. In this window of time, the team creates its proper language, especially if it is a cross-team. There may be a perception that projects are static, one-off creation, which generally don't require usable components. Whether true or not, this perception may signal a lack of unified strategy across projects and a missed opportunity to increase efficiencies. Furthermore, developers become blocked by designers. It is related in the phase that you are shaping the design system. I started adopting the design system in the company where I'm working and teaching this methodology in the academy because in time it returns a lot. Of course, if you are looking to adopt the design system in your practice, you have to take into consideration pros and cons. And depending on budgets and needs with your team, you can select one of the three approaches to design system. Adopt an existing one, or adapt an existing system to the company's need, or third, to create a new one. Three different approaches, but a unique objective. No more Frankenstein project. So let's use it with this purpose. No more Frankenstein project. Let's cultivate the relationship inside your team, even you are all designers, or if you are working in cross-functional team, because it's a touch point very important for the success of your project. And that's it. Thanks for watching. Sorry, I cannot see you. I cannot hear you. Sorry.
Very much for stopping me, because I was saying thank you and you didn't hear me actually. That was a mistake. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, thank you for sharing about basics, about really important stuff. Thank you very much. And now we're facing our Q&A session, and I invite everyone ask your questions. Your questions related to these topics, or your questions related to, I don't know, trends of UI UX design, or maybe something futuristic, or maybe your thoughts. Just share with us, because this is a place where community share and talk and discuss, because if you share, you get the insights back. Right now, I would love to invite back here Molly to the stage, because we have some questions, I believe, right here. And I'm not sure if we have Oliver with us, but I hope he will kind of join us soon, if it's possible, actually. Well, let's get it started, right? Our and first question was to Oliver. We'll skip it for now, waiting for him. And so many questions about AR here. All right. First question will look like this. Okay, Federica, that's your question. Let's go there.
Okay, so what platform that the company used to make this style guide, or is in on a website? Great question. At first, it depends. So I've shown you before, you can go at first with create your own style guide and design system. Now we use Figma because it's very easy to manage, and also allow other people of the team, or maybe cross team, to reach the files. In other cases, for example, I use Sketch, but then you need to integrate Sketch with other end of softwares or touchpoint, for example, Zeppelin, that allow, developers to understand what components are a part of the design, how they how the difference from the state of the components it's supposed to be delivered. So the important is always to have a design touch point and then an end off. Figma is the most used now, but don't be scared if you want to explore something different, for example, Sketch and then Zeppelin. On the other side, if you want, for example, use a design system or a kit provided by, for example, iOS Material Design, you can go to the repository of the related company that you want to try to use the related design system, download it and have a look on it. Sometimes I did it. Is the reason why I also mentioned you on Netflix and Spotify, and also Italian administration for the digital transformation, because I think and also that as a senior we can learn a lot about how other teams are structured, actually their own design system, so we can try to replicate, understand how elements and components as be grouped, for example, which strategies actually that team use it to compone the design system. And I think it's great because it offers another point of view of the same output that you are asked to deliver it for. So I think that is a good practice actually to ahead a research on the web and understand how other designers and big company actually realize their own design system. I don't know, Eleonora, if you want to add something more on this topic.
I think you already said everything.
Yeah. We have real more complex questions coming up, but here's the quick one. Let me find this one. Someone asked, wait a second. Copy and paste. Now, yep. Kind of this question.
Dun, dun, dun. Actually, I have to be honest, I know only Zeppelin, but I think that it's a good hint, and so just have a check for me to have a look on Supernova and Zero Height. Thank you for sharing this question.
All right, then it's a question to our chat, actually. If you guys have any experience with Supernova, Zero Height, or Zeppelin, share your experience or your votes or +1. What do you have? And also, maybe Molly, you have any ideas on this question? It's Supernova. Yeah, can you see the question on the screen?
Yep. I personally haven't used Supernova. I've used Zero Height and Zeppelin before. But yeah, I probably don't have a recommendation. I'm not deep into design systems like the others probably are.
All right. Okay. Next question is also about the design system, but I'm trying to find questions about trends because actually, personally, me, I'm more interested in trends because something crazy happens on the market. But anyway, let's do one more on design system, and then we'll get back to trends. Okay, Federico, maybe, I don't know, Eleonora?
Eleonora did by herself because it was an exam, but maybe you have an experience during the stage experience. I don't know, Eleonora, what was your experience?
No, because I'm not doing UX UI in my stage, but it's about social media management. So.
Okay, for stage we intend the internship because in Italy we used to call it stage, but it's inappropriate in English. Sorry. To this answer, I can say yes, because for example, I work in a small company. I mean, we are about 20 people. And we are currently 2 designers. There was an intern in the latest months. And sometimes I also use with other designers of our client. It always depends on what you're focused on. If you have a look, for example, on the Norman Nielsen Group page, it's described that if you want to have a perfect team, you need several professionals from design field, for example, interactional design, visual designer. But not always it is possible. I think that the point here is to create a common and shared languages, because, for example, if you are looking for a design system of a company because you have to rebrand, I mean, the corporate identity of your company, I think that also having some interaction with project managers and the CEO and other professional and colleagues of the company help you a lot to understand which are the touch points of this design system. So it's up to you. I mean, how you want to extend this design system. It's only related to a single product. Maybe in these regards, one or two designers are enough. Plus, I think developers, at least one iOS and one Android, if you want to go digital, because especially when you are designing for digital deliveries, you are not aware about native components and how to split maybe or organize your design system in components. And having this back and forth with developers helps really a lot to you in understanding how you can prepare your Sketch or Figma files, and what elements or components need to be considered as part of the final UI kit, or maybe are just elements that helps you, as shown by Eleonora, to structure as more quickly as possible your product. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for the broad answer. And yes, Molly, we have a question here, and it's quite long one. I have 3 parts of this question, so I will ask you to read it all, and let's think what we have on that. So part 1 is here.
Okay, what are your thoughts about sustainability trends? Yep.
And
Okay.
part 2.
Help them remember. This is a very good question.
And the end of this question.
How to represent 7 of the choices? Yeah, I think this is a big question and difficult for those companies like Shell or BP or something else like that. I think there's actually a lot of great sustainability toolkits, and I can link some in the chat around best guiding principles and sustainability, not only from a digital perspective, but from from a strategic point of view as well, and projects that can help balance, I guess, their footprint. But from a digital perspective, I think there is more that we can do. There's obviously dark patterns that we should be designing against and designing for, but we can also be sustainable in the digital products. But then outside of that, I think it's just being an advocate for sustainability whenever you're in conversations, or you're being able to be part of those programs to help shape it, is actually leveraging sustainability guides and methods and frameworks to do so. There's actually a lot of ethical design handbooks out there now that go beyond just digital products as well. So not just only making honest interfaces work for digital products, but there's a lot of things in there about inclusivity, and then efficiency as well, and but more of a strategic, I guess, like workshop framework as well from IBM. They do design for sustainability, and they have a thorough checklist to go through. But yeah, I think it's always going to be difficult with companies like that it's not greenwashing, but they're making positive changes where they can in those sort of businesses. It was a big question. I hope I answered some of it, and I'm happy to link some of those links that I have available in the chat as well.
All right. Oh, that will be super helpful, I guess. Yeah, real interesting question of philosophy more than kind of techniques. Yeah, and we have this question. I really love this one, and I believe this question is kind of to all of you because lately UI designs seem to be to be quite similar, and UX approaches appear settled. Can you provide any examples of projects or products that stand out for their unique and provoking user experience? What do you have on your mind? Yeah, I'm sure you have.
No, it's a really good point. We recently at Accenture just released the latest life trends for 2024, and one of them is about the sea of sameness at the moment. So we're seeing a lot of the similar apps, websites, but also imagery that comes from generative AI, because there's quite a lot of similar style at the moment, which is what we're seeing. So it's definitely a big deal at this point in time. And I think also, which is pushing everyone to be quite same is the fear of taking risks. So I think that's something to consider when we move forward, and actually ensuring we have the budget for branding and really putting an emphasis on visual design and branding. A good example I've seen recently, which seems a bit different out there, is it's a new insurance company called Marshmallow, and they have done a new brand and digital service, and it's really breaking the convention of what you consider insurance UI to look like, and it's really fun and playful. So I'd say that's an example where they've stood out. But I think definitely embracing risks and branding and UI and kind of pushing and not be afraid to do something a bit different is key.
All right. And the same question is to all our participants in the chat. If you have something in mind that stands out of regular, boring, or just stuff we used to, give us the link in the chat. I think it would be really beneficial. Federica, Lenora, if you have something in mind on this question, and it's about stand out, design system or design, actually, if you want to share something.
But I think that looking at my experience, that I'm a super nerd, I think that the industry of video games has a lot to teach us. Because when we are oriented in delivering AI services, product or non-AI services and products, we are really focused, on choosing the right copy. The weight of the font is the right one, the right shoes. We are always looking at the resources from iOS, Android, and we are quite standard. Sometimes our apps look like quite all the same, except maybe the use of the font and the colors. And when I saw the industry of video game, I always say, wow. And I find to understand maybe new games, the interaction, the UI provided with the lens of a design lead, And for example, I think that is really interesting. They choose that the team in developing a game, they done when they try to resolve how to put tons of information in a unique view. That for us, that we are working in the app, it's something that we cannot understand. And also when we looking also at about the characters. I saw Slay, the adventure of a cat that tried to save the world, and I was really impressed about, that you actually are a cat, and also how to interact, with objects as a cat. Was really amazing, because you see the world in a different perspective, with a different lens. And so the UX was related not only, to the buttons or other stuff, but also how to tend to replicate behavior of a cat. For example, to scratch your sofa, and you were allowed to do it, and it was, oh wow. So, I mean, the interaction in video games was, I mean, it's really impressive because the interaction beyond, I mean, to understand a classic path of click here or read here or interact with this character or with this object. So I really trying always inspiration in video games and more than in app games. I mean, using with the console, there is always something new and genial, I think, that they propose to us.
Okay. And next question is also about design system. Could you please read it for us and answer this?
This is for Eleonora, please.
I think maybe working with a team when I'm working on a design system could be helpful to have the opportunity to share elements, components with others. So it always evolving, not only with the style, but also to the search of the user experience to best provide a good experience, as we said. I don't know if Federica want to say something more.
Or Molly, why not? Because I think that she also use a design system. What's your experience? Share with us.
Yeah, it's a very good question. I think recently I've found it a lot easier working in Figma to keep up with design trends and looking at UI. I haven't been on, I guess, a project recently where we've been using a current design system, but we're actually creating a new one. So I guess it's a bit easier to take in key trends and considerations like whilst we're building it. But at the same time, there's always going to be tech limitations and restrictions. So I think trends should be used as inspiration and good conversations. So for example, at the moment, we're looking at redesigning form fields with, the text input in the text box rather than above it. So just looking at ways we can always enhance it and add to the backlog if that trend is gonna, stay around and inform better usability and experience. And yeah, definitely worth conversations and ideation around it.
All right. Yeah, next question is here. Like, is Figma and Adobe XD going to merge? I don't know. if someone has information, please do share.
Sniffing information from Adobe,
Yeah. I don't think for a while. I think they'll stay secret for a bit, and then maybe they'll leverage similar technologies. But yeah, I hope they don't merge anytime soon. Yeah.
Are there any trends that may facilitate creation of prototypes, like highlighting some common mistakes, checking against rules, and others? What do you think?
I haven't used any tools yet that might help facilitate creation of prototypes. I've definitely seen some I don't know if they're in production at least yet, but I've seen some things on like LinkedIn and posts about future of AI to help create prototypes and roll out screens and stuff. But I imagine, Figma already has a few plugins at leveraging AI technology and other things. So I'm sure they'll just get a lot smarter in the future to help us work faster and better. And, even like spell check has taken Figma so long to actually add in a decent plugin for that. So I'm sure there'll be things that will help with error handling in the future.
Okay, and a last question from our audience, and it's a really interesting question, believe me. How would you handle the design system architecture for multi-themed application suites? How would you create consistency and connection in this type of architecture? Wow, that's deep, right?
Yes, it's very, very a tough question because Yeah, it's very difficult. You have to be really methodic. And there was a post on LinkedIn about this question. I saw on my feed, I quote another time Belka, this digital design studio based in Trento, and they were work actually for the whole design system of a bank. There was a beeper, and I mean, they did actually a workshop for 2 weeks, and they created a cross functional teams, so not only designers but also developers and project managers, and they worked together to understand touch points from one hand, and to the other hand how to realize, I mean, all this declination of the brand. And they published this super picture with all the team just handing I don't know, 3 meters of a shared flyer with all, I mean, the maps. They did it before start implementing the design system, because sometimes the design system just start defining the maps, defining the logic that are underpinned to our touch points. We want to go only paper, okay. We want to go paper and digital, okay. So creating maps, creating this common back and forth in communication in the teams helps a lot. And also sometimes, why not also print, I mean, some handouts, or using, for example, Miro. So it's digital and it's full of maps, and any one of the team can access and understand more what is necessary to do. I think that, yeah, the
Cool.
first point is the communication. Without communication, even big or a small project cannot roll out.
Cool. So communication and kind of shared resources, maps and files and everything. Okay. The last one, the previous was from real deep professional. This is from beginner, and I think we have to answer this one. Who would take it? And please go on.
Happy to jump in. So when working with a client, skipping the stage of wireframe and moving into the designing UI due to time limitation, is this good practice? Ideally not, it's great to do the wireframe stage, even if it doesn't have to be like high fidelity wireframes or anything like that. It can even be sketching, but I think it's just to ensure you can get your ideas on paper and lay everything out before you kind of get stuck and rolling out the visual designs or the user interface. I believe that it is critical to draft or sketch out wireframes at least to get an idea of the flow, how things work. If you are limited on time, I mean, it depends on what you're designing as well. Like if it's only a couple of screens, maybe you could jump into UI if you've got a strong design system. But my recommendation would be to always kind of UX first, or at least user flow, so you can work out what is required within the screens and how the user will go through it before jumping into UI.
Yeah, and thank you very much. This was the last question from our chat. Thank you for sharing, being here with us, and thank you for this your time. I'm really excited to see what's going on in the next 1 year or few years with our products. Have a nice day. And right now, right now we're going to have. I'm not sure if we're going to have a break for some minutes. I mean, 3, 5, or we will just jump into the next block. Anyway, yeah, Paul saying me like 2 minutes more. Okay, let's thank you very much. I hope to see you next time on our event, and see you. Now we're going off for a few minutes to take some coffee or or something and get back to a really interesting topic as for me. How to, like, I will listen for this topic actually, because maybe I'll change my kind of profession, because the guy named Kareem will share how to become six-figure freelancer. Who wouldn't listen for that? Anyway, I'm keep pushing my idea of this research lab, where we all come together and research how to use AI tools. If you are interested, ping me in LinkedIn. I will add you to our research lab for UI UX designers. Okay, 2 minutes more and come back to the best, I don't know, life-changing topic in your life or something. See you.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye. Thanks you.
Bye.
Thanks you, everyone.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to our second block of presentations. And Paul here again, and I'll be your host for the next two blocks and also for the block of panel discussion. And we have our first speaker with us, Karim Al-Lami, co-founder of Revolution Design, and we're going to be discovering the opportunities that the UI UX profession potentially provides, and how we can turn this job into something awesome, maybe a life-changing path in our career, in our life. So hi Karim, nice to have you with us.
Yeah, hi Paul, hi everyone. I'm super excited to be here. I was here like last year and the response from all of you guys was amazing. So I'm so happy to be here and talk to you.
Awesome. So I guess without any further ado, we had a little bit longer the Q&A session the previous, and I hope everyone had a good stretch, and and we're ready to dive into this talk. So let's get started.
Yeah. Right. All right, guys. So welcome. Today, my talk is going to be a little bit different than all of the talks you may have heard, because I'm not going to be in the trenches talking about design and Figma and all of that stuff, but I'm going to talk about how I transitioned from being a full-time designer working 9 to 5 at a pretty nice job at the Y Combinator as a lead designer at one of the Y Combinator companies, I would rather say, to being a six-figure freelance designer and then scaling it to $20,000 a month. So basically, this my promise to you over the next 30 minutes is that I will teach you everything I know about transitioning from full-time job to freelancing and making money as a freelance designer. But I have only 30 minutes, and I'm going to keep it kind of like high level and general. But I will post more in-depth guides to my Twitter about freelancing and making money, sales and marketing, design, and really everything I know. So just follow me there. It's basically down in the right corner. I literally posted my first post today, so I have like 30 followers. So I'll reply to all of the DMs. Just follow me there. I will be very active for the next I don't know, long time. All right, so this talk is for you if you dream about working for yourself, you don't enjoy your current boss or colleagues, you aspire to travel the world and work remotely, and your aim is to work, for example, for 4 hours a day and delegate the next, couple of works or projects to other designers. And this talk is not for you if you love your full-time job, you don't want to reach your full potential, you prioritize a steady paycheck, and you love going to the office and your boss. Because in this case, I will not help you, so yeah. And so why you should listen to me? Like, who is this guy, pretty young one? Like, why should I listen to him? So I've actually been freelancing for half a decade. It's almost been more than 5 years, I believe. And I've been through it all. As I said, I was a full-time designer at one of the Y Combinator companies, a lead brand designer. I was a freelancer working with a bunch of other companies as a solo freelancer, and now I'm an agency owner. And I haven't failed to make six figures since I was 20. Now I'm 22. So yeah, and basically I work with clients worth $20 billion in their valuations and how much money they raise and stuff like that. And these are some of the companies we have worked with. And basically, I was featured also on Nathan Latka podcast, which is one of the biggest podcasts and most well-known podcasts in the SaaS space. If you would like to, view it or listen to it, go to podcast.karimalami.com. And basically, today the story on Start the Story came out about how I basically started Revolution Design and what steps I took to basically reach $20,000 a month, and what I'm planning to do to reach $100,000 a month. So yeah, there were a few questions when I was transitioning from being a full-time designer to basically a freelancer. And basically, when I think back to it, these were the questions, and like these were the wants or needs that I wanted to fulfill. So basically, I wanted to be my own boss. I wanted to set my own working hours. I didn't want to have cap on my income, I got quite bored in like full-time job doing everything over and over. I wanted some potential for growth. And basically, I wanted to have a freedom to work from anywhere because I saw so many people working from, literally anywhere. During winter, they moved to some warm country or something like that. I was like, oh my gosh, I want to have that as well. I have basically 100% job security because if I basically lose client or something like that happens, I can get a new one because I know how. And I can delegate most of my work to other freelancers or designers that want to work with me. And basically, I'm not sure if full-time designer or being full-time designer or freelancer is better, but like I love being freelance designer, as you can imagine, and now an agency owner because I literally moved like for 2 months to Canary Islands during this winter. I make pretty good money online and stuff like that. So yeah, hopefully I sold you a little bit of, on freelancing and why you might basically choose it in the future. So yeah, this all sounds great, thanks for the bragging, Karim, and all of that. But like, where do I start? Like, what's the start? Where should I start, So yeah, I think there are 6 pillars of a successful freelancer and like 6 things you have to master. So it's the mindset, the positioning or the niche, the marketing, sales skills, relationships, and people skills. I'm going to be talking about this on a high level in the next few slides. And I have like pretty nice bonus at the end that's going to be free. So stick to the end. So mindset. There are 2 reasons why people climb mountains. The first reason is to escape a flood. Okay, so there is a flood in the city and there is a mountain. They climb it to escape it, and the reason is based on fear. And the second reason is to conquer the summit. So people climb mountains to see the summit. Post on Instagram that they climbed it or something like that. And it's basically based on achievement. And you will be much more successful if you are driven by achievement. In simple terms, you need to have a goal, vision, or something you would like to achieve. So something that has worked very well for me when I was transitioning was having a vision board, basically, or like a goal that I check every day and see why am I doing what I'm doing right now. So don't do it based on fear, like, oh, like I'm not sure if what will be happening with me in the next few months. Do it from a purpose, from a vision, from a goal. So yeah, you can't do this from fear, as I said. And there are 3 biggest differences between being a full-time designer versus freelancer. So the first one is uncertain future, because you don't know what's coming, you don't know what will happen in the next 6 to 12 months. And you don't know who your next clients will be or how you will find them. And it's sort of like a jumping off a cliff and hoping you will make it. Basically, let me get back to this slide. If you are an employee, you always get the same paycheck every month or every 2 weeks. It can be quite nice if you know what you are doing. You don't have to quite worry about the future if you are doing your job and basically are good at it and fulfilling your boss's expectations. And with freelancing, there's certainly a financial uncertainty in contrast to being a full-time designer, because this financial uncertainty comes from our precondition to receive a paycheck, as I said, because you are used to it. You go to work and the paycheck comes. And when freelancing, you might go a few months without income, especially at the start, because, for example, in 1 month there is no income. In the next one is the invoice is paid. In the next, nothing, and then another one, invoice is paid. So it's something that you need to get used to, basically. And it's part of the game because you must expect it and prepare for it. It's like the trade-off you are doing with being a full-time designer. And to prepare for all of this, there is something called sales cycle. In simple terms, this fancy term, sales cycle, is basically means how long does it take to get customer that doesn't know you to get you money. All right. And it can take you several months to find and convert someone and get paid, basically. Because let's say you are on February, you stop being a freelance full-time designer. and you are searching for clients, and then 2 months pass searching for clients, then on April, in 2 months, you get a project, and then you do the work. So it can be quite daunting at first. So just, prepare for it. And the solution to basically all of that uncertainty is to save at least 3 to 6 months of your expenses before going freelancing full-time, because there's nothing worse than, doing this based out of fear and doing it based out of, being broke or something. So yeah, as I said, when you are an employee, you get your dinner served every day. But when you are a freelancer, you are basically a fisherman. You have to fish for your food. You don't get, So yeah, that's probably all of the things about mindset. It's mostly preparing. I just wanted to prepare you for transitioning from basically being a full-time designer and to the freelancer, because there is a lot of things that changed in my mindset. So yeah. Niche. We are going to talk about the second and probably the most important thing, niche. So what does niching down means? It basically means that you are targeting a subset of a small market. So if you are saying that you are a designer for businesses, no one will probably work with you. I will be quite honest, because they have, imagine the client, it has limitless options. He has limitless options, or she can work with this agency, this one, and this one. Like, why should they work with you? So it's much better to, say that I'm a webflow developer for tech startups, for example, because you are very, very specialized in what you do. And basically it gives you a lot of leverage. And basically, if you say that you are a designer or like webflow developer for tech startups, they will value you more. They will value more your expertise. They will treat you like an expert. You will get easier referrals. Your portfolio will be more to the point. Stuff like that. And there are some objections to the niching down, and that I hear a lot of times. And I just wanted to address them very quickly, because I think it's the most important thing you can do. So the first one is that, I will get bored doing the same thing over and over. And my, answer to that is that you are a creative person, and not every project will be the same. I work with tech startups for almost 3-4 years maybe, and every project is different, almost every project. So yeah. And the second, the objection is that, like, the big guys don't do it, like, Paul, Rand, or Segmeister, Pentagram. But you have to think about when they were starting. Like, Facebook didn't start for everyone. They started for Harvard students. They didn't start as a mainstream. They were for geeks. Same with Microsoft. You have to niche down, and then when you are big, when you have leverage, when you have clients, when you have the work to display, you can then broaden the niche. But if you're not making 1 million per year, I think it doesn't make sense to basically be general. And the third one is that, I'm losing out on all of these clients. And basically niching down at the start doesn't mean that you have to necessarily say no to other clients, but it's written here that it's better to be a big fish in a small pond than a small fish in a big pond. So yeah. And how do you find a niche? It probably comes with your passion. But passion comes with success. So if you choose anything and you will be successful in it, you will have a passion for it, I think, and I believe that that's what I experienced. And then you have to think about, like, is the market growing or shrinking? Like, probably newspapers wouldn't be a good niche. Some other question is, like, can you find them? Do they are they on LinkedIn? Are they on Google Maps? Where you can work with them? And is the market big enough? So yeah, marketing. Marketing is like the second most important thing in freelancing, besides niching down and mindset. So if you want people to buy from you, probably heard this, is that they need to know you, they need to like you, and they need to trust you. So there are some non-negotiable things you need to have. So the first one is your portfolio that's hosted on your domain. So my name is Karim Alami. My domain is karimalami.com. And basically on this website, I have all of my case studies because no one will hire without your case studies. I get so many cold emails from designers that I want to work with you, I want to work with Revolution Design, and I always have to ask for their portfolio. It's like bonkers for me. So yeah, always have this up. There are some very nice templates on Wix if you don't know how to code, or Webflow or anything like that. And then you just need 1 or 3 social medias to work on. LinkedIn has worked very, very well for me. I post 6 figures just from LinkedIn last year. And but a lot of designers are finding a lot of success on Dribble, some on Instagram, Twitter. But yeah, remember that like the social media is not a fast cycle. And something I don't have in this presentation is that if you want really fast clients, you need to do cold outreach. But I'm going to talk about this maybe at the end if I will have a bit more time. So in marketing, there's this rule of 7, which basically states that if a customer interacts with your product 7 times, they are more likely to buy. So, avoid this kind of thing, like you email someone and then you get a call with someone. But, try to keep it something like this, like post a LinkedIn post, connect on LinkedIn, client get in touch, book a discovery call, and notes from discovery call, send free content. That's why big brands like Nike have so many billboards everywhere, because they want you to interact with their brand 7 times. That's like all marketing saying. So yeah, let's jump into the sales, which is probably the most intimidating part to being a freelance designer, and my favorite part, which I love talking about. So let's dive in. Yeah. So you need to think about everyone as a potential customer, because someone can know someone that can be your client. Sally knows John, and John can be your client. And relationships are bedrock of every creative business, especially in the design space, because it's so tightly knit. And the best chance for future sales is to make your current customers happy. If you don't have any customers, any clients, that might not apply to you, but always remember that. Always make your current clients happy, because they will refer you to more work. They will give you the best testimonials, and the testimonial is worth more than just the work, because with testimonials and case studies, you can sell more stuff. And basically, I love this analogy because if you ever played Super Mario Brothers, there was a Mario, and then there was flowers. And when Mario ran over flower, he got super balls. He could throw super balls. He was stronger. So you need to think about your customer as this Mario, okay? And you need to think about what you sell, be it websites, product design, branding, or anything like that, as a flower, okay? And then there's your customer or client who can now do awesome things with this flower, okay? So basically, here a lot of freelancers try to sell the flower, but it's not really about selling the flower. It's selling the fireballs, how client can be amazing with you. So I like DJing, and I love basically mixing and going to drum-based parties here in Slovakia. And basically, if someone would sell me, a DJ controller, they shouldn't sell me this, all of the jog wheels and sound effects and, deck selectors and stuff like that. They should sell me, basically being this part of the festival, being an international DJ, being, producer and stuff like that. So it's the same with you, like when you are selling design services, when you are selling UI UX design, you are selling Figma, but you can't talk about Figma and basically how you are awesome at designing wireframes or how you are awesome at designing design systems, because client doesn't really care about it, what client cares about is basically that they raise more money, they are featured on Forbes, their company, basically is acquired for dozens of hundreds of millions, So basically they become they become successful and basically happy. So don't sell this, sell this. So basically clients can become this. So how to get clients? I will go through this very fast. So the 3 main channels I get my clients from, and I close $300,000 of sales from, is mostly from LinkedIn, cold outreach, and referrals. Okay, LinkedIn is a bit more long term. I used to post on LinkedIn, but the funny thing is that basically I even got the Y Combinator full-time job from basically being on LinkedIn, being specialized, being a designer, UI UX designer for tech startups. And basically the CEO of the Y Combinator company reached out to me and said, "Oh, I really love your work," because I had targeted a portfolio. I talked about mainly startups, and he saw that I could help them. Okay. The second one is called outreach, which is a bit more advanced because you have to know how to set up your emails, how to form up emails and stuff like that. All the things I will talk about on my Twitter, if you will just follow me. But it's the most powerful thing you can have at your disposal. It's basically the lifeblood of any creative business, of any agency, any agency business, because you are hyper targeted to who you are reaching out, and you can define who you are reaching out to. You can see what their problems are. For example, you can go to a job board, see who is hiring for designers, and create an automated cold outreach sequence that will be personalized with AI to that job post that, oh, like I'm carrying, I do this and I can help you with this, okay? And the third and the last is the referrals that, happy clients recommend happy other clients, okay? And then there are just like little people skills you need because you have to sell, you have to be a bit more like enthusiastic, I would say, or like confident or something like that. So yeah, it's this awesome book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's just a must read. You just have to read it. It's like non-negotiable if you are becoming a freelancer. Here are some tips from it. And the key to all successful sales is basically your sales script. And if you stay this long, I have like free gifts for you. So basically, the first one is that you will find a summary and some hidden slides on my Twitter today, or X, or whatever they call it today. So just follow me there. I will be posting it by the end of the day. Another free gift is my own sales script that I use to sell all things, just like brands, websites, and products. Because as I said, the key to all successful sales is basically the sales script. You have to know what to say. If client says this, you say this. What questions do you ask during the sale? I value this at 974 value. I think it's much more worth it since I close so much sales with it. But you will get it for free if you just go to my Twitter and just see the pinned post and do all of the things from there. And the third one is that you can win 1 month of free coaching with me. And I will be selecting one follower from someone who has followed me since today from this conference. And I will be coaching them how to basically start a freelance business and scale it, and how to do cold outreach, how to set up your website. I will be basically your mentor. So yeah, just follow me. It's free. I have 30 followers, and I will be your best friend. All right, guys. So basically, that's it from my talk. I try to keep it very short, but I will be much more in depth on my Twitter, where I will be much more active. So yeah, thank you so much, guys. And if you have any questions, just put them in the chat. I will definitely answering all of the questions. Hey, Paul.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you once again for the presentation. Yeah, and we're usually having our Q&A session right after our after the blog, but I guess since we finished even a bit earlier, but we have our next speaker with us, so I guess we will continue with Sneha with us, and and we'll see you at the Q&A session. We have a couple of questions, couple of interesting questions, so we will see you shortly, like in I guess in an hour-ish. So we'll talk to you.
Okay. I will be back in an hour.
Yeah, talk to you then.
Lovely,
Thank
Paul.
you.
Okay. Bye, guys. Thank you.
Done. Now I need to so many windows. Let me pull up our next speaker. Hi, how are you doing today?
Hello, I'm very good, thanks. And how are you all?
Doing great. Nice to see you again with us. As if I'm not mistaken, we had you at our previous conference, if I'm not mistaken.
I just participated. I was not really a speaker.
But for sure, I came across your name and last name, so I
I do
definitely
speak a little
remember.
bit, yes. Maybe I didn't speak. Or I spoke at a different conference, not really the UX one. Yeah.
Probably it was the product, the
Yes,
project, the
that's
PMPM summit.
correct.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. So, yeah, and thank you for joining us. And let's talk about generative AI. I guess because this is, if I'm reading it correctly, because this is like one of the things that we are as a community excited because lots of new things emerging from big companies, from big tech, and we believe
Indeed.
that yeah, the sooner we start doing this, we would have this first comer advantage. Yeah, and I guess we can position ourselves really nicely in this period of time. So yeah, so let's steer our user experience with generated AI products. And the floor is
Sure.
yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we do want the newcomer or the early adopter advantage, right? Okay, let me start sharing my screen. Um, so,
I'm not sure if it's visible.
not yet?
Not yet. No, and I don't see it in the panel yet. So maybe you can choose share the whole screen. I believe this is what you need
Am I
to
sharing
choose.
it now?
Nope, not yet.
So, share the whole screen. Our screen.
Nope, not yet. Maybe your browser has some kind of restrictions. But in case you
Can
want
I?
to continue, we have your recording that you kindly provided. So if you would rather prefer
Mm-hmm.
the now I see it. Yeah, now we have it. Okay.
Hello,
Oh, this is
everyone.
the
Good morning.
recording.
Good
Yeah,
afternoon.
so
We can go ahead with it.
we have the recording. So we can go ahead with the recording and we'll just have
Definitely.
you live with us. Okay?
I don't
Okay,
mind.
thank you. I guess yeah, just let's talk to you during the Q&A presentation. It's always good to have a backup.
For sure.
Awesome, Nika.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Good afternoon. My name is Sneha Devakar. I'm the head of UX at Comviva. And today I'll be talking about steering user experience for Gen AI products. A little bit about me. So I have an engineering degree in electronics and communication. So yes, pretty geeky there. I started my career as a front-end developer. Then I quickly moved on as a solution architect, even more technical job. And then I realized my love for UI and UX. And then I went on to become a UX engineer, information architect, eventually transitioned into product management. And for the last 10 years, I've been a product manager, currently being the head of UX for Digitech products at Comviva. I'm basically heading the UX responsibility for all BSS omnichannel commerce products in our suite. So let's start with what I'm talking about today. Enterprises now want to use AI more than ever. And why? Everybody's problem statement today seems to be, let's use AI in our product. There's a good reason for that. Commercially, it adds a little more zing to your product. It makes it more interesting in the market. If you're selling a B2B product, your stakeholders on the other side are interested and they think of it as a more modern product, not a legacy application. So there are a number of different use cases for businesses to want to use AI in their products. So what are the top reasons, right, to use it in a product? You can use it to automate operations, minimize anything that's manual and repetitive work. Businesses want to enhance productivity. Yeah, sure, we don't want our people being stuck doing the same work, and you want to spark some creativity, so you want to make space for it and give an informed decision making. By using large language models that are present nowadays, you have a lot of inputs to make your decisions. But does AI make your decisions? No, not really. AI cannot fix all your problems, not all your business problems either. So what are we going to do then? You would want to adapt AI to your business case. And this is what my talk is about, how we adapted AI, and in this case, generative AI, to our business case. So we looked at the market landscape, right? Very interesting for us while running a commerce product is virtual assistants in market that are executing on voice commands. There's Alexa, Siri, Google Home Assistant, Cortana. All of these have one-sided communication. There is no interface. I tell my Google Home Assistant to stop the alarm every morning while it's playing me a very nice song to wake up. I'm happy about it. I try to snooze. I cannot, because now I have to say snooze or stop. And a self-righteous person would say stop. So that's a one-sided communication, right? There's no one telling me, no, you have to wake up now. And then there is ChatGPT. There's a little more conversational AI product. You can give it context, and there's communication with you and the AI product, and you can have a conversation. You give it an input, you get an output, try to refine it, give it different ways of giving a different output, and it also integrates into your UI. So this is a very interesting use case that we explored. And ChatGPT in specific. So let's talk about ChatGPT, right? ChatGPT is a large language model based chatbot. Phew. And what does GPT stand for? Generative Pre-trained Transformers. So today I'm not talking about GPT and the large language models. I'm going to make it a little bit simpler and adapt it to the UX Summit that we are in. ChatGPT understands and generates human-like text. Over the last year, it has made a lot of noise in the market, and for very good reason. It generates content, answers your questions, engages in conversations, and provides explanation. So this is a lot easier to understand. And of course, as a UX person, I'm really interested and intrigued by a product like this, who can actually engage in conversation. And how can we then use it? So let's look at a simple example. I started with the user experience of ChatGPT itself. I used ChatGPT 3.5. I wanted to write a blog entry for my recent trip to Ghent in May. So I gave it a little bit of input and I tried to get a blog entry out of it. ChatGPT also gave me a very nice title and wrote me a pretty good blog actually. And then I could also give it more input and try to improve the quality of the blog. Then I remembered, I also went to a specialty beer bar, which had 400 types of beer. So I want to include this in the article. So I started to include this. And it actually included. That was very nice. And further on, when I want to iterate, I can say, change the tone of voice to be more professional, to be more casual, or something else. And you can give it different prompts. So there is a conversational capability that I explored. And as a business, this is quite interesting for us. And I will go on to say our business use case next. How can we plug and play this in our product, right? Let me tell you a little bit about our product, the product that I'm leading. It's omnichannel commerce. And what omnichannel commerce is, it uses different channels for shopping. It provides a seamless experience. So whether you browse your shoes on a mobile app and then buy it from your saved card on your laptop, or if you look at an ad, a paper ad, and walk into your Vodafone store to upgrade your subscription, and immediately you see, oh, it reflected on my mobile app. Yay. And that is really interesting. This is omnichannel commerce. It's nothing new. It's been around for nearly a decade. And with newer channels, newer social channels like WhatsApp and TikTok, Snapchat coming in, they're getting more and more integrated to run marketing campaigns and help the user close a deal, basically by online. Most complex moving parts of these are actually on the back end. And all of these have to work together to provide a seamless user experience to the user on the front end, who's actually browsing with his mobile and web app. So today what I would like to talk about is the back end and the real complex moving parts that will make a seamless experience happen. And yes, I'm still talking about UX. So this is a complex interconnected puzzle. Let me talk about our product. The back end, or the back office as we call it. It is a pretty complex number of modules, and I'll try to simplify it and keep it short and relevant to our UX Summit, right? So we have a number of products, and since we sell it to telecoms, I will take a telecom use case of mobile products. So you have the product catalog with mobile handsets of iPhone, different versions of it, Samsung, the Galaxy, and all of these. And then they go into different categories. There is the mobile handset and the device and the broadband and SIM, all of these. Then there is a product lifecycle. If you want a specific product to go online during a specific time of the year, for example. And then there's a pricing that comes into play where Apple or any customer of ours can just decide they're launching their next product and the previous version just goes down in pricing. So pricing is also a module. There are promotions and coupons, promotions that go online for Black Friday or Christmas, for example, coupons that any user can receive on the front end, all of these. And then there is the order management. So for all of these, we would love to use ChatGPT and improve our productivity with AI. So we need to start somewhere and set a hypothesis. So we started with the rules, and this rules is a rule engine. We have a pretty complex rule engine where we can set rules for, let's say, promotions, or if you want to have different recommendations for a user based on their current subscription, their current mobile subscription, and suggest them different add-ons. So all of these are running based on the rules that are input into the rule engine. For this, we started with human-computer interaction, or HCI concepts. We started with the user as the heart of everything. It's either an individual or group of users working together. That's the HCI definition. And then there's the computer. That's a piece of technology, and the interaction between them. There can be a direct interaction involving dialogue with feedback, like we talked, ChatGPT, or it can be indirect interaction that you're just collecting their data, maybe via sensors. So in our use case, when we were looking at improving the experience for users, we could do participant observations, internal interviews. We went with interviews and discussions with users. And since we're talking back office, it makes more sense that nobody is using it on mobile. Mobile is for the end user to buy a subscription, to buy a product. But when you're trying to configure these rules, we're talking web. And how would be the interaction? To create the experience, we start with interaction of users via low fidelity wireframes, and then incorporated all the testing feedback into our high fidelity prototypes. This was our approach by using HCI concepts. And our actual discovery approach was with design thinking. I'm a big fan of design thinking. It's fairly simple. I just put in a design thinking 101 slide. It has 5 steps. You empathize with users' needs by researching, understand their users' needs and problems. Create, challenge the observations and assumptions. Come up with ideas, create low fidelity wireframes, create high fidelity wireframes, test it, get feedback. And it's an iterative process. How we started with this, right? Now we're talking about rules, how we can make rules. And while I say rules, it seems like a very small part, but in fact, it's a much larger impact on the whole product, on how a user uses our product. We started with what does the user want to accomplish and what is their user's persona. In our case, all of these users are mostly marketeers. They need to achieve a specific commercial result. And this is done by generating business rules. So who are these personas? We had 3 personas. There could be product configurators who know systems very well, much lesser the case. And the higher use cases, there are marketeers. Some of them know a bit about creating campaign rules with marketing tools. And some marketeers just want to create their campaigns. They know the goal of the campaign. They know what the campaign has to achieve. And they want to do it in a simple way without thinking about tools. Fair enough. And these are the people that we actually want to cater a product to. And this is where user experience can really be leveraged to make a product experience much simpler for the user. So we're starting about how can these guys generate user rules based on their scenario. We started our first iteration of the chatbot. We called it Brian because that's our product manager's name. It's called Business Rules Intelligent Assistant. And initially, we started with a number of predefined scenarios to create campaigns by marketeers. So our goal was to help the user create these rules for specific campaign scenarios. And this is still the first iterations of our prototype. So we gave them predefined options 1 and 2. Hello, what can we do for you? Predefined options. They just have to select one that goes in as an input. Then you wait for a moment. Ask them, in a few words, can you explain what you're trying to do? And we tested this out with some of our internal users. And we iterated, design thinking. So our next iteration, we started with, let's give them a prompt in case of a delay and engage the user. If the user can write a line about what they want to achieve, we can give the user some options and prompt them to engage. So here he says, I want to sell an iPhone 14 with 50% discount on Black Friday. Nobody will sell it for 50%, but let's take it. It's quite interesting, right? When you see 50% for iPhone, I would definitely like to buy it. Okay, so what happens? Our intelligent assistant now starts to say, in order to create this, you would have to create 2 types of rules. Do you want me to create these for you? And then we start creating these rules. At this point, the user does not need to understand what are the types of rules and what exactly is happening in the backend, because we are telling them in simple description what the rule is about, what is the name of the rule, and what it's going to achieve. We also say priority 1. At this point, they still do not need to understand all the priorities. Now, this is still our prototype. And now the complexity comes into play. In reality, it's a lot more complex. To create a Black Friday campaign that will change prices, it could be for add-on products depending on an end user's subscription. So let's say you have your Vodafone subscription. What happens when you change your subscription? If the add-on product costs higher than your basic subscription, then maybe it's better to go for an upgraded subscription. And this is a recommendation you want to provide the end user. And that would need to be incorporated into rules. We worked extensively with our product managers and consultants to educate the UX team about how each scenario and each marketing campaign comes with interconnected workflows. So it doesn't stop here. That's what I mean to say. The buck does not stop, and we need to iterate on this. But this was a fairly decent MVP for us to go ahead with, where we are explaining to the user, these are the type of rules you want to create. This is how you get to your endpoint. After this, what we got during testing, right? We started testing it on end users. Like I said, we collected data to improve our inputs. So testing with product consultants and delivery teams who actually engage with our users gave us a lot of inputs. How can you bridge it to make a more complex rule on an editing screen? So you probably want to bring them to a rule editing screen. And all of these exist in our back office application already. So the chatbot then needs to provide options, which we have incorporated into our MVP in the next iteration. So we start saying, yeah, you can save the draft if you want to save this draft, or create a different version of it. And the user wants to probably come back and get a third version. So we hypothesized on saving drafts of rules. And when the user is happy, he can come back and save the rule. Or if he wants to edit the rule in a more complex way, rather than our chatbot finalizing the rule, we make them enter a different workflow where they can actually edit rules. Now we're only talking rules, and eventually we want it all connect to the end user's business goal. So these were really great inputs, and working with anything close to users or who are also users of our systems helped us validate and benchmark the needs before adding it to the product and shipping the product. If there's something that I could tell you about testing, take it with a pinch of salt, right? There are a lot of our users who walked into our testing and they were very happy with the AI chatbot, with which everyone is, and then everyone has opinions. Opinions should not be the basis of your product creation and the product experience. So I would highly recommend benchmarking and validating the needs of users and validating it against the goal of what you're trying to achieve before adding it to products. So like I said, we went ahead with saving drafts of rules that the AI chatbot provided. So when Gen AI provides an output, of course you can save it. And this is also what we could use within our product. And what you can do further on with Gen AI is you can save it and use it into your own product. So that's also what we are exploring currently, in using it into our product while bridging the journey. So the user has a more seamless transition from the chatbot to actually using our product. So that was our use case. If there's anything you could take away, I would say user experience design for chatbots, irrespective of whether you're using Gen AI or a different large language model, your internal predictive AI models, I would recommend focus on the functional ease of the interaction. What I mean is, you would want to have a focus, understand your user, and understand their problems. Focus on the problems and ideate towards your solution. You will always, at all points, be presented with a vast number of solutions, and this can really dilute focus. For example, when we were testing out our chatbot user experience, we had a number of different ideas which was going in different directions. We could have developed all of these and it would be an entirely different product. But we really kept our focus on creating a user experience for chatbot using Gen AI. So we were able to narrow down the scope, and that way shipping the design becomes much easier. Especially with generative AI, there's a second point. You need technical accuracy. Also, irrespective of generative AI, you need technical accuracy for complex products or any kind of technical products. So work with product managers work with engineering teams, they can really provide you the real world use cases, including the edge cases. And this helps a lot to ideate. Our UX teams were able to ideate and build the user journey flows for different use cases, and the happy flows and not so happy flows. There were 100 different ways to make these marketing campaign routes with chatbot or without chatbot. But making it easy for the user was the start of our focus. So we kept the user at the heart of our innovation. And this would be my recommendation. If you would walk away with something today, I would say keep the user at the heart of all innovation. And that's a great way to lay foundation for products of the future. Thank you for the talk. You can post your questions in the question area. Feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. My name is Neha Devakar. I'm heading UX at Comviva. I'll be happy to see you on the other side. Thank you very much.
All righty, thank you for the presentation, and we expect Sneha to join us during our Q&A session that we're starting shortly, like in 30-ish minutes. And we have our next speaker. We have Shannon Kelly with us. And again, I see our speaker on the backstage. And if Shannon, if you don't mind, I'll add you to the stage. And yeah, to double check if you're presenting live today or we have your recording with us.
Hey.
Hey, how are you
hear
doing
me?
today?
I'm having technical difficulties. The internet's going in and out. You're presenting my recording for me today. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. And then we will see you at our Q&A session.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so let's start with Shannon's presentation, and we will be hearing about Beyond the Numeric, how UXR transforms data-driven design. So let's hear about data-driven designs.
Hi, my name's Shannon Kelly, and today I'm presenting Beyond the Numeric, how user experience research transforms data-driven design. Today, I'll be talking about data. So fun. And the difference between being data-driven and data-informed, and the tools and resources that we have to drive our organizations to be more data-informed and align with our UX design practices. So what comes to mind when you think of data? Maybe it's charts and graphs and tables showing growth and decline over time. Maybe it's income and revenue, gross versus net, profit and loss. Maybe it's the amount of projects you turned out, the productivity, the number of tickets closed and units shipped. Maybe it's new customers versus those retained. Maybe it's total customers over time. Maybe it's engagement and bounce rates, click-throughs, page views, downloads, and other marketing KPIs. Maybe it's ratings and positive reviews, perhaps. Maybe that's what you measure your success on. Whatever your version of data is, I want you to take a step back. What does that information do for you? What does that information do for your bosses and stakeholders? How do we support the company and drive improvement to change internally and externally? What are some ways to drive improvements to your organization so that they aren't just data-driven, but they're data-informed? So a little bit about me. Like I said, my name is Shannon Kelly. I'm a senior UX strategist, designer, digital marketer, unicorn, whatever you want to say. I have a web design and interactive design background from the Art Institute of Pittsburgh, and I started working professionally basically on the web since 2000. I've been on the web since 2005 professionally. I'm a Kent State University grad student in the user experience design program, so just trying to like level up. I'm already doing all this work, but I might as well get the degree that matches what I'm doing. And then I've worked on marketing and product teams across many different industries and companies over the years. So very much ingrained with how different departments work and their processes, frameworks, etc. So like I said, I went to the Art Institute of Pittsburgh. And early in my career, I struggled as a designer because I felt like my visual design capabilities were kind of mediocre, and that's fine. I don't claim to be a great designer in any means or anything like that. But I hated that I would get opinionated, like wannabe art directors that hover over your shoulder, picking apart my, carefully thought out designs and plans and stuff like that. Yeah, I cringed at that. Who likes having their stuff picked apart based on nothing, right? And back in art school, no one taught me how to measure and improve my designs. It was just design principles and best practices and fonts and fancy interactions. I was burnt out and I was tired of being a pixel pusher. It wasn't until my career shifted almost 10 years in that I started to see the possibilities of using data-driven design. With conversion rate optimization and then eventually UX, I could measure my design improvements on all the stuff I was producing. I was like, yes, it's all web-based. I can gather traffic analytics and A/B testing, and I've just been that way ever since. I still am very focused on those types of data types, but those are still very, quantitative measurements, but there's only so much like data analytics can really tell you. It's still only like one side of the story or some of the story. So when we think about what quantitative data tells us, it's the what, where, when. It's it's somewhat who and how. You can find out some stuff about, from quantitative data, but it doesn't answer the why. So our roles in organization as UX practitioners and the qualitative information that we gather is really vital to our product systems and services, and the messages that we put forth into the world. But when our bosses and C-suite people are very data-driven, and want to take a project in a certain direction or have different priorities for a product, it's like it can come off very like, all I want is the cold hard facts. How do we show our value as UX researchers? Well, it's tough sometimes depending on where you land. So it's like, how do we really push our organizations to be less data driven and more data informed? And I'm going to talk more about this. So what does data driven versus data informed mean? Data driven is making decisions based on data analysis and interpretation. It's basically facts and complex information versus intuition and gut instinct. And that's true for data informed as well. It's very much true. But there's like a little bit of difference there. So, as UX professionals, we're responsible for providing facts so our organization can make better strategic decisions, measure advantages, and just better serve customers, right? I mean, that's what we're trying to do as UX professionals. But how often do our organizations focus on serving customers, whether that's internally or externally? Like, how many of us can really say our organization is like 100% in? Not a lot of us. That's one of the biggest things you hear in the UX industry is like, oh, if they just understood what I'm doing here and the work I can do and the data I can pull. And that's very, very true. But, yes, organizations can be very, stuck on making rash decisions and prioritizing projects based on arbitrary numbers. And that shouldn't necessarily be the case. It's a struggle, right? So when we come back to like data informed, what does that mean? Being data informed, on the other hand, helps prioritize that human element to our research. It utilizes the qualitative data, and then it like brings it all together with the quantitative data to provide a more holistic view, to drive decisions and our messaging and our product features. So it really has to be a holistic, come full circle type of thing. You shouldn't just be using one set of information and data. You should be looking at all of it as much as possible. And that's where user experience research really comes in and supports the more data-informed view. Now, I know what you're saying. You're saying, well, my manager, my director, my whoever, CEO, whatever, doesn't care. They have no empathy. They don't care. All they care about is the bottom line. And that's very true. We hear that, from big companies and whatnot, that the CEOs don't care. And it's true. I mean, there are people out there that don't have an ounce of empathy or sympathy and can't empathize with anybody. But I was once told that a CEO is still a person, but they just carry more stress and responsibilities. So as cold and heartless as some stakeholders in your organization may come off, or even your clients come off as, somewhere in there is a human being, and they have stresses and they have concerns and things like that they're facing as well. And it's probably above a level that you can't even understand or comprehend, because it's like they don't talk to you about that. They've got their own issues and stuff like that. They're trying to make the bottom line too, so that they don't lose their jobs, right? So human-centered design evolves around the ability to put oneself into another person's shoes and to see a situation from their point of view or feelings. And as practitioners, we must present the facts and a narrative that can hit people at the core. What can we do to help, spark that empathy inside people? So here are my top tips here for trying to build a better relationship with people, how to better communicate with people and really help drive what you're trying to do within an organization. So stakeholder interviews. I mean, really, it's talk to these people, get to know who they are when you can and however you can. It could be in person, it could be over virtual coffee, whatever it is, schedule some time. It could be a formal setting, it could be very informal, depending on what you're trying to, find out from these people. You don't need to be best buddies. I mean, how many people can say that they're best friends with their, their managers? Not many, but get to know them a bit, maybe discuss some goals, their stressors, their processes, their roadblocks, what are they trying to achieve? What are their goals? What are they trying to, not only just for their teams, but themselves as well. And this will help you work with them and get to know them and how to best even provide information to them, discussing well, how would you rather I provide this information? What, do you like this in a deck form? Do you just want me to talk to you about it? Really being open and having that conversation to see how they're willing to receive information from you. And then, it's just kind of getting on a little bit more personal level, as bringing in that human factor. You're not machines. They're not machines. They're actually humans. And when you have these kind of conversations, you can try to find out what matters the most to them. And if there's anything that you can come up in your testing and provide to them, maybe that will help spark that little bit of empathy that you're like, hey, we really need to do this, so just try to be open to having those conversations with people. I know you're not, depending on your organization, you're not going to be able to talk to everybody, but it's worth sitting down and saying, hey, can we have a go get coffee and just talk to them sometimes. Sometimes it's just worth those small conversations. So you hear a lot that stories help in UX, and it's very, very true. If you can tell a story, especially in that story arc that you hear about, it can help. But I think when it comes up to very top level people, getting to the point is the best. You want to talk through your research and analysis and all this work you did, and it's you're really proud of it and all of your findings, but don't keep them waiting. Have an executive summary up front is best. Talk very high level stats and get into the weeds of your research, especially if they want to dig further into it. If they're super analytical, they may want to mull it over. So after you present it, make sure you're sending out the presentation or the information, giving them all the points of references that'll help them make better decisions and hopefully, you know, guide product and services in the right direction. And then be open to discussing alternative ways to provide the best experiences for your customers. You may have said, this is going to solve this problem. This is what we recommend. And, you know, somebody might push back and say, you know what, it's just not doable. You know, we just can't do this right now. Okay, well, we also have this that could probably help get us there. Would you be willing to, you know, make this a priority? That, you know, being able to negotiate a little bit, you know, say, I know it's not going to be your way or the highway, but being open and saying, okay, well, we really need to solve for this problem. So how do you suggest we tackle this? Personas. I know. Do we really use personas? You know, when we develop and use them properly, we can get on the same page with people and our priorities and our messaging. You know, personas can help product and marketing and sales and customer service and the higher ups and get everybody else in line with what you're trying to accomplish. They really help pinpoint who the users are demographically, but also their pain points, their needs, and, you know, what the organization you're working for should be solving for these people. You know, it defines who users are, and in that way, nobody can say, well, anybody and everybody uses our product. Yes, but let's define it a little bit more. Who specifically needs this feature? Who specifically needs to hear this messaging? You know, when our ads go out and stuff like that, who are we targeting? So we can be a little bit more strategic about it and not just putting it out there in the world to everybody, but really serving a certain audience. And then personas can also help bring in a human factor so that everybody can like refer back to it, you know, and say, okay, yeah, these are, you know, based on what real users need. You know, you can't say really any more than that, but like it's based on our users. So how are we really serving these people if we're not focused on, you know, aligning with this messaging and whatnot? You know, put these personas in a centralized place where everybody can find them, everybody can access them, and just make it known, you know, internally. Don't put it out in the world if it's confidential, but internally, just make sure everybody has access and you can refer back to it instantly. You know, and that can help you push back on things and say, you know what, that's not really aligning with what our users need. Let's go back to this and take a look at, you know, persona A or whatever, and see how we can better be serving these people. Maybe there's some cross alignment if you have multiple personas, especially primary personas. And then my last tip is provide proof. And I know it's like, yeah, duh. Can't say this enough though. You want empathy. You get it by hitting stakeholders at the core. You may not be able to test tons of people and have some kind of significant quantitative outputs that you can, you know, put large numbers to, and that's understandable. A lot of data analytics people will say, well, the quantitative or qualitative data is just, you know, it's just, it doesn't mean anything. You know, here's the data that we have, and it's like, yeah, well, you know, we tested with people, and this is real. We're really finding an issue. I think we should be using both sources of data to, you know, put the, you know, bring the story together, but also, you know, drive improvement. We can only do so much with that quantitative data. So let's, you know, share out your videos, your audio recordings as often as you can. You know, make sure people have access to these things and it's not hidden somewhere in some kind of folder. You know, put it in SharePoint or wherever system that you have, and make sure it's accessible to everybody in your organization. You know, especially anything that has to deal with you know, videos and showing people who are uncomfortable using your product or just don't get it. It's going to make people uncomfortable, and that's okay. You want that because you want people to feel empathetic. You want people to have sympathy, number one, but number two, you really want them to have empathy for the people who are using their product and the struggles that they're facing. This is especially true with assistive technology. If you're watching people using assistive technology repeatedly fail, you know, your test because they can't get through it, showing this, you know, helps tell people it's like, hey, it's not enough to be, you hitting compliance standards. We tested with people, it's not working, and this is how we need to improve it. So if you can really show those videos and those recordings of people saying things and where they're struggling, it brings that level of human factor back into the data you're trying to provide. Another one is heat mapping or scroll mapping. It's a visual representation. It's a visual tool to share how users are interacting with your product and the ways, it's a great way to like cross-reference with your actual analytic data that you have. You can say, oh, we're seeing a lot of people clicking here, but then you could tie it back to what your other data says. And then, but, oh wait, this heat map's not really, they're not really clicking on the areas or the call to actions we want them to. How can we improve that? So, if you can visually show people things I've experienced people are like, wow, okay, this is awesome. This is great to see. So if you can't do a lot of the, testing sessions and interviews and things like that with people, try to do some kind of other visual format like a heat map to show how people are interacting with the page or product or whatever it may be. Another thing to show is broken journey maps and funnels. Those behavior flows that people drop off at. Nobody likes seeing that all of their traffic came in and 85% of people dropped off. Nobody likes seeing that. It's like, hey, maybe our messaging isn't aligning. Maybe there's something else we need to look at or fix this page because something is obviously broken. So showing that there's a need and an urgency with something, especially a funnel that people are dropping off at, is very, very effective with telling the story. And then mapping out also your journey maps and things like that, your site flows and whatnot, showing where people are getting hung up and caught up and dropping off and getting frustrated. Even if it's just a visual standpoint to help support some of that other data that you have, it really can pair and tell that story a little bit more. So to wrap up, metrics and just quantitative data isn't enough, and I think we know that, but it can't answer some of the most critical questions that we have. I hope you can take these strategies and communicate the value of your qualitative insights to your stakeholders. And it's not enough to complain, and it's not enough to just to care and want to do good for the company, but it's also how you can effectively communicate your findings and show your value. And then by doing so, you can appeal to the emotions of your colleagues and your clients and whomever. We can help them see users, whether it's internal or externally, as real people, not just numbers. We can help them understand the problems that we're solving for and the impact we're trying to make. And we can help them become more data-driven or less data-driven and more data-informed. But, also accept that change won't happen overnight, and that guiding an organization towards being more data-informed is the process in itself. So just remember that. Thank you for your time today. And if you have any questions, please reach out anytime. I'm pretty active on LinkedIn, and I love chatting anything UX. So thanks so much.
Alrighty, looks like my laptop getting pretty warm throughout the course of our presentations. Yeah, so it took it a couple extra seconds to pull up the interface again. So I'll make sure to spin up my cooler. I hope it lets me, and it won't be super loud for you. And yeah, so let's let's get started with our Q&A block. So we are we are starting our Q&A block with our speakers from this previous presentation. We have Shannon with us. Hi, Shannon. We
Hello.
also have Sneha with us. Hi, Sneha. How are you doing? And I hope, hi again, and I hope we will have our first speaker. We will have Kareem with us, but I think we can start. I hope he will join us also. Okay, so we talked about various different things. So we talked about generative tools. We talked about. Can you hear me well? By the way,
Yes.
It just looks to me like I'm lagging. You can hear me well. Awesome. So we talked about generative AI tools. We talked about with some UX like data-driven UX researchers, how we can implement them in the process of our work, and how we actually better communicate it to our teams, to our management. And we have some interesting questions from the community. And let me start with this one. Let's start with this one. I believe this one is for you, Sneha, because it's about the chatbot. I think it is important that the chatbot is accessible to everyone. How is it possible to adapt it to as many, if not all, users as possible? Thank you.
That's a good question. Definitely, accessibility is one of the key features that you want to consider while designing a chatbot. So there are AA standards, and you would definitely want to look at accessibility standards. You would start with colors, you would look at fonts. You want to make it as accessible as possible. What I already see in the market, there are trends that banks and a lot of publicly accessible websites on their information section are already making it accessible. And this is a very good step towards accessibility. I think there is a good starting point for everyone to take examples from. How possible is it? It is already being made possible as we speak. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. And Shannon, maybe you have opinion about how to make things like chatbots more accessible, like tools that serve really wide, I would say, really wide audience.
Yeah.
What would be your?
So, obviously, my big thing is if you can test with any kind of assistive technology, and with actual users who use it daily, not just internally. I know we have like QA teams that'll be focused on making sure that it's compliant and whatnot. But if you can actually test, how the functionality works with it, how it pops up, and how it interacts with assistive technology, screen readers, etc. I think that's the best way to make sure that it is compliant and it is usable. Not just compliant, but usable. I think that's the best thing, is making sure it's usable for everybody, and it's not an annoyance. It's not something that's popping up constantly and bugging people and getting in the way of their technology and whatnot. I think that's true for people who aren't using assistive technology too. It's like, how often we have to make sure there are things in place that we're not just triggering these things and putting it in people's faces all the time when they're trying to use your interfaces. So but yeah, I think ultimately it comes down to, if you can test with people who are using this technology every single day, and different forms of technology, not just screen readers, but beyond that. So
Thank you very much. Thank you for your answer. And let's take another one. So this one is for you, Shannon. What type of data gathering tools could you recommend to gather the user data? I am a Hotjar fan, and before used Clarity. What are limitations of such tools, if there are any? Thanks.
Yeah, so I think with like tools like heat mapping, for example, with Clarity or Hotjar, I mean, I've used Crazy Egg, I've used Lucky Orange. I think I've used pretty much every one of those major popular heat mapping software. And some of them record video, and some of them allow for A/B testing, which is great too. I think the limitations with those is you're still not actually talking to people; you're just seeing how they're interacting with the platform. It's if you can't actually talk with people and test with real users, whether it's through some kind of moderated or unmoderated testing platform, or even in person. I get it, because sometimes our budgets are limited, or we just don't have the capabilities or the time to do that type of thing. But heat mapping is still, I still say that heat mapping is a little bit more that quantitative data versus the qualitative. So that's where it's limited, I guess you could say. If you can, even if you can test with just a handful of people, it always helps to pair with what you're seeing in your analytic data.
Okay, thank you very much. So we have some questions, and we'll keep them. Yeah, we have Karim with us. Hey, how are you? Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. I'm here.
Yeah, thank you for joining us, because we have some questions for you for your presentation. So we already asked, we already answered some questions in regards to the data gathering and data-driven.
So yeah, might have a wrong invite. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So yeah, I guess it's on our end. Please pardon. Yeah, probably someone misclicked the thing.
No worries, no
the invite.
worries.
Okay,
Yeah.
so here's one. I have difficulties finding new profitable, high-paying clients after pandemic due to new designers joining the work from home trend. Clients don't always know how to recognize good professionals, designers, and good professional designers, and newly trend up experience. Trend on experienced ones. How do you propose your value to new prospects, clients, and how you justify the price? We know that this is not a good portfolio related answer, by the way.
Yeah. Okay. So I suppose that's a question for me, but there's two questions, right? Which should I answer?
It's a one long one. It's
okay.
just a one question.
I see.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So I wouldn't say that like finding clients is hard at the moment. Maybe it's you have this preconceived notion that it's happening because it's the end of the year. Usually by the end of the year, November, December, it slows down because clients don't want to do like big transformation, new product, new websites, new stuff like that. But from January, it starts to ramp up. In regards to how to justify the price of your project, it basically comes down to how much value you provide and how good questions do you ask during your discovery call. Okay, so if you discover that basically their website is costing them, I don't know, $50,000 a month on unrealized sales because of their traffic and their conversion rate and bounce rate and stuff like that, you can then ask good questions about how basically he would need help, the client. And basically the client will persuade himself like why you are his right choice. Another thing that really helped me, if I may add, is that I switched from being a freelancer, like working on a per project basis, to basically charging a fixed month fee. Right now I'm running Revolution Design, where we charge $5,000 a month. And it's kind of like productized service. So basically client comes, subscribes, and gets access to a Trello board. And basically he has these tasks. He can input his tasks there, put some task in the active request, and then, put them in done. So that's one way I kind of combated it. But when it comes down to price, it always comes down to discovery session and the sales questions you ask. So yeah.
That's interesting. I can actually contribute to that as well. In my previous role, I was the product manager for a skill-based employment software. So this is all about the skills that you offer, and we coach the users during usability testing and all these different sessions that we work with either our stakeholders who are representative of users or users. So they are really job seekers and freelancers, such as the person asking this question. We actually coach them to look at the skills that are in demand and price them higher. Well, not really price them, you would look at it in a freelancing situation, but really give more focus to the skills that are in demand. So when you look at yourself as a freelancer, look at the skills that are in demand as well as map it to the job that is asking for it. And that way you at least stand a chance. Even though it's a competitive market, it could be that they're looking for the value, and it's the value that you can pitch to them. And I agree with Karim. This is about the discovery call, right? It's finding the gap, that gap analysis between your CV and between the job that's being asked. So that's what makes the difference, and that's where you can actually stand out and shine.
Another thing that I could
Very
maybe add,
interesting.
if I may, is that you are probably not presenting your offer to like a lot of people, because you might have presented your offer to like 2-3 people maybe. They said no, so you are thinking that your design service is priced too high. But we send literally like 300 cold emails every day, and we present our offer to everyone. We have like a risk-free trial. We completely reverse the risk. We have a money-back guarantee, including these types of stuff that kind of reverses the risks and basically talks about the client's dreams, not selling the flowers, but the fireball will help you sell more. So yeah.
Very interesting. Shannon, maybe you want to add something to contribute to this discussion.
Sure. I think when you're like trying to sell yourself too, I think it kind of goes back to what I was saying and I said in my presentation, which is like telling that story, obviously get to the point, but also like, how can you sell yourself? Well, you can always sell yourself in a matter of like, especially if you're trying to do like traditional like UX research or design work and that and the framework of that, but like, saying like, showing, I know it's like, we're not talking about portfolio, but really discussing about how you've made improvements to clientele and stuff like that in the past. And if you don't have much experience, try to do what you can to, drum up some kind of metrics around some redesigns or something that you might have done, like, in your free time and stuff like that, test with some friends and family, if you can, but just see like, okay, this was with the before and this, I'm really, passionate about this, but also I've helped level up clients, to receive more conversion rates, more customer leads, et cetera. However you need to pitch it to that specific client, make sure you're telling the story that fits their needs, but also, sell yourself on the skills that you can produce if given the right amount of budget and time.
So basically, we came to this like short conclusion. Basically, every time you present yourself, every time you are, so basically you're selling your services as well. So basically, if your service would help your client to sell better or to acquire cheaper leads or more quality leads, or just to develop their business, to develop their product. Our task is to, when we sell ourselves as professionals, to identify like the key point of interest. What's the point of interest of your client? Just analyze them, try to prepare and be like at full ammo. Yeah, just try to understand what they need. Maybe they don't need cheaper rates. They just need someone who delivers. They need someone who's doing stuff in timely manner. They need someone who can actually have some unique designs, and this is what we'll be discussing during our panel discussion. Like when the IP comes into play, the intellectual property, that it's like the design is original, it's just not the copy paste from somewhere else. So yeah, just work on your like the unique proposition that you have. Yeah, so that's my 5 cents.
If I may add another thing, 2 really books that helped me really understand this. First one is Building a Story Brand, which talks about how client needs to experience a transformation when working with you. Read this. I can't remember the author's name. And the second one is called Spin Selling. That's going to teach you more about how to sell and how to ask these discovery questions. They are both on Amazon. They are both very popular, probably best-selling ones. So just, search them up, Building a Story Brand and Spin Selling. So yeah, if you want a deep dive.
Yeah, absolutely. And very interesting recommendations. Shannon, maybe you can recommend some.
No, I was just going to echo. Story Brand is great.
Sneha, maybe your favorite
My
book?
favorite always is Inspired. Inspired talks about product management, but you can always apply it to your life. You talk about what is the value you're bringing in and talk about bridging a gap, meeting the problem statement. And that's what inspired me as well. Products or life.
Awesome. Okay, we have our next question. This one is for Shannon. In a small company, how you can how can you have this chit chat with stakeholder if you are not really able to talk to them, and how do you show the importance of data informed decisions to CEO? Maybe you have some, I don't know, tips for that.
Yeah, so I know sometimes it can be hard, especially remote employees. If you're remote or whatever it may be, you're not maybe in the office with people to talk. Virtual coffee is great. You can just do a virtual chit chat if you can schedule some time, even if it's like 15 minutes here and there. I say it's about building relationships. We, as UX professionals, we talk about how we're so focused on learning about our users and providing what our users want, but like our stakeholders are also our internal users. They're the people who care about their bottom line too. So, we should be learning about how to work with people, but also just communicating with people in general, their communication style, how they prefer to be messaged, or are they an email person? Are they a Slack person, or Teams or Zoom calls, or whatever their preference is? Kind of get on the same page there. But then also, just learning about what makes them tick and what you think is going to, help push your insights for them to see the value of it. It is hard. It's hard to talk to people. Especially if you're in a big organization, you're never going to get to the CEO. Like you feel like they're all the way, they're all the way up there. How do I talk to these people? And maybe it's not direct communication with those people, but it's definitely talking to the people who talk to those people who talk to those people, and just making sure that your message is clear and how you're presenting the information. Like I said, try to tug at some heartstrings. Show some things that are maybe uncomfortable for people to see, or if people are struggling with your product. I think that's the biggest thing that you can show. You don't want it to become a game of telephone. I think it's one of those things where if you can talk to whoever you can, especially higher up decision makers, and you say, okay, I've shown you this, really being that person to say, I would love to be able to show other people in the organization, can you get me connected to so-and-so? I would really help to drive, change in the right direction, especially if they're on board with what you're saying. So, I think it's I'm not saying it like climb the corporate ladder, but just literally, climb the ladder in communication, talk with people as much as possible. Like I said in my presentation, CEOs are people too. Sometimes we forget that they're people too. They just have bigger responsibilities and stressors and stuff like that. So, so if we can, we just need to talk to people like they're human. Just remember that. I know it's not easy to communicate within organizations, a lot of the times, and people are either standoffish or whatever. It's just really trying to like build that bond and sit down and level with people. If you're having like communication issues or just working issues with people, I think it's worth trying to sit down and say, hey, I'm sorry we got on the wrong foot. I'd like to work together. Like I really do. I care about this product. I care about this company. I care about you as a person. Let's talk things out and figure out where our issues are, and let's work together to make better products and services. So it's just working your way up and just building those relationships.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Maybe Sneha, you want to add something, because I think you also have pretty big corporate experience here in regards of actually delivering the message clearly across the team, because you've been an architect, a PM, and so.
Yeah, I've done quite a few things. So yes, I've worked in both small companies and large companies. CEOs and stakeholders, they're all just different personas eventually, right? If you have to approach someone, make an agenda. If you have content, nobody is going to dismiss you right away. But if you want to chit chat to them and start with how was the coffee and how was your child, and talk about it for 5 minutes, it's probably not going to land any message. It will dilute your message. But if you actually talk to them with, did you enjoy your coffee? And boom, I want to talk to you about, come up with a plan. Chit chats are also with plans. We're not here you don't go to office to attend a birthday party, right? So make an agenda and talk to them. Nobody's going to dismiss you, whether it's a CEO or a stakeholder. CEO probably a stronger agenda, more preparation, but it's unlikely that anybody gets dismissed when they come up with a strong point. And about data as well, right? Every form of information is a data point. You don't necessarily have to have a Hotjar data or Google Analytics dump. You can say, I spoke to this person, which translates to, and then use keywords like which translates to a persona, for example, which translates to a data point. And that's much harder for them to then dismiss you, and you have your standing ground. Make your points then.
Awesome. Karim, maybe any tips from you also?
Yeah, I just worked
As a
in a
communicator.
full-time job. Yeah. For like few months in this Y Combinator company. And I think there was mentioned the small company, like when you are in small company, how do you talk to your stakeholder if you can get hold of the CEO? I think it depends what you want to solve, first of all. And then basically asking your manager. I always ask my manager. She was always available on a Slack, like, I have this problem, and how we can solve this. If someone made me feel uneasy or like I some conflict with someone, I spoke directly to him. So I said, when you said this, I feel like this. And we had like coffee, virtual chat. It was a remote work. So yeah, I think you can solve anything if you want.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. So let's check the next question that we have. Let's check this one. What do you think about design sprints as a method to convince stakeholders about importance of UX and data-driven decisions? This one seems to be for Shannon, but I think Sneha and Karim, you can also add something about this.
Yeah, so sprints. I talk about a lot with other people, especially when they're trying to communicate with like developers and stuff like that. Make sure you're trying to get in with their sprints and their timelines and their frameworks and stuff like that. I think that's if you can work in those capacities, great. Sometimes it's hard to do research in those capacities. They want 2-week turnarounds or 3-4 week turnarounds or whatever it may be. You said it's a convince the stakeholders of the importance. if you can do anything front loaded, if possible, if it's like a sprint zero type of thing, like you can do some of the heavy lifting or this, the heavy, answer some of those questions up front. I think that's the best way you can really communicate some of that importance. Like before we dive into a new feature, let's look at some of like what people are asking for, what the research says type of thing. I think it's that can help drive that communication and make sure that like when they're setting up their sprints, then they're divvying out tickets and stuff like that. I think it's it's easier to really communicate and have that up front. I always say, like, if you have product owners or project managers, or even, lead developers and stuff like that, sit down and have a conversation with them. I know nobody wants another meeting. Nobody wants meetings, but, having those open conversations and don't present it as, well, my findings are true. Just be very open to hearing their feedback, where they're headed with this project or feature or whatever it may be, and just be open to hear what they have to say, as well as supporting those things if you can, if you find out that there's data that supports that, but also be willing to, don't be a pushover, present your findings and make sure that they're aware that there are other, priorities or other things that could be, prioritized in a sprint. So, yeah, it's complicated. It's every company operates differently. So it's like, I can't say like a one-all solution, but just try to work with your company's framework and methodologies, and, and do your best just to communicate and be open. And like I said, don't be standoffish too much, but, enough to where you can be like, well, this is really a priority. This is the issue. When can we get this in the next sprint? Or when, where can we, you've got this in this sprint, this time frame. What about the next one? What can we do to get it in here? And work with them. Just talk it through. My whole talk's about talk. Just talk to people.
Okay, maybe Sneha, maybe you have something to add.
Yeah, we started design sprints at Conviva as well. And some things that I've noticed is every company does their design sprints very, very differently. There is no one definition that actually fits a design sprint, but at the heart of it all, there is the single goal, right? You start a sprint with a goal, whether it's 1 week long or 2 weeks long. At the moment, we are ourselves experimenting between 2-week or 1-week sprints. What it boils down to is the designers have to be sure of what is going to be the scope. If you decide to break down the goal and break down your deliverable, then you can start making smaller sprint or maybe keep a larger sprint. It depends on what works. I can't say I know the correct answer to what works, because we are still in some kind of a transition, and this is all about learning as well. So as for convincing the importance of UX, what we have been doing that's actually working out for us is the UX research that goes in and the benchmarking research that goes in. We are showing it to our stakeholders, like the product owner or the project manager, and then they know we're not working under the rock. We're not living in the jungle. There's a little bit more credibility of designers, and designers feel more in charge. So that could be one way. Convincing them about being data driven, again, I would say use these research items as your data points. So that's what we are using. This is working for us. I can't really say what is 1 week or a 2-week design sprint. Test it out and try it.
Yeah, and I think everybody saw this this funny meme when you have like sprints and you have this meme. It says mass like in little, like it's like mass, and when you have waterfall, you have like basically a clean sheet of paper, and then you have mass like that. So basically, yeah, it's always a matter of communicating. Karim, anything, or we can go to the next question that we have.
Yes, Neha and Sean, they know more about this than I. Maybe I would add that I think it's like something like sales, because you are trying to sell something to the stakeholder, and just, getting their objectives, getting what they want to achieve, and basically tying that to that outcome could be helpful. So if you know that you are working with director of, I don't know, product, and he's developing this feature, or they are doing something new, you can tell them from your experience that I have seen in the past that this has worked, and it could work here. But yeah, the question was more about design sprints, and as I said, that's more of the ladies' part. So yeah.
Okay, let's check out our next question. What are some digital marketing tools that you would recommend for analytics? Maybe you have your favorites, and we can start with, I believe, with Shannon again.
I think it's favorite versus what your organization utilizes, right? Whatever your systems are utilizing to. Personally, I've been a Google Analytics geek forever. GA4 changed some things, and some for the better, some not for the better, in my opinion. But that's what it is when you have software development and they're trying to make some positive changes, especially for privacy and whatnot. So that would be from like the analytics standpoint. A lot of organizations use Marketo or Tableau or sometimes even some of the CRMs and things like that you have in your systems have their own data analytics platform. So Salesforce or maybe even HubSpot has data analytics as well. It's really, if you can get it all in one place and you can measure everything, great. But usually it ends up being dispersed across different platforms. If you have like a social media management tool and you're trying to manage how all your analytics are doing and performing online, and trying to tie that back to website analytics and stuff, it's there's a lot of cross references there. So as far as other measurement tools, I like using heat mapping. Like I said, I use it every day. I've used probably every major platform out there between Microsoft Clarity and for more like a free standpoint, and then Hotjar, Crazy Egg, Lucky Orange, Smart Look is where I'm at right now. So those are great for measuring analytics as well as the heat map. So and then A/B testing platforms is another thing. I was utilizing Optimize 360 through Google for a while, but they sunset now. But I've used VWO, Optimizely, and other platforms like that for A/B testing as well. So those are all great, marketing tools and digital tools for what I'm kind of focused on doing. So,
Anything to add? Anyone else? Or we have specific
Google
questions?
Analytics again. I haven't really used anything other than Google Analytics.
So
But
just a
VWO
quick,
is very good as well. Visual Web Analyzer. It's good in pricing. It's good to get started, and a smaller learning curve. Yeah.
Okay, we have some couple short splits questions. So this one is for Kareem. How do you address burnout when facing challenges in attracting new clients?
Oh, that's a very good question, and it's something that I've been struggling with for a very long time because I literally sometimes work very long hours. But I think it ties back to your why, to your goal, or to your vision. You have to always remember why you are doing something that you're doing. Something that really helps me is that I have my vision board, basically, where I have everything written out about my life and stuff. It sounds kind of like cheesy or something, but I always do it. It probably is the number one thing that helps me about burnout. Also, taking break, like taking a break from something helps so much. Like it gives you so much clarity. Even if it's like if you have a client and basically you are late on something, just tell them that, oh, like, we are sorry, this and this happened, that is why this is delayed, and just like take a break from it, refund some of the money if you need. Just like protect your mental health as much as possible, because I think that's one of the most important, if not the most important thing that you have as a designer. So yeah.
Okay. So, and then we have the last one. This one is from one of our the aspiring designers. So this one, just a couple of sentences from each one of you. Karim, since you are already up, I don't want to switch from you. So just a quick tip.
About internships.
Yes, any advices?
Bro, I'm probably not the best person to ask about this because I never worked as an intern. I never intended to work as an intern. However, if you are looking to, be a freelancer and do in your own way, I wouldn't say that internship would be the best way. I would say that, take some courses, learn design, create some mock projects, and, from these mock projects, show them in your portfolio, and then just start applying or start sending some cold outreaches. This way you can build out your experience. So yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Shannon, maybe you can give us a quick piece of advice for that.
Sure. I was gonna say, be ready to work as an intern. They're looking. Companies are looking for specific outputs from you to really help support and kind of pick up some of the slack a lot of the times of like what we can't accomplish. So be ready to work. Express how much you really want to do well, and be present. Be there. Show up when you say you're going to. If you get the internship itself, but also just expressing how much you want to work and contribute. Not just the excitement, but also perform. It'll help, that'll help tailspin you into a career too. If you have a good review or a good performance as an intern, they may hire you, or they may give you a really good reference when you're ready to move out into the world and do something. So just, like I said, express how excited you are and how dedicated you are going to be, but then also, perform well when you are in those positions. So.
Awesome. Sneha, maybe you can add something?
Nothing more to add. I think Shannon really said it well. You have to be prepared to work if you want to get an internship. It's not a full-time job, so there is literally no time to slack off. You have to be proving all the time.
Awesome. Thank you very much, all three of you, for joining us for this block of presentations. Thank you for your time that you also committed to us for this Q&A session. And thank you once again for contributing to this community and to helping the new aspiring designers and those who already are UI UX designers, those who are seasoned designers, and maybe they have some advanced questions, like both of you, Sneha and Shannon, and you, Karim, talked about like data-driven design and things like that, and metrics and all the important stuff. And I hope we will see you next year during our next summit. And now we're gonna have a quick break, and then we will have our panel discussion with our next set of speakers. So thank you very much. It was a pleasure seeing you again, and some of you meeting you for the first time. And we will be back in 5 minutes. See you soon.
Thanks, Paul.
See you guys. Bye-bye. Have a lovely day, all of you.
Thank you, Karim.
What's up, Paul? How are you?
I should have invited you. We should have had some kind of
let's do it in proper way. Yeah.
Yeah, a moment. So
no, I'm just kidding. Sorry about that.
Nice to have
Yeah,
you back.
sorry about that.
Nice to have.
Yeah, how was your second block? What was so interesting there?
It was really
six figures. I was listening for that 6 figures guy. That was real awesome. No, I'm not ready to work. Sorry, I'm staying in my position. Sorry.
I guess you're not resigning today. We gotta do some sort of Web3 or like crypto bro stuff. Then maybe you'll consider. So I guess so but for now it was awesome. It was awesome like chatting with all the amazing people and some of our speakers, namely Sneha and Shannon, they're staying with us for this panel discussion, and I was like see you next year. And then I'm like, okay, I'm reading like from the
agenda,
special,
right?
I see some familiar names, and I'm like,
the next year came way faster than you thought. But let's get them here. I really want to see everybody, and I want to talk about all these AI revolutions and everything that happens under this sky. Let's go.
Shannon, nice to have you back. We also have Sneha with us, and also we have our 2 other panelists. We have Daniel Fraga with us from Accenture Song, and also we have Sayash Joshua with us. How are you doing from Creative Technologists?
Hey guys, excited to be here.
Excited to have every one of
Hello.
you. Yeah, Daniel, how are you doing today? How is your day?
Yeah, it's going good. It's cold, but not too rainy day here in Copenhagen.
It's cold and rainy and even frosty on the ground in Kiev, Ukraine. So how is rest of you doing?
It's not raining in Amsterdam, so I can't complain at all. It's a bit cold.
Shannon.
It's cold and rainy here. So and I'm in Cleveland, Ohio in the USA. So
yeah, definitely not Florida. Definitely. I can see that.
I've got blankets.
Yeah, so
sorry guys, I don't have any rain, and I had sunshiny day here in Nice. Sorry about that. I'm sorry, really.
Okay, but I guess you will use your good mood and good weather for the good today with our questions. So I have a list of questions that we basically sourced from the community, and also we came up with some of those questions ourselves. Please don't beat me if you don't like the questions, but some of them we think some of them, and some of those are from Ed, and I guess we can start Ed if you want to start the discussion, if you want to lead a little bit.
I just want to give some context here. AI, large models, OpenAI, Sam Altman was fired or then back or not, and Midjourney creates some crazy images we use on our website, and Stable Diffusion creates people you can never differentiate from the humans, and you can never guess this is a fake or avatar and whatsoever. So our visual world is getting changed so fast, right? And you and product designers as me would definitely have to stay on an edge, right? So that's the reason why we are all here. We'll try to understand how the process, the flow, the workload or work routine will change when this large model or AI tools will like grow more and more and get more and more working hours on their side. So how will we like what's coming up? I mean, so that's the context of this panel discussion, and yeah, Paul, let's go with the first question, probably.
Yeah, here's the first question. Basically, what Ed just said, and it's pretty similar, but in a fancier words. So, looking ahead, what are your predictions for the evolution of AI in UI UX design, and how should designers prepare to adapt to this future changes? And we will have our fancy layout again, because I guess now I remember how to use it. Yeah, so now we can, if you want to start, maybe Daniel, if you want to start with this question.
Yeah, sure. I would say that in my experience, the way that AI has impacted our work the most is that we've spent a lot of time figuring out how to use it, figuring out the new methodologies, continually looking into our process and seeing where it fits. Now, I work directly with LLMs because I do conversational design, which is basically UX for conversation. And I think what AI shows the most to us is that language is the interface. So when we craft, in the past, for example, when we were designing chatbots, we would actually have to go in and write all the copy, design the flow charts, make sure that it's aligned with, with the research that we've done and that it's aligned with the client's needs. But now we're going from creating that content more to a curation of content. So we tell the LLM a series of instructions on how it should respond to a user, what's the personality that it should use, how it should respond to particular needs of the use case, depending on what your client actually wants. So to wrap up, I mean, I think my direct answer to that is we don't know the answer to it, but we sure know what we have to do to get to it, and that is to just continually go back into our methods and investigate, because the last word has not been said about AI in design, and we're still very much discovering it and figuring it out as we go.
Okay, thank you for your input. Anyone else, please let me know if you want to add something.
Maybe I can take a stab at it. So there are different ways that you can actually use AI in UX design, right? Generative AI is one of the way, and what I see within the UX field and within UX tools providers is they're trying to use more AI in generating the design itself. So this looks like a pretty positive prediction from where I stand, because I can see a whole team of designers that can input user stories from Jira directly, give a context, input a Figma design, for example. You can give it components and have your wireframes designed. This is pretty powerful. And if that's a trend that we want to piggyback on, you can look at a trend in 2024. We are not more than a couple of months away that more and more people are going into curation phase. They're not no more into the creation phase, and they are going to become uh, editors and take the editorial role. And in all ways, this looks positive because you're allowing more time for creativity. So you can actually use human brain for something more human, like talking to stakeholders and actually using some of their subjective thoughts. So there is a good balance that I foresee as coming up. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some things that I absolutely liked was the Builder IO and a couple of others that I tested out. That seems like pretty good use of Gen AI within existing tools, right?
So I guess now we can
Cool.
ask the actual creative technologist for an input on creativity and AI in UI UX.
Sure. So, my job revolves a lot around prototyping and engineering than design. But the tools are affecting everybody. The tools, they are Figma plugins, and they're building a paid tool now, which can export code, out of your Figma mocks. So the AI is playing a big role. And I recently saw another tool by Figma, another company, where you just sketch it and it takes your sketch to a fully formed UI design, and then next step is generate the code. So the trend I've seen, like, that web design has kind of like become, earlier it used to be very complicated and chaotic. Now with component based design, and both in terms of designing the component and also in terms of coding, we have these UI libraries now where you can just plug in the components and you can skin them. But that's pretty much it. So the creativity, I feel like, needs to come from thinking deeper, like how can we use NLP or computer vision to add value to the users, versus just making the layout better or the interaction. A lot of that is now looks like has been standardized with the design guidelines and component libraries. So how can we use, like, I look at, like, like somebody was saying, natural interface. So for example, let's say if you want to order food or something, you have to go to your, pick which app you want to use, then you have to type in, then you have to select which restaurant menu. A lot of steps, right? Voice has always been like, okay, maybe we can just speak it, but that has its challenge. But now with AI, which is intelligent, unlike previous version like Siri, Google, which couldn't understand completely, how can we use that to make the user's life easier? Perhaps the application would have a voice, like a input and a visual input, both multimodal. That would eliminate a lot of the clicks and process and friction. So the creativity come from what would be, in summary, I would say, like the UI component that would have AI in them, intelligent user interface components. So yeah.
Did I misclick something? I guess. Shannon, maybe you want to add something.
Yes and no, I guess. Everybody, great points. I think, like, how we prepare ourselves for the changes coming. I think I have a very, like, love-hate relationship with AI still. Like, I'm moving more towards the love, and I understand the need for tools and systems and stuff like that. I know you hear a lot about people like say, I'm afraid of losing my job because now Figma can just produce this design, and I'm a visual designer before, and now I don't really have a job because it just does it for me or whatever. And I'm like, yeah, there's positives and negatives in that. Absolutely. I think as we prepare, and especially if we're building these tools, or helping contribute build these tools, I think there's like a few ways to look at it. We could be building tools to help us automate and do things faster, better, especially when it comes to data processing and figuring out, like, we've got 20 usability tests and we need to turn around this data in like 3 hours. It's like that's not going to happen. But if we have like some kind of AI system that's helping us synthesize this information quicker, we can definitely produce these results much faster for our development teams and stuff like that. And I think about some of the writing tools and things like that help really assist people generate content, but also just help people write better and make sure that there's certain tones and stuff like that we're writing with. So I think there's opportunity to be very open to AI, and accepting of what's to come, because there's still much more to come. I think the only way we're really going to improve this and make sure that there's a human factor, is that we're still communicating with real people about their needs and things like that. We need to input this information into the system so that they learn and they generate better results for us. So
thank you.
All right, cool, yeah.
I just like as usual during panels, and I'm on Do Not Disturb, and I'm like, someone's switching the layout, and then I'm like, oh, okay, please.
Yeah, it was me. All right. Thanks for your answers, and let me be more painful and specific now about these trends, but not that much as next question. It's a little. Yeah, how will large models change UI UX of apps we're using every day? I mean, what apps did we use today? I mean, okay, my banking, right? Also, I was buying tickets. Also, I ordered my food. What else? And taxi. That's what I did today, right? And it was all from my smartphone, right? So, how will all this? I mean, will all these applications change their design close to ChatGPT or something? I mean, because I will not be willing anymore scrolling where is my sushi I love, right? Because I'll have to just push my button and saying my sushi is always, and I want them at 2:00, and that's it actually. If I understand the trend correctly. So that's a question. You're probably guessing the context, right? Because user interactions and behavior is going to change definitely. How it will impact the UI UX.
I can share. Yeah, so I agree that the chat-based dialogue component, I think it is pretty useful for a lot of things, especially like search. And when you don't have any other distractions around, for example, like Google search, you have a lot of links. You still, so you search something, get links. Within the links, there are some ads, and then you have to click and see which one is the right one. So and then you finally find the website and the information you're looking for. ChatGPT, shortcut, all of that, it just gave you that information. So that is great value add for the user. But do you always want to type and read long text? And now granted, they're making it multimodal, so you can attach a picture and it can explain that, or it will be able to draw things for you, output both. But still, I feel not every website, there's already a search bar, which is pretty useful, but we still want menus, pickers, lists, because it's a faster, better way to find the information and navigate or take an action. So I think it will these are like AI. I could see them as component. They will mix with your standard UI components, and perhaps there'll be option for users. How they want to get some information that would be like what they call personalized user experience, and it'll adapt to different users. So that's kind of like what I see. But there's a lot I would love to hear from Daniel, like, because conversational interface is working on. What are the trends he's seeing?
So now question turns into, will it be like total changes in UI UX or just widgets for interactive interactions, right? All right, Daniel, what do you think?
Yeah. So Jacob Nielsen, right? From the Nielsen Norman Group, who's a legend in UX UI, right? He has this really cool article on his website, and there he speaks about the transition that we're going through. Because in terms of human-machine interaction, the first paradigm was you punch cards on paper, and somehow the computer understands that. We've passed that, and then somebody invented the graphical user interface, which is the second paradigm, which is the paradigm we live in now, where you scroll and you click buttons and you drop down menus. So basically, you have to instruct the machine to do what you want. And what he says is with conversational AI is that we're moving to another paradigm, which is what he calls the intent-based outcome specification, where instead of telling the machine how to do something, by scrolling, by clicking, whatever, you tell the machine directly what you want. So this is very interesting because, first of all, it puts the person in a position where they don't do the thing, they have to say the thing they want. Make me an image of a guy in a planet like Mars, or find me the top 10 best UX UI global summits. So you ask for it to give you some, it's intent based. I think that begs the question though, which is, if users knew what they wanted, it would be very easy, but users don't know what they want, and we don't know what they want either. So I think we still have a lot of work to do to try to understand, okay, what is the actual intent of the user here? And I think that's where we have to lean into our human side and to the methodologies in the craft to get to know the people. Now, this leads me to the second part of the question, right? We have qual and quant information when it comes to understanding what a user. And I think AI helps with that as well. It not only transforms the interaction itself, but how we learn about users, the research part. I think that changes a lot because imagine that GPT currently has the memory of a goldfish. You have a conversation with it today, but tomorrow you open a new chat and it doesn't know who you are. It doesn't remember anything about you. But we're now coming to the situation where quant research has gained a new affordance. It has become capable of really knowing users, maybe even better than the user knows themselves. So I think that's the second thing that changes, which is for us designers to show up and to ask ourselves, how might I do research better with AI, and how will that help me serve better interfaces to my users in this new paradigm? So it changes research and it changes interaction. And then it could lead to things like fluid interfaces, right? We have the same app, but you see a different thing than I do. It talks to you differently than it does to me because it knows exactly who we are, for example.
That's great concept, yeah, and completes a little my picture of what's coming up with the UI UX. Thank you very much. Who's next?
Shannon.
And so women are always like this, right? We're always taking the back seat for whatever reason it is. Yeah. So some of the things I actually found very interesting in the previous speakers and what Daniel was saying is the conversational capability. It's also what we're building at the moment, and maybe I feel a little more confident talking about this capability. With the daily usage apps, there is the intent-driven design, right? And that's what we do with AI or not AI. So there are only some of them that would really benefit from conversational, for example, the search abilities. So those are going to benefit from the conversational capability. If you're looking at your banking app, you want to explore the conversational capability and not have to search and go around different recommended articles. But there are some others like your takeaway.com. Do you really want the exact same sushi every day? Maybe personalization and recommendation for different intents would be a good way for marketing. And a lot of these daily use apps are very consumer driven apps. If you look at Fangs or any of the consumer driven app, booking.com or takeaway, they're heavily relying on the user behavior. And they can definitely use that as a training data for their models. So it's going to be more on the intent, and that's going to drive whether it's going to be conversational or a different way to create their UX of the app. It will be definitely intent driven. So I would say there is some truth to it.
Yep, I really love this idea. So you mean actually that our Instagram app will not require any changes, AI or not AI, right? So we're there to consume this content, right? So it's nothing to change there. But if it's going to, I don't know, taxi or sushi or something, you need to search or to interact to get your result. There probably gonna be some changes if I follow your idea correctly.
Probably, but Instagram does not have the sole intent of having you consume their content. They also want to sell, and it's one of the channels for multi-channel and omni-channel stores. So depending on the user's intent, they can drive the end users and the consumers, because it's eventually a two-sided app, a two-sided marketplace. So you can always feed an intent to different AI intent-driven algorithms or the intent-driven models, and customize it. So play with the customization and personalization with these, I'd say.
Cool. Thank you for that. That's precious, actually. All right. What do you, Paul? Your
I want
mic is off, probably.
Yeah, I want to hear Shannon's opinion, because I saw like some vigorous nods and no's and
Mostly nods. And like like I said, especially when we're talking about like business models and stuff like that. I know this is going to be taking like a step back and being more focused on like business goals and stuff like that. But as mentioned, like Instagram is very much a channel to make money. You know, it started out with sharing photos and stuff like that, and like any platform, it's really it spin tails. TikTok, all that. You have your TikTok shop now. You know, you're not just watching videos and people dancing and skits and stuff like that. There's intention behind it. They're trying to make money behind it. So I'm seeing the other half of things is like what's happening to the things that we use every day. I'm looking at like Google's their platform, for example, like they're integrating AI generated, results and stuff like that. They're giving you the answers to the things you need now. So what does that do to their business side of things? Like where it is, how do they continue to make money off of ads, and how do people other businesses, how do they even worry about strategizing for SEO when the result just pops up, gives them an answer based on what the people were searching for? I'm not saying it's a bad thing from like a user standpoint. Absolutely. I actually just did an experiment like within the last couple of days. I Googled a topic and I found like, I don't know, I just used regular old Google, nothing generated AI or anything like that. But like I was actually looking for like results and actual top articles on a topic, so I could do some extra research around what I'm then I ended up doing another thing, and it took me an hour to do like the old-fashioned style way of things, and finding like the right articles and things like that that kind of matched what I was really in like my actual search intention, and then using using whatever Google's got in place right now as far as their AI systems. It's like it ended up spitting up like 10 results in 5 seconds. And then same thing with like Bing is using DALL-E. It spit up another 10 different results or whatever. So it's making our tools and stuff like that, like the things that we utilize every day, so much easier to find the answers. But it's also like what's it going to do to these businesses, and how are they shifting their mindset, and how are they going to continue to make money? If AI and Instagram, let's say, is generating the content I really care about, I don't really care about ads. so if it's really like where's the balance there, or is it just going to be pushing out the sell stuff? So it's kind of a crapshoot on how these things are going to be utilized and monetized, and how we're going to serve real people, but then also serve the business needs.
It's the balance between business needs and the user's intent. So you probably have to find a way, or the businesses will find a way to shove ads down your throat, whether you like it or not.
All right. If nothing to add here, I'll go to next question, and this question actually, I apologize for this question. Like, I'm sorry, but I probably have to talk about this, and we all of them. What role of a human will remain when UI/UX is fully generated by AI? Well, I am absolutely certain that we all will still have our jobs, actually, because it's not question that there will be like less work. There will be more done, actually, with the our regular 8 hours of work. That's the same situation we see in software development, because Geekle is mostly software development content creation community. So that's what we see. It doesn't mean that okay, like 80% of software developers will be fired. No, same software developers will produce like 10 times more at the same like daytime, right? So here's a question. I think it's a matter of time when Figma, let's say, will create not just some plugin, but incorporate the workflow when I just simply say, hey, I want to create the website for Geekle. Take a look at the geekle.com. I want to rebrand it. Let's work. And it will like offer me 3 or 5 options, what kind of website I would love to convert it to. I will choose one that looks like Udemy, let's say. It will like draw me everything, like it will take everything from Geekle, will draw it in Udemy style for me, and also will ask me how I want to improve, what's my idea here, and everything, and then it will push to the production, and software developers will like revise or before just push it on to deploy, right? So what role actually will always remain, will still be ours as product designer, as UI/UX designer? What do you think that it will never be done by machine? That's a question.
Ladies?
I like this question because it's a good question in the sense we should think about these questions, because if we shy away from it, the reality would soon face us, and then we'll have to confront it. So it's good to think about these scenarios. I feel like, at least in engineering, I can say that there's a lot of work. Most engineering, honestly, is development and maintenance of existing software systems. So the tools I've seen so far in terms of UI UX, they've mostly been okay, give it a prompt, it generates something, or a sketch. But it's not very useful when it comes to integrating that in your existing design or existing workflow. The tools aren't there. But having said that, let's say if there are tools that can plug in, refactor existing UI, patch the code, fix the bugs, all of that as well, then I think the question becomes more about it more goes into the fundamental, like the even today the people who use ChatGPT the best are, I believe, the experts in that field, because they know how to have that almost like an intelligent conversation with this AI agent, right? So versus a normal person, they would, like, somebody who doesn't know about website, they will say, make me a website for e-commerce, I want to sell. Somebody who's an e-commerce expert will perhaps engage with the system in a more specific way, and prompt it in such that it creates the best e-commerce solution. And that you know um so there is going to be room for experts. So somebody was earlier saying, instead of like creating, you might go into curating or prompting or editing, that kind of a role. um it's going to become more closer to, in UX terms, understanding the user psychology needs, and then helping or telling the system to create for that need, versus doing the detailed nitty-gritty work. So that's my 2 cents. Yeah.
I'll chime in. um, when we think about things like taking away the human factor or the user, user interface and user experience, number one, is focused on the human. It's focused on the user, right? So if AI is taking away our jobs or all our roles or whatever, what will remain afterwards? Maybe it's not necessarily that title, that description. Maybe we're using more broader terms and sense of like what we're designing for. But at the same time, I hate to use this reference, but like I think about Disney movie WALL-E, for example, and how that was in a world where it was automated. Everything was generated for you. Everything was put in front of put in front of people, and made people lazy and made people, we're trashing the earth even more with things. And that was the concept of the movie, is like we really needed to be human. And I'm all for like people, allowing people to work less. I think the corporate structures that we have, especially in the USA, and the way we're not set up for time off and things like that. I absolutely like understand, and I want the capabilities of making my job easier, and my outputs faster, etc., without the stress and all that stuff. But at what point do we say, is this technology helping people? Yes, it absolutely can, but at what point is it going to de-evolve us? Was it going to make us so lazy that we don't, we're not doing things for ourselves. We're not interacting with people. So I think there's like, yes, I worry about this like human element of things too. It's like, I want the balance between work life, and if we don't have a work, how are we generating, is it just the computers that are generating money? And then how's that money distributed? Even more, I worry about that. We already talk about an imbalance between, the richest people in the world and poverty and stuff like that. We talk about it's inhumane now. And as we get more focused on technology and more people are getting fired or whatever it may be, how are we helping sustain ourselves as human beings too? So, who's gonna pay for people and whatnot, and how that can be distributed and whatnot. So, it's a very broad question. What role will humans remain? I don't know, but I hope that we are creating stuff for good and not to make us dumber, de-evolve over time. So.
I am completely sure we will still be working 8 hours a day, 20 days or 40 days a month. I don't know how actually you do. And
the machines will be
we'll
running us, right?
Yeah. Yeah, kind of. I'm pretty sure, because someone has to do it. Yeah, I really appreciate your answer. And please, who's next? That's an interesting story.
Yeah. I mean, maybe taking what you said, I think that the danger and the opportunity for me there simultaneously are the fact that this is going to be a great power, and you can design things, but you can also design people. Or rather, with AI, we will be able to predict the user needs. We will be able to design for them with great accuracy, with great power observation. And I mean, in many ways, the focus of all design is to get a user to do something. Sometimes, obviously, for their own benefit, but sometimes for the benefit of our clients. So, buy more, convert more, right? Go to the checkout more. So given that that is also one of the objectives of design and how AI is coming into our repertoire of tools, I think it's going to become one of the dangers, one of the big potential accidents that will emerge in the future is increased digital addiction and manipulation. And because that is a possibility, I think the duty of designers is not only to be aware of the ethical accidents and to try to prevent them and to try to regulate, of course, but also to understand those very mechanisms of producing addiction and manipulation, right? UX UI, like in 2014, there was this book called Hooked by Nirayal, which probably some of you may know, which is about how do you create addictive products. And well, that's 7 years ago. It's been a while. 7? Yeah, something like that. 7? No, 6, 9 years ago, almost 10 years ago. And yeah, my math is already affected by the AI. And I think the bug has not stopped with that conversation. And I think it's designers who have this responsibility to protect the human by also understanding how the manipulation of the human happens and will continue to happen. And that's something that I'm very interested in, especially with from the ways in which AI and data are disrupting user research.
This is actually one of our next questions, and if anyone wants to add something to this, those who have not spoken yet, Sneha, if you want to add something. But we have another question, which is, so it's very interesting how Daniel touched part of that question that I'm about to ask. So if you want to add something, please. And we're going to have our next question, and we're about to wrap up because we have our next presentation from our speaker, and he is planning to deliver his speech live. So if you don't mind, I'll pull up
the next question.
So this is the next one. With the rapid advancement of AI, what ethical considerations should UI UX designers keep in mind to ensure that the products they create serve the user base fairly and responsibly?
Maybe I can start with that because it has such a close connection to what of our jobs remains and how that kind of tends to make humans cross lines of ethics, right? It's fairly safe to say we will all have jobs. Nobody's going to work any less than 8 hours. But craft is an ever evolving topic. So what you consider craft today in terms of UX and UX research or design is not going to be the craft of tomorrow. Just like careers and professions and skills are ever evolving, we will have jobs. But you want to decide, maybe in a larger scheme of things, humanity will need to decide, and there is no such decision. No one's the ringmaster in the circus. So there is a conscious decision for everyone to make when it comes to what are the ethical boundaries that they are willing to exceed in order to make it a job or a web app or a UX design. So there comes a place where, are you willing to step over the fence to use someone's data in a way they don't want to? So there are ethical boundaries around medical data. I recently came across a topic, an essay which said medical data is also being sold now. So what happened to HIPAA? I don't know what happened to HIPAA. Apparently, there are apps that let you choose from a little checkbox where you can choose opt-in, opt-out, and they play with emotions around opt-in, opt-out, or throw you a cookie, and there is the carrot and the stick that's hanging in front of your eyes. So people are trying to still take data and use it in unethical ways. So ethics also then becomes a point of question. Where do you draw the line of ethics, and where can be the person's operational sphere of influence within ethics, right? So that's still for each business or each person as a designer to determine. And then you want to play with user experience or any of the craft within the sphere of influence. There are way too many creative strategies and creative professions that human mind can use without having to exceed ethical boundaries. That is my personal opinion around having a career for tomorrow and having an 8-hour job that can pay your bills without having to cross boundaries or um, violate ethics.
Thank you very much. Same question. If anyone wants to add something to this, please.
I'll just jump in real quick and say we really have to solve for the ethics problem. You know what I mean? There's a lot of turmoil in the world right now. There's a lot of lack of empathy and a lot lack of ethics. So I think that as we evolved into this industry, I think that has to be at the forefront. Absolutely, like bring in the human factor, be compassionate, and be ethical. So just to echo.
I'll just also quickly suggest that ethics are personal, ethics, morals, so you have to make your own judgment. But if you want to refer to something, it's called UX dark patterns. And I would say avoid using those, because those are, patterns that came out of books like Nira Eyal's books and other books that kind of like, it doesn't help the user. It helps the businesses more than the users. So just avoid those if you can.
Daniel, maybe close up thoughts, because we have our next speaker already with us.
I'll be really quick. So there's this cool sentence that I guess can wrap everything up, which is by Paul Virilio, and he says that the ship invented the shipwreck, and the plane invented the plane crash, and electricity invented electrocution. So every technology invents and brings with it its own kind of disaster. I think that in order to avoid these disasters, we on our villain hat on, and imagine how could this go wrong, and how could this be used for bad things. And then from there, we try to chart a path around those things. But bringing those things to clarity is the ethical thing to do. If you don't understand what it can do, you cannot defend against it. So, but that sort of clarity over the potential for manipulation is, for me, very important.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for participation in this panel discussion. Sorry for painful questions, but these questions are, in our hearts, and we think about them. I'm absolutely sure that UI and UX designers need to learn and master new tools, right? And be on the first line of this experience, and that's how we can comfort ourselves in this new era, right? But I'm still sure human will rule. Thank you very much, and
Thank you.
what's next? Paul, stage is still yours.
Next one, we will have our next block on presentations, and also it happened so that we have 3 more questions left, and I don't know if anyone wants to jump into one of the Q&A sessions tomorrow. We'll ping everyone. We'll send you the agenda, and if you want to just hop into one of those Q&A sessions when we'll discuss 3 more questions, because we wanted to talk about what tools can actually augment our skills, what tools we can use to actually expand our skills, how AI can help us bridge the gap between the user research and acting, like providing some insights for designers, for UI UX designers, and how some approaches to UI UX design can be altered with those tools. So lots of interesting questions left to discuss. So if you don't mind, I'll ping everyone in the email, or Nika will ping everyone in the email. And if you are available, please join us tomorrow for the continuation of the discussion.
you.
But thank you everyone for now.
Brilliant.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
very much. Yeah, and we are about to start our next block. You are muted, my friend.
I'm so sorry. Listen, like, so I just want to ask my favorite question. Hey, man, how are you?
You are
Your
muted
mic is
also.
off.
Nope. Let's see if your mic is connected.
Yeah.
We heard the click, but no sound yet. Let's see.
All right. Meanwhile, the main question actually on this panel discussion was how will AI change UI UX processes, and if you have any ideas, some bright prophecies or something, I don't know, something interesting on your mind, please do share in the chat.
Put it
And
in the chat.
also, I already have connect. No, still we don't have you. We still don't have you. So nope.
No. Maybe we can try.
I already have connected. Sorry, you're trying to help. Okay, Paul, go on.
Yeah, maybe we can try it, and we can try disconnect your headphones and maybe try to disconnect. Okay.
Work?
Okay. This one
Yeah,
works.
that-
Okay, so
No,
yeah, when you connected with the iPad, it worked. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. In that
yeah,
case.
we can hear you. Finally, yay.
Perfect.
Can you hear
I'm
as
just
well?
gonna- Then good. And you don't hear an echo, right?
No, it's all good.
Perfect.
We have a
Yeah.
walk around, and maybe you can move it a little bit closer, like put it somewhat closer to
Yes.
your. Yeah.
I can absolutely do that.
Awesome.
Now we know that AI will not definitely replace UI UX designers because you know it's not possible. We're ruling here. We're people. We're human. We rule
Exactly.
everything here.
Yeah,
Yay.
we have to be
So,
able to think on our feet and
what's
solve
your thoughts on
problems.
that?
Ooh, on AI?
Yeah.
I think that AI has the ability to affect, well, there's 4 types of designers, if I had to break it down. Entertainment designers, people who don't solve a problem, but they make something that is entertained, like video games. Then there's like interaction designers, people who solve a series of steps that ultimately solve a problem. Then visual designers, more commonly known as the people who are building the brand guidelines, systematic components, things that stay consistent. And then there's design operations, so things that are being reused over and over again in a systematic pattern. The only thing I could see AI predicting would be maybe some of entertainment design and the design ops, because humans tend to have this habit of ultimately getting more used to whatever the current problems are, and then they'll develop new problems, which means that we'll have to make our machine models work past that and make us create new AI solutions for that. So there's a perpetual need, as long as humans have problems, UX designers and visual designers will generally still exist, although they may be expected to use AI more often.
All right. Well, I'm disappearing, guys. Have your fun in your own way. Yeah, I'll go grab my coffee now.
Enjoy.
Thanks. I'm excited.
We'll start with Saul's presentation.
The pleasure's all mine.
Pleasure to have you with us, and it's so nice that you always like, as a human, we always can find a quick walk arounds, like, you know, like, and preserving the human intelligence is very important. So I guess we need to where we can, we need to use AI less where we can. liked, and where it helps, we need to use it more. So the floor is yours. I'm not going to populate the space, and let's start with your presentation.
Thanks, you're incredible. Now, as a light introduction before I get started, I'd like to let you all know you can call me Shola, despite being spelled S-O-L-A, Nigerian thing. Anywho, I am a UX UI designer with experience at top tech companies ranging from Meta, Microsoft, and Adobe, as well as fast-growing startups, including Upflex and Airbnb, to name a few. I'm very passionate about helping underrepresented minorities and ERGs in particular, and spend quite a bit of my time volunteering. I also give out free lessons randomly on social media, including on TikTok and Instagram under the handle that you see with my name, which is over here, Tech Career Mentor. Tech Career Mentor on TikTok, Instagram, A Black Designer, but basically you'll get more lessons like what I'm about to show y'all today. Today in particular, I'm going to be showing y'all 2 prototyping techniques that will help any junior designer instantly be extremely impressive. Funny that they asked the question from earlier, because there are 4 types of UX designers in my opinion. And I'm going to show you something that will definitely help you depending on which type of UX designer it is that you want to focus on, excluding entertainment design. But without further ado, allow me to screen share your 2 prototyping lessons today. So the first lesson is going to be how to type with a keyboard in Figma. And the second one will be how to create a liquid button inside a professional reusable context. After all, you're learning so much about the future of UX. I thought it would be nice to learn about some tools that'll help make your portfolio shine like a professional. And I'm starting from scratch, and I'm talking for a long time so that if any of y'all are on your phone or can go to your computer, you have a little bit of time to open up Figma. That being said, allow me to get started, because of course this is recorded, so y'all can also find the recording later or ask me questions by DMing me again on the social media handles here. And now, without further ado, let's begin. So first things first, how do you create a keyboard in Figma? Now, as some of you might have been able to guess, you will probably have to do a teeny tiny bit of coding, but I promise it's super simple. And it's part of the reason why designers are not going to be replaced by AI anytime soon. So first things first, we go here. Well, you hit escape once you're in the terminal. Then you hit right here, where next to local variables, to open this list of possible variables. Then you go up here next to collection name and click create collection. This is really just a simple way for us to write a few little things that'll help us code later. You're not going to have to play too much of code. Just realize it's going to be really simple. Now, we're going to call this keyboard. Now, we're going to first click create variable. Now, this is going to be the word search. And this is going to have the term, guess what, search. Next, we're going to need something that will allow us to type a bunch of words and save them somewhere to show to a user. So I'm going to say running search. And as for the value of it, I'm going to make it just a space, because it should have no value until we add some new word or letter, etc. Now, let's make this go somewhere on the screen. So what I like to do is I'm going to use T, then I'm going to type search. Then I'm going to go right here where it says apply variable underneath the text area. And then by clicking apply variable, I'm going to click right here to the search button that we just created. Now, what that just did was make it so that we can change the text here now by just changing the value of text inside this variable. For instance, I just changed it to SAR, and if we want, you can change it to MSSISSIPPI, and easily always change everything from here, no matter where I am inside my Figma file. Now, that's going to be important soon, but first, we need to make this look like a real search bar. So I clicked Shift-A in order to auto layout apply. Then I'm going to give it a background of white, change the text color to a gray, just so that you can read it. Then I'm going to change the width to 200. And side align. Honestly, those last two parts don't really matter too much. What's important is that you recognize that this is a search bar, like what you would expect on a mobile device. So we're going to do Control-Alt-K to make it a component, and then we're going to rename it search bar. Once that's done, we're going to click Properties, add a variant, and duplicate it. And this one will be active. I like to use Shift-A so that all of my components look very clear, simple, and concise. And I also like to click both and then create light strokes of like 10% opacity. And then round the edges because I am not from 1986. Anywho, the next version, right now we haven't applied a certain variable, but we're going to apply a new variable here. This will be the running search. So the reason we have two of these is because whenever you are typing something on, say, a mobile device or a web device, normally you have to click on the search bar first, right? So what we're going to do is connect this component to here so that as soon as someone clicks this search button, it'll automatically take us to this new page, this new search component, which will have the ability to add words to it whenever we want. Now, first, let's test this and make sure it works. So just drawing a random frame, clicking here, start flow point, search flow. Now we're going to click play in the mini terminal because it's a lot faster than waiting for the other one. Anywho, clicking it worked exactly as we expected. Moving further past that, I'm going to also click here for a plus sign. Wait, whoopsie, wrong side. I'm going to click here, side passing its need for a plus sign, and then where it says interaction, I'm going to click set variable. Ooh, whoopsie. Oh wait, I may be on my wrong team. Wait, pardon me for a light moment. So sorry for a wrong moment. I was using the wrong view of this one. It'll take a light sec. Okay, there. Now let me just fix that. Window, Figma, here we are. Wrong view. So let me just go back to local variable, recreate those variables that we just talked about. First, we'll have search, and then we'll have the running search, which will just be a blank space. Anywho, we'll make sure that this is applied to that search variable that we just had. And the text here in active will be applied with the running search variable that we just developed. All right. Now, the next thing that we're going to want to do is click here, go to prototype, and where it says click and none, I'm going to click where it says that, whoopsie, let me close this first. I'm going to click here where it says interaction, and where it says on click, you've probably been told that you mostly will only use on click and hovering for the most amount of time that you're working and prototyping. However, you want to click here on keyboard or keypad. Click here. Now, we want the ability to type a key. So let's say a random letter that we should type is the letter A. So I want the ability to type an A. I just click here and then type the letter A. You could type literally any letter that you felt like, including S, J, 1, whatever you want. For the purpose of this, I'm just going to stick with the S. Ooh, whoopsie, accidentally canceled. One moment. Clicking here, keyboard. We will use the letter Shift A, or just A. It really won't matter. Anywho, now we're going to click set variable. Wait, what? I'm on the wrong team side? Oh, whoopsie. Let me move this. There we are. Sorry, when I use the wrong side, it doesn't let me do it save. Anywho, here we are. So what we did was we set it to set variable. Now we can click one of our variables, specifically running search. And then when it comes to running search, what we're going to do is add a letter that we just added. Right now, what we clicked on was the keyboard key A. So we're going to say running search. We're going to set our running search variable to running search plus A. And then right here where it says string literal, that is what we add. Now we will test this. Starting flow point, play. Click it first, and now we can type as many A's as we like. And you can do this for every single key on the keyboard. Now, as you can imagine, doing so will be a very time-consuming task. So if you have questions about it, please let me know. Well, there will be a question and answer section at the end of this. But for now, I would write down any questions you have in terms of this process. But it follows and goes the exact same way. As we set the letter B, click running search plus B, literal. Then we play, click A, B, A, B, B, A. And congrats, you have a fully functioning keyboard after you add all 26 letters and all 10 main numbers to it. I'm going to assume that there are no questions right now. Just if there are, please add them to the chat or write the questions down, and remember you can message me about them later. For now, I will take a moment to move into the liquid buttons. Now, I imagine anyone who wanted to open Figma by now will have had it open, so I am looking forward to just showing you this next one. Now, there are two ways that you can approach liquid buttons. There's the interaction designer way and a visual designer way. They both will work relatively the exact same way, although one might have a slightly different complexity level. So I'm going to show you the slightly more complex version first, because this will work in any design tool, no matter what, not just Figma, but also inside things like Photoshop, Illustrator, etc. Anywho, so first we create a big frame. Then we create two circles. So let's go with this one. And let's go with this one. You can use the O key in order to create such circles. Now, because I am pseudo goth, I'm going to make these circles black. Now, I am also going to, let's apply a layer blur to both of them. Click Effects. Instead of Drop Shadow, we're going to click Layer Blur. And maybe we'll make it 12. Now, a liquid button, as y'all may be able to guess by the name, is a button where you are able to see something come in and out with a relatively fluid step. Now, this technically would meet the criteria of a liquid button. However, we are going to try to make it look a lot cleaner and a lot more crisp. So the first thing we'll do is we're going to create a rectangle on top of all of it. Set the color of the rectangle to be black or whatever the color of the circles happen to be. And then we're going to go over to pass through, which this allows us to change the properties and layers of any lecture we work. And as you can see, if we click on through them, we can see a lot of different views and different effects that can happen to the frames below it. The effect that we are going to look through in particular is color dodge. Color dodge basically helps emphasize how different the colors happen to be as they approach or separate from each other. I'll name this apply color dodge. Now, after apply color dodge, The next thing we're going to want to apply is color burn. So we're going to create another rectangle, or we could just duplicate this one. And instead of color dodge, color blur. Now, as you can see, the colors have gotten like a lot clearer, and it's easier to see where they would easily be entering and exiting. What color burn just did was force the colors that say if black is present, it will automatically be shown. If it's not present, it won't be shown. So when two colors are approaching close to each other, they are changing dynamically very often. That's why the closer we zoom in or out, it looks like it's changing because the whole program is recalculating what should be considered in color touching it and what should be considered not touching it. So this is applying the color burn and color dodge effects. However, we do want to focus on seeing more of what can happen when we get these closer together. So first, I'm going to grab these two, move them down, and then I'm going to move them in. And as you can see, they have the ability to move like a light liquid button. Now we can, and if we zoom out, it becomes a lot harder to see that notable vibe and positioning of the liquid button, which allows us to be able to come further into saying this is the first way that you can make a liquid button in almost any design tool, no matter what it is. Now, how do we do it in Figma? Because we know in particular in Figma, it's probably going to be dramatically easier. So what we're going to do is first, we're going to create 4 circles. So I'm going to use this one, move this to the side. Let's move them that way, give them this much space between each other. Yeah, that'll be good. So what you want to do is you want to have the number of elements you want coming out of a liquid button plus 1. So I want 3 elements coming out of a liquid button, and this is going to be plus 1. Now, in order to create them as a component, I'm first going to duplicate. Then I'm going to, oh wait, nope, one thing to do before duplicating. First, I'll click the first item, the first mini button that we made. Then I'll click the main one that we just created. And then I'm going to union them. So for those unfamiliar, unioning a selection allows me to manipulate and control any 2 vectors as if they were the same vector. If you look over here, like zooming in, you'll be able to see that the originally 2 separate circles became one main circle. All right, now let's also grab these 2. Lower it. And then Control-Alt-K. We are going to call this one liquid button. Then we're going to click Properties, +1, create a variant. Then we're going to delete this. Now, we are going to create the two main keyframes between getting to our final version and getting to the current version. So I just made 3 duplicates, and I'm going to space them out a little bit right here. Now, what I'm going to do for the first one is I'm going to have mine overlapping slightly. Now, okay. So we are going to finish. Okay, so we are going to now grab the next 3 ones, and we are going to move them all into our main one from before. And in our union pair, we can completely move this in. So this is the fully closed view. Then for this one, for our union one, we can have them be super close, and we can round their corners so that they merge together. The reason that this works is because merging corners, and the reason that this is seen as an advanced prototyping technique, is because merging the corners is something that requires you to have a decent knowledge of geometry at a first glance. Because all that rounding corners does is it focuses on identifying where you are able to make and smooth an information that exists. So with something like, say, a circle, it becomes relatively easy to create this like cool merge-like effect. Anywho, now we have it so that our keyframe will bring out these two. Now let's see how much we can go for here. Make a little frame. Now we're going to click prototype and of course link these together. So once somebody clicks on it closed, it should change to this version, but it should change in a smart animation, as you can probably guess. And then after say a handful of milliseconds, it should transform into this one. Let's just say 30 for the sake of us being able to time and see how effective this is. Now, whatever amount of time you say you want here for the time it takes for the animation to happen, it should be the exact same duration as how long the delay should be. Nice. The last thing that I'll say here is you probably will want to change things about these interaction prototypes. I recommend you just play and try each one whenever you see them. And I'll just use ease in and out just for my own personal desire. Now, let's check out how this works. We paste it here. Oh, almost forgot. We need the ability to go back. So click the interaction. Then we're going to drag our arrow actually to a fourth incident. That would probably be a better lesson for y'all. I'm going to duplicate it. So now, so this one will link to that one. Now, after a delay, it'll lead to this one of 300 milliseconds. Clicking it will now transform it into this one, allowing us to go back and forth. Smart animate. All right, let's give it a try and see what it looks like from this point. Due to time, I might not get to make it as pretty as I like, but do you see how it comes out like that? It does go in and out. So that means we have our three main keyframes easily accessible here, and they're moving in a liquid-like format. Now, what we want to do is speed this up so that you can't see all of the individual instances that exist. So we'll start off with 1 millisecond for the after time delay here. And 1 millisecond for the after time delay here, just so that you see what it's like when it's at actual top speed. See how we're able to see it goes from the second one to the third one super quickly? Now we have to apply that same logic to the first one. So over here, we have it have an ease in and out of 30 seconds. Let's just say 10 milliseconds. And as far as how long it takes to get to this one, we will also give it, say, 10 milliseconds, not 10,000. Now we'll do the mini play preview. And now it's going way too fast. So we are able to play and mess around with which speed reference we want to do with or deal with. I would love to go more into details, but now that we hit the 30-minute mark, I would like to open the floor for a light Q&A. I did want to make this a little prettier. Sorry, though, for our little time delay at the start. Are there any questions about these three tasks?
I think
or about UX?
we will have them, but if you're available after the after this blog, because this is usually how we do, we have a joint Q&A. We will have Melissa with Felicia with us, and also we will have Ben and Grace with us. So if you don't mind, it will happen like in 40, 50-ish minutes. So if you still have time, it would be nice if you can join us afterwards for that. And we are gathering those questions, and we'll get back to you shortly. Yeah, and if you want, you can actually finish this and show us another quick couple of minutes thing during the Q&A session.
Oh, great. Okay, in that case, please write down your questions. I'm looking forward to them. Now, if I get the full extra time, I could make this prettier, or let y'all have the ability to explore how to prototype this to make it as liquid as I can. I'll add one more liquid tutorial.
You
a
have
liquid load state.
You have
What?
50 minutes. You have 50 minutes to finish this thing, and you'll show us when we back to Q&A session. Okay?
Yeah, I'm excited.
Thank you,
In which
Shalom. Talk
case,
to you.
one more. Wait, to be clear, I get 15 more minutes, right?
We will have a Q&A session, and you will have so we can continue after the Q&A session, or when you have your part. Okay?
Oh yeah, I'm great. Thanks.
Talk to you a bit later.
So,
Thank you.
Nice. I thank you all for your time and appreciate it.
Excuse me for turning your camera before your mic because of this thing with the mics. Okay, we have Felicia McDonald with us, and we have Ben Woods with us. Hi, how are you doing this morning, evening? I don't know.
Yeah, late morning, early afternoon.
It's a rainy, gray day in Northeast Ohio.
Yeah, and it's dark, in Kiev. I'm like 6:30 p.m. So, without further ado, if you don't mind, we can continue with your presentation, and let's discuss the state of UX. Is it being diluted, or if we need to pay more attention to the process? And let's get started with your presentation.
Great. I'm going to try to share my screen, and hopefully I share the right screen. Oh, there it is. Let's see, window. There we go.
Yep, I'll assist you on the back end.
All right, great. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Felicia, would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Felicia McDonald, Senior Manager User Experience at Optum. I am a former UX manager at Sherwin-Williams. I've been an adjunct instructor at Kent State. I own a small web design company that I've had for about 11 years now. I web design 360, and I graduated from Kent State with my master's in UXD in 2014. Funny thing is, Ben was actually the first person to hire me for a UX gig as a UX research consultant for the Eaton Corporation. And what else? I've just been appointed to the board at Ashland University for strategic AI. And let's see. For fun, I hang out with my family, my son, my daughter, my grandkids, 2 dogs, fiance, and just loving life right now. Your turn.
All right, I'm Ben Woods. My full-time job is I'm a UX lead at Emeritus, which is a financial services company based in the United States, specifically Nebraska. I also own Covalent Studio, which is a design and technology consulting firm. We also do a fair amount of offshore software development. Client experience includes Pfizer, Leica Biosystems, Fidelity Investments, many others, large companies, small startups. I also have been a full-time professor and an adjunct instructor at Kent State University, along with Felicia. Also done several presentations to groups, including Geekle. I believe maybe a year or two ago, and that as well as done presentations for universities in Romania, Orange Telecom in Romania, Singapore, various other audiences. So we're really looking forward to this talk. This is a new talk that we actually debuted during World Usability Day. So let's get into it. You know, one of the things that Felicia and I have been doing this for a long time, working in UX, learning about UX, practicing UX, of course, reading and being active in the UX community. And one of the things that we've really been struck by is, well, you can see it here. Not a day goes by, not a week goes by that I don't see some posting on Medium or LinkedIn or Twitter or anywhere where people talk about the end of UX. It's been like this for 10 years at least. And it just kind of struck me that nobody is so obsessed with their demise as UX practitioners, except for maybe cult leaders. They are always talking about the end of the world, just as a lot of UX folks are always talking about the end of UX. Here are just some examples. And it goes back to 2017. Actually, it goes back even before 2017. But here you can see in 2017, UX and service does the end of customer experience is in UX. It's near, it's close. So they said 6 years ago. 2018, the UX party is over. The golden age of UX is over. 2018, a very ominous picture talking about UX is dying. This one has a tongue-in-cheek statement that UX continues to have many deaths. This is actually earlier this year. UX is dead. Product design is what we really ought to be talking about because we have such a bad reputation. So we just have to rename ourselves. Another one, the death of UX design. And all of these, and this is just a small sample of what I've seen and what Felicia has seen, is a lot of these certainly are clickbaity titles, right? They'll say, oh, UX is over, and then they pull the rug out from under you and say, oh, it's not over. We just are changing and doing different things. But I think it can be very confusing to folks who are trying to decide whether UX is a good profession to go into or not. And so we kind of have this strange phenomena. On the left, we have debilitating depression. We just saw that, you know, UX is over, UX is being used for evil, and the like. And then on the other side of things, we have what I would call toxic positivity. And what do I mean by that? We have people, we have data from this Career Foundry talking about how much the demand for UX is going to grow over the next 10 years or so. And I would say that it's actually a pretty good observation that junior roles, the opportunities for junior roles may be shrinking, but the need for UX designers at a strategic level is increasing. Here's another one that cites, this is from Springboard, citing some information from Glassdoor as well as CNN, talking about the need for UX designers growing. Now, I might be somewhat cynical. I should point out that both of these are pointing out how much UX is growing are providers of education and boot camps who would want to train you to go into UX. So they may have a vested interest in ginning up the demand for those roles, but they do have data behind it. And then going even further into the toxic positivity space are examples like this, where, you know, we have this influencer who basically they post stuff on social media. They talk about themselves as a UX designer, and maybe they are, and I can't say whether they're good or not, but I find it really interesting that they have in their videos talking about UX design. They really don't talk a whole lot about the deliverables or the process or the soft skills or the relationships that you need to make as a UX designer. Instead, I see a lot of wardrobe selections and pictures of food that they eat during their day as a UX designer. You know, and of course, it's all done with perfect, you know, with a ring light and perfect everything. So, you know, Felicia, how is does your experience match this?
Absolutely not. I might get sued on occasion, but being a UX designer does not mean that I'm going to eat sushi and have lavish lunches and videos talking about my day as a UX designer, because I'm normally too busy to talk about it or document it. No,
Yeah.
it wasn't aligned with my experience.
Yeah, I think that there is kind of a middle ground where, yes, UX is a very rewarding career, but you cannot underestimate the emotional toll that it takes to work with people and help them to make good decisions and inform them of what we know and what they need to do.
To add to that, what I would say is that UX, I was just about to say UX is evolving.
Yes.
Literally. Just that, there are people who come from all walks of life that go into UX. There are some fields that will have you better prepared for a UX career than I would say than others. So therefore, you may be able to take some courses from a boot camp and propel your career because of your previous experience. But if you're coming fresh into UX, there's a lot of work you have to do on the education side, deliverables, documentation, being able to show that you can work with people to be able to evolve in UX and get started in UX. So, I would say being successful depends on where you start.
Yeah. And along those lines, I've talked with people, I've had many students, so has Felicia, and it's 100% true. You can come to UX from a variety of backgrounds, whether it's librarianship, graphic design, technical writing, etc. But thinking back to some of the articles I've looked at, I've been struck by this other phenomena, which is we don't seem to know what a UX role is. And so I kind of imagine this scenario where we as UX practitioners, not all of us, but a fair number of us, see UX as this wonderful thing that is kept separate from the rest of the world because we have the knowledge of how users work and how to create good, excellent designs that people love. And we know better than everybody else, right? And early on in UX, we had other roles, similar roles like interaction design and UI design and information architecture, but they all pretty much got along. We didn't really get too concerned about these different roles and these different titles. And then as time moved on, some things happened. All of a sudden, we started hearing about customer experience, presumably because when we talked to people in our businesses and our organizations, they didn't like the fact that we called customers users. So to make UX a little bit more palatable, we started calling it CX. And of course, that's evolved into something else now. Oh no, we have design thinking, which if you look at the user-centered design process in a circle and the design thinking process, which is linear, and just make it a circle, they're pretty much the same, but it's nice. It has nice branding behind it. It's taught at Stanford. And so it kind of is like many things we see in management consulting, kind of became the hot new topic for Harvard Business Review and others to talk about.
Trendy.
It's kind of a UX fantasy camp for C-level executives, I would say. But we felt threatened by that. Oh no, we have more things happening. Product design is coming in and UX librarians exist. And now this idea of UX writing, and I don't even have content strategy on here. All of these things are conspiring. All of these barbarians are at the gate conspiring to take over and subjugate UX and take away our opportunities. That's the perception that I see in a lot of these articles. Oh no, and then we have more. We have service design, we have digital transformation. And again, it's really easy if you only think about yourself as just a UX practitioner, as UX is the only thing that matters. You can easily see this as UX being under siege or under attack. Oh no, now we have information architecture is a big thing again now, and interaction design. And as I thought about this, I realized all of these roles, all of these job titles are not to take away from UX. What we really are doing is we kind of have to change our perspective. UX is not this enchanted place on a hill with a moat and a tall wall that guards all this information. we assume that we are kind of separate from the world, but really what we have been doing and need to continue to do is flip that perception on its head.
Yeah.
What we really are doing is taking UX and actually we're invading the rest of the world and infecting our organizations with UX foundational principles. And that has led to the rise of what I would say are specializations.
Absolutely.
We're now part of the organization as opposed to being separate from it. Do you want to add, Felicia?
Yes, just that UX is the foundation. So the principles that we learn as a UX designer are beneficial in information architecture or UI design. You can't build a good interface without having good user experience. So UX is the foundation for customer experience, product design, design thinking. It's all the same process and foundation you have to be good in those areas. So service design. One example that I have of service design is I was working as a manager at Sherwin-Williams, and I was leading a team of designers, and they wanted, like, every section of the website had a different product owner. So they had a different team working on it. But me as a UX manager, it was my job to look at the project holistically. And everyone wanted to focus on their little piece of the puzzle. In my perspective, in my role, was that I had to look at everything and make sure that was a holistic journey for that customer. So it was my UX design foundation that helped me understand the service design principles and how to build a good application for the entire user process. So, it may have been service design that I was doing, but it's UX design best practices that I was applying. That's all.
Yeah, 100%. All of these come back to being a user professional, whether you apply that as a UI designer, a product designer, or a UX librarian. It's really all about understanding people. The other thing I kind of thought about was what we're seeing really in the UX field is specialization. The days of being a UX generalist and making very good money because you could just sling wireframes and do a little bit of information architecture, a little bit of usability testing and such. Those days are coming to an end. I think those opportunities are diminishing, and then largely that's because the need for UX teams of one is diminishing. And the reason why is because we've realized, and frankly, employers have realized, that they need more than one person to do UX. They need specialists to actually produce good user experiences. And so I thought about this idea, this phenomena that increasing specialization actually coincides with increased professional credibility. I'll give you an example. We saw this during the 1800s in the medical community. Prior to the 1800s, you really had basically two types of doctors. You had surgeons, those are the people who cut you up, and then you had what we might call just a physician or general doctor. And those were the people who would look at you and give you medicine. During the 1800s, because of technological advances, cultural advances, for example, during the 1800s, we started using microscopes. We started talking about germ theory. What we realized was that there were many factors that affected the health and well-being of humans. And so we had to create specializations to allow doctors to help people well. And the other thing that this really did is, so because of specialization, you end up getting doctors who are really good at certain things. And you see that today. You have doctors who are not just surgeons, but maybe they specialize in heart surgery. And so as a result, heart surgery has gotten better because doctors have gotten better in their specialization. Now, with specialization, of course, the incumbents feel threatened. And that's what happened in medicine. General doctors and surgeons didn't really like the idea of giving up the authority, giving up the stature they had, because prior to specialization, they were seen as the experts in all things anatomy and physiology. But specialization has changed that. The other thing we have to think about is ourselves. We need to think, we do a lot of work talking about UX. I think we need to talk about UX for UX. and how do we apply UX principles to our workplace. You know, we're no longer the rebels. We're no longer the voice in the wilderness trying to convince people and bring them to the light. We're actually now at the table. We're inside the organization. We're in demand. We need to, because of that, it is incumbent upon us to really understand how we deliver value in our organizations and be aware of what the organization needs. So, I mean, this is a quote from 2007. This is in one of my earlier roles. We were putting together a whole team. This is so old. This is back whenever we were talking about creating a UX role, and we were going to call it a UE role because experience starts with an E. That's how old this is. And as you can see here, in 2007, there was this idea that we don't really need a UX role because it's 2007 and we know how to make websites and nothing's going to change after this. And it really kind of spoke to me. It was fundamentally, it was a fundamental misunderstanding because it wasn't about UX. It wasn't about websites, and it never really was. It was always about understanding people.
Yes.
In this year, we have different conversations. Instead of people saying, "Oh, I don't think we need UX," or "Why do we need UX?" Now we have people who are non-UX practitioners talking about whether something is a good user experience, which can be intimidating, off-putting to some people. But the fact that other people who are not UXers are talking about UX and aware of UX is actually a very good thing for us. Keep in mind, you may be the only expert in the room, but it doesn't mean that other people don't have opinions and thoughts about your area of expertise.
Hey, Ben.
Yeah.
I'd like to add that, you know, over the years as UX designers, it was our job to educate other people about UX. You know, product owners or our managers, even people who didn't really have a clue what UX really was. They knew it was something, but like my experience when I first started was people just thought UX was an extension of graphic design. So as an evolution in the role, you educate product about the real role and value of UX, about the return on investment of UX and usability testing and getting to really know your users and not just taking product's word to say, hey, I know what they want and dev delivering and just executing. So the transition has gone from educating to the point where now they understand UX, they understand the value of getting to know the user. So they're aware. You know, I think the issue that we run into now is that sometimes we have too many people who think they know UX. They think they know UX better than we know it. So it tends to be too many people, you know, focused on the end result as opposed to how you get to that result.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've transitioned from the time when people chose to be ignorant of user experience. And now we are in a world where people are concerned about user experience, but maybe they just don't know how to do it well. And then that's understandable because they've probably never done it before. They've done it very little. You know, we're moving away from teaching people from the start what UX is. And now we're doing a lot more, I would say, coaching around how to do UX well in our organizations. You know, the other thing is understanding the business of UX. I think you can speak to this.
Yes, I can. So in terms of the business of UX, is understanding that, yes, we advocate for the user, well, the customer, the person who's going to be using that product. But at the same time, we have to understand that UX has to be valuable to the business. So understanding the business goals and the company goals a priority is also a responsibility of a UX designer. You can't just keep pushing for the user and not incorporating the goals of the organization, what product wants, why they want it, and the overall success of the business and product. It has to be collaborative.
The other thing that we need to keep in mind is that so much of what we do in UX is what people who are good at their job have been doing for hundreds of years. We're just applying it now to more digital and high-tech products and services. And an example I would use is if you have a mechanic, if you have a car, right? If you have a car, at some point, you're going to need a mechanic. Something's not going to work right. something is going to need to be diagnosed. Now, a bad mechanic, if you brought your car and you said, hey, it's making a noise, it needs a new, the front end needs to be rebuilt, new tie rod ends, the whole thing. Bad mechanic would say, you got it, boss. You're the customer, you're the boss, I'm going to do exactly what you say. That's what a bad mechanic would do. A good mechanic is going to say, tell me what happens. Tell me when this happens. Can you describe it? Can you maybe make the noise that happens? And when you think about it, these are the questions we ask during usability testing and user interviews. So good mechanics do this already. A good mechanic might even do a ethnographic study. He might even take your car out on the road to see what you experience whenever you have a problem with your vehicle. And again, I just kind of like the mechanic example because it's you know, we go from high tech to mechanics. I mean, we've had cars for 100 years. This is not considered necessarily a high tech area unless you have an EV. But what I like about it, and again, the point is, this is a profession that doesn't require a college degree, doesn't require boot camps, but it just requires a person to be interested in understanding what their customer is experiencing. So really, I think what I would say is our thesis is that UX is not being diluted. The increase in specializations is not a bad thing. It's actually a very good thing. And in fact, we're not being diluted. We are diffusing into our organizations and changing the world around us in a very good way. Lisa, would you like to add to that?
Just that, you know, the more people who are on board with understanding UX, the best practices that go along with user experience, the better it is, because that means our message is truly getting out. That means that it's a better, we'll end up building a better product and collaborating.
Yep.
So.
And that concludes our discussion. I think we may have gotten everything back on track, potentially.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for some, I would say, for some hope and light for those who were desperate to switch one more time. I guess, yeah, switching back to, I don't know, doing something before they started the UI UX career. Thank you very much. And then, Felicia, we'll be waiting for you during our Q&A session shortly, like 20-ish, 30 minutes. We'll ping you in the chat and we will be waiting for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
So, okay, we will have our next presentation. And our next presentation will be from Grace Ling. Grace, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Doing great, doing great. Pleasure to have you with us. And yeah, let's start with your presentation. So let's hear about how designers can actually stand out through their personal brand, and how we can actually evolve in what we do in our job.
Yeah, for sure. I'm pulling up the chat as well, so this will be a super interactive session, and we'll be loving to hear y'all's input as well. So I'll start sharing my screen.
Absolutely.
Awesome. Hello, everyone. Today, I'll be sharing about how you can stand out as a designer through leveraging your own personal brand. So you already have this, and content creation on LinkedIn. Specifically, these two areas, because this is how you can potentially get opportunities come to you instead of you seeking them out. So let's hop right in. So for agenda today, I'll go over a brief introduction. I'd like to learn about you as well, so definitely feel free to chime in the chat. Talk briefly about personal branding, how you can leverage what you already have to build your brand, how you want to express yourself on social media, how you want to express your personal branding designs to create a consistent experience, and some LinkedIn best practices and post ideas. I actually also have a FigJam file where Y'all can like brainstorm post ideas together, so you can come away with some action items, and then I think after this is a Q&A session. Yeah, I'm Grace. I founded Design Buddies. How many of y'all are familiar with Design Buddies? In the chat. I found Design Buddies, and it's a community of 61,000 members helping designers land jobs. I actually started it 3 years ago when I was a student, career transitioning from computer science and bioengineering to design. Full-time, I'm also a UX designer at EA, focused on creators and events, building products for them. And I also like building products. I also like creating content, mostly focused on design and career on LinkedIn, as well as lifestyle travel on Instagram. And I love to draw as well. And I'm based in California, specifically the San Francisco Bay Area or Silicon Valley, born and raised here. Would love to know what y'all's backgrounds are. I'm looking at the conference chat and the YouTube live stream, so if you would like to share, feel free to. I have them both pulled up. Yeah, I guess I'll go. But yeah, so for my background, growing up, I loved anime and games. I want to be an anime artist. However, my mother says she started paying me to go to the gym with her, so I discovered I was fast, and that's actually how I inspired to do bioengineering and pre-med, because I want to learn how to biohack myself to run faster. And then in college, I decided to go into games. I want to go into computer science because I want to build my own games. And after doing a couple of internships in software engineering, game dev, I realized that I really liked the design aspect and the product development aspect, so decided to go into UI, UX, and product design instead. And on the side, I've always had a lot of different side hustles. So I had my own social media and blog on Tumblr. I've also had my own art business and wanted to build Design Buddies as well. So always having side hustles has helped me being able to do different things. I see there's a slight lag here in the comments and chat. So yeah, I guess I'll be just keep going along and chiming in the comments. I see everyone. A lot of people like do graphic design, UI design, graphic design, UI UX, web design, CRO, UX strategy, UI UX design, master's degree in applied media and science. Bootcamp this year. Now junior UI UX designer. Nice. Congrats on your bootcamp. Definitely feel free to connect with me as well. Let's see, this is not. Here we go. And I also would love to know in the chat, like, what made y'all want to get into UX? I went from chemistry and biotechnology to UI UX. Let's see. The chat's not happening for me. Oh well. I tried to drop some links in the chat, but I guess it is.
You can drop them in the private chat, and we'll repost them. And with the chat, we have this slight lag with the YouTube, because it's a YouTube delay with the stream. So this is why we have maybe 10-15 seconds delay.
Oh,
comments.
okay. Sounds good. Yeah, I was getting a little confused. Cool. Yeah, I just dropped my links, and we could share them in the chat. That would be great too for people to connect.
Awesome. We'll repost it.
Awesome. Yeah, for those of y'all watching, I see people want to get into UX design, bad design of coworkers, data to improve design. Nice. So now I'll talk a bit about foundations of personal branding. So what is a brand? I would say some examples of strong brands are like Nike, Apple, Twitter, McDonald's. Like Nike, just do it. It makes you want to go out, go for a run. Apple makes you feel very fancy. And then I would say a brand is like a perception experience, kind of it's like own personality. And what is a personal brand? So these are some notable examples that I feel people have a strong personal brand. And personal brand, like when you want to think about how you want to go about building your personal brand, you want to ask yourself, how do I want to make people feel when you show up? Do you want people to know that you want to work in the games industry? You want people to know that you're very hardworking, detail-oriented? So just some questions to ask yourself. And what do people say when you leave the room? And then essentially you already have what you have. You already have your personal brand. It's just kind of your personality, but you want to kind of tweak the message so that it reflects how you want to present yourself outwards. And also, it's always iterative. We're always learning and growing. So you don't need to be perfect. You already have what you have. So don't be for the need to be perfect. And why you want to build, why is personal branding important, especially in this job market? All these like competitive, there's so many like, especially junior, and I know we're on a junior UX track, which is super relevant topic. Why personal branding? Because it helps us stand out from the competition. Like, I feel like there's so many people looking for jobs right now, and y'all right now are contributing to your professional growth by attending this conference and learning about best practices. So having personal brand helps you stand out from competition, helps people remember you, because there's so many applications, so much competition in the job market right now. Also, sharing your knowledge and putting yourself out there helps you be connected with more people and helps you ultimately make more friends, build your network, which is an investment, and also unlocks you more opportunity to be featured in media and helps you build more trust and authority. So in case y'all are ever negotiating or freelancing, helps you be able to justify more premium pricing and generate more leads based on what niche you specialize in. And I would say it's not really self-promotion, it's kind of expressing yourself to find similar people to connect with. So now I'll talk about some actual steps like you can take to build your own brand. So first, you want to build your foundation. So what are your core values? What do you value in life? What is your personality? What are your goals? What do you envision yourself to be doing? And this ultimately builds up for your mission statement, which is kind of like the thesis statement you want to run with your brand. And what are your goals? Is your goal to land a job in a specific industry? Is your goal to land a UX design job? Or you want to focus more on UI design? Do you want to do freelancing full-time or on the side? Do you want to gain more clients in a specific niche? And so knowing your story and crafting it so it fits your target audience, UXing it essentially has helped a lot as well. And for crafting your mission statement, you want to get to know yourself better and why you exist. So like, what do you do? What kind of niche or business you're in? Who do you serve? And how is the world different as a result? And so this is my example of a mission statement. So for me, I do design buddies. I work on I do a lot of events. I really love connecting people, creating experiences. So creating experiences on like doing digital products as well as like in-person experiences. And I want to help people make meaningful connections. So this you can think about as like a thesis statement that you can expand on. And there's some other examples of mission statements is if y'all, for example, someone specializes in e-commerce design, they really specialize in like user satisfaction, accessibility. Or another example, someone wants to work in the games industry. They're really great at creating memorable and engaging experiences. So in the chat, I would love to hear about y'all's mission statements as well. Or like maybe what kind of niche you're in. And essentially keep doing things, telling people about it, and it's always iterative. Now talk about some ways you can express your brand. So on the internet, just focus more on the internet. So you really definitely want to have a home base or your portfolio. This is where you put a lot of your content. You can include some case studies and more. Also, social media helps you be connected with more people. For example, LinkedIn and Instagram have been a great way for me to meet cool people. And then you can also use other platforms like Instagram Stories, Twitter, Snapchat, and then engage in other communities as well to post your content and to potentially have it go viral. To think about what kind of content you want to make, you want to see for your portfolio, this is also goes the same for your design portfolio, like what kind of projects you want to have, and include like how you solve the problem, what was the problem you're solving, and the steps you take to solve it. On your about page, you want to include some personal stories, how you got into design, what inspires you, what kind of project you're hoping to work on, and then maybe some blog articles and some listing some of your favorite content as well. So this is an example of my own portfolio. It's just grace-link.com if you want to take a look at some examples. And then just some checklists of different things you can include on your social media, and some bio. So for your social media, your bio and headline are often the things that can make your first impression strong. So for LinkedIn, I like to make it very scannable. Each line talks about something different I do. So the first line is like a TLDR, like what I do. Second line is like what I'm working on, and like kind of lines about what I'm working on, and then kind of like my past experiences, kind of telling a story to how I got to where I am today, and some accomplishments, some features, and ways people can connect. So I try to be very meaningful and not have it like very hard to read, but I try to be very intentional about what I want to put out there and being mindful that not everyone will read everything. So I try to make things like very easy to read, very skimmable. And for some content strategy, so my goal of content ultimately is to help create value. So value as in giving like actionable tips, actual practical skills, or telling a story, how people can relate. Just basically creating positive impact and being able to connect with others through content as well. Other things you can do is like add a call to action. So if you're looking for jobs, you can see like you can add like contact me if you're hiring for UX designers in specific industry. Using visuals like photos, videos, GIFs help a lot on LinkedIn as well. Apparently the algorithm likes them. Creating hashtags helps your posts reach more people. Knowing some trends and testing out different times to post also can impact the performance of your post as well. So you can gain a lot of sources of inspiration from your content. Later on this presentation, I have some slides that will give more examples of different posts you can do to help you actually get started posting on LinkedIn. So by the end of this presentation, if y'all find anything meaningful that you saw, definitely create a LinkedIn post about it, or Instagram story, or Twitter. Tag me. Would love to engage you with it. Would love to potentially feature you. So yeah. The goal of it is just to add value, be original. Don't feel the need to copy exactly what others do. Definitely just view others' posts as like inspiration, and just having fun with it. Different types of content you can put. I'll be diving into this next, later as well. Usually I like to focus on like practical skills, some things that are funny, helping people feel entertained, inspired, or if I have a hot take on something, it's also a great way to put your own perspective out there as well to see what other people are thinking about. Some of my content, I actually have the link to my course. Actually, it's like a free to download. So if you want to get the Figma file to like zoom in and read everything, I have that in the chat as well. And also, I know I mentioned some like tips to kind of optimize for the algorithm, but ultimately it's all about quality over quantity, knowing your target audience, who are trying to target, what do they care about, and not always trying to get the most engagement, because the goal of it is to really I feel like the goal of content creation, social media, is really to find meaningful people to connect with, not always getting the most followers, most likes, but making these meaningful connections, long-term connections that actually can provide mutual value. So don't be stressed by the algorithm, but it does help when your post gets seen by more people. I just wouldn't stress out I wouldn't 100% stress out about it, because it's always changing outside of our control. And different social media sites also have different tones of voices and different content you can share. For example, on Instagram, it's very visual. If you're really into like UI design, you can look into that too. LinkedIn's a professional network. It's where I've actually made the most meaningful connections. Lots of people are still using Facebook. There's also Facebook groups still very active. Twitter is still very active as well. It's a really great way to just kind of post some thoughts you have out there. And then for longer form content, you can also include them on your portfolio. You can have a blog or a newsletter, like on Substack or LinkedIn. If you're really into video, you can put your works on video, like on vlogs, like YouTube. And then if you really love interviewing people or talking about your thoughts, you can have a podcast as well. And ultimately, I feel like a big value in social media is being able to meet other people, engaging about and seeing what's out there, looking about what's popular, what are people talking about, and seeing what you can learn from them. And then finding similar posts and sharing value, sharing what do you find interesting, sharing your thoughts on something. How to get started. So if you want to start exactly from scratch, I like to start by just looking at what's out there, looking at other people's content, and just kind of get some inspiration of like what you like to see. And then also, if you don't know where to start, you can also repost other people's content and add some of your thoughts as well. Also, commenting, add your post to other conversations helps as well. Also helps increase your visibility on LinkedIn, and then hopefully that gives you enough inspiration to create some original content and continue to connect with others, making friends and meaningful connections. These are just some resources where I learned more about personal branding, so feel free to take any screenshot, pause the video, take a screenshot. Now I'll talk about designing your brand, so I'm kind of like going into the visual aspect of it. So you can have different elements of like traditional brand design and kind of framing it to your own as well. So colors. So I know colors can also mean different things with different cultures, so definitely be mindful of that. But picking kind of 2 to 3 colors that kind of suit your message and keeping these consistent across like your portfolio, resume, cover letter, and maybe your LinkedIn cover photo has helped create like a very memorable brand for yourself as well. And having consistent font style can also help people be more memorable of you as well. And different fonts also have different tones of voices. I also can use patterns and textures. Like I love the speech bubble one because I love social media, I love branding, I love like chatting with people, so that's why I have that. Design Buddies, we are a playful community. We love helping people find the joy in learning design and connecting with others. So it's like a very toy box themed one. Photography, this is my like many Instagram accounts. Not all of them are still active. I'm probably active in some of them now. But having consistent style has helped create a more memorable experience too. And then also having consistent illustration, iconography styles helps. So like consistency and visual style is what I'm trying to get at when crafting your own brand. So now talk about some LinkedIn profile best practices. So there's a lot of elements you can have on your profile. I feel like the headline is what you really want to optimize because you see this on your when people look at your profile and when you post. So all your posts, you see this. So really important to make this really intentional. So for me, I like to include like design buddies, what I do for work, what I like to do. I also put content creator and speaker because my goal for LinkedIn these days is number one, to get more cool partnerships and sponsorships with design buddies to help scale it more, to make more impact, help more designers. I'm also, I guess my day job, I'm a UX designer, so it's a big part of my life. So I want to share that as well. I also love to draw and I love to create content and do a lot of public speaking. So I put this intentionally because I want to seek more opportunities in these things. And it really depends on what you want to get out of LinkedIn and what your headline is. So for some examples, like for me, I found a lot more value in being descriptive about it. For example, if you want to focus on healthcare, you want to hire game designers, you also want to highlight some of your hobbies to find people. You're really into marathon running, you want to find other marathon runners to connect with. Having that in your headline has helped as well, and being more descriptive. And then some more bio examples. So for me, it also helps include some relevant keywords. So if you're job searching right now, including like your skills like wireframing, prototyping, has helped increase your SEO or search engine optimization on LinkedIn. And then for experiences, I would say this section is an extension of your resume. So diving into more metrics, more of your impact, like how did you actually improve? Like how, for example, did your redesign help increase sales, conversion rates? How many pages did you redesign? Or if you presented like you shared your learnings with your team, helping designers improve productivity, it will definitely help a lot as well. So these metrics, I would focus on metrics that are either revenue generating for the company or time saving, because that's also revenue generating. And also another quick tip, if you also like work a job and then every year you probably do like performance reviews, you write a self summary. So I would directly copy and paste from there, but also getting permission from my manager to make sure I'm not violating any NDAs. So work smart, not hard. And yeah, extend your resume, copy and paste from your performance reviews, self-summaries, and make sure to get permission as well, because I don't want any one of y'all to violate any NDAs or contracts you have. And definitely feel free to like take a look at my LinkedIn if you want some examples. I see it dropped in the chat, so feel free to reference that. So now I'll talk about some LinkedIn post ideas and dropping a link to see so for y'all to get some ideas as well. Let me just check the time. I think I have 5 minutes left. All right. So I would say LinkedIn is like a micro blogging platform. So not exactly like a tweet, but not exactly like your full-on blog post. So in between. The posts definitely do have longer lifespan than social media platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. So some ideas like what you can actually get started. And then I actually have a FigJam board that I will share in the chat for y'all to add your own ideas as well. So if you don't exactly know what to post, you can talk about your journey to UX design, what got you interested in design, and these in this post you can touch on what your background is, like whether what you studied in school, what your past career was, and maybe another way to stand out is as a career transitioner, you have so many soft skills that can transition over to design. So highlighting those helps you stand out as a designer. Talking about different challenges along the way, different successes you have, lessons you've learned to help inspire other people to keep growing and working in their career in UX. You can also talk about some stories and some lessons you learned. And this could be any stories. For example, attending a design event like this conference. So if any of the talks resonate with you, post about it on LinkedIn, tag the speakers, tag Geekle, tag myself if you like my talk. Definitely do this. I would definitely engage with your content. And if you tag Design Buddies, I'll repost it on Design Buddies LinkedIn with over 53,000 followers. And this could be any stories. It could be like if you moved to a new city, bought a house, graduated from a degree, went to a cool music festival, ran a race, and these stories talking about like what challenges you faced, how you overcome them. What did you learn? Some key learnings, and you can also end with a question to say like, "Hey, does anyone also have a similar experience too?" We can also talk about what you're working on. It could be like design related or like a hobby, like you're training for a marathon, trying to learn piano. And this helps you bring more personality to your LinkedIn. And ultimately, you can also highlight some skills you gain from it and some of your future goals with it as well. And some like career advice. So thinking about like what you would tell your younger or student self. And everyone different places in their career, but y'all have some advice to share with your younger self if y'all are on LinkedIn. And also seeing what's trending out there. For example, like could talk about like their thoughts, experiences like AI, VR, AR, data privacy, personalization, and maybe like how that influences or inspires you or challenges your perspective as a designer. Will AI replace us, or will AI help us be more productive? So some ideas, and then sometimes you can also see what's trending in the LinkedIn news section to get some more ideas. You also talk about your inspirations, not limited to design. So if you travel to like maybe a new country, you're really inspired by the architecture, or you had a great conversation with someone in the industry, you want to talk about that on LinkedIn, what you learned from it, tag them on LinkedIn, take a selfie. And also some nostalgia. So like maybe some stories from long ago and how it relates to you now, and basically like what you would tell your younger self. And reflective. So these are like yearly recaps. December is coming up, so a great time to recap for 2023. Like what happened, what did you learn, what went well, what didn't go well, what are some things you've learned, what are your goals for next year. So a great way to recap your year. And also self-promotion. I don't think self-promotion is a bad thing. You need to advocate for yourself. So this could be like talking about like, hey, I'm looking for a job, have this experience, looking forward to connect, or if you're looking for clients or looking to grow your email list, this as well. You can also build some videos, like sharing like a video cover letter, introducing yourself, sharing some advice has helped. And also LinkedIn Lives are apparently pretty popular, and it's going pretty well. And for an article, you can also use a LinkedIn article feature if you want to post more longer content. It's more shareable. And I would say like I would focus like 80% of your content as adding value and 20% as promotion. And then if y'all are active in other platforms, definitely let me know in the chat if y'all like social media and chatting on other platforms. You can also repurpose them on LinkedIn, but don't directly copy and paste. You can adjust the voice and tone to it so it suits well on LinkedIn. The best time to post really depends on your audience. So looking at your analytics, turning on LinkedIn creator mode, seeing where places are more popular helps as well. And then I also have a fun activity that I'll drop in the chat to help you all brainstorm some LinkedIn posts. So feel free to contribute to these sticky notes on some post ideas to collaborate together. Hopefully this chat comes through. It's not coming through, so we'll drop it in the private chat. So hopefully you'll be dropped in the main chat as well. And then, yeah. Also, would love to see if y'all like found value out of this talk. Would love to see what you learned from it. If you just liked it, feel free to share any screenshots. post it on LinkedIn, tag me, I'll feature it. If you tag Design Buddies, I will repost it on Design Buddies as well. So love to see it and connect with y'all and learn about and follow y'all along in your content creation journey as well. And I also have a course coming up. I just finished the first cohort, so it's going to be about content creation for UX designers standing out in the competitive job market. Essentially, everything I learned about how I got a job without applying by creating content on LinkedIn and networking. So I just finished the first cohort, so I have another cohort coming up in January. So I'll be doing a post next week about like a more information about that as well to help y'all hopefully come away with more actionable tips to help creating content on LinkedIn to ultimately have opportunities come to you instead of you always seeking them out. And yeah, so feel free to connect with me on any of my social media platforms. It is all dropped in the chat. And that concludes my presentation. So see y'all in the Q&A section happening next. Thanks for coming, everyone.
Thank you for joining us, Grace. Thank you for some tips that we can use to actually grow and expand brand, because yeah, it's very important as we all know to have the solid presence in the circles that you're basically like specifically interested in, and you're targeting those circles. So yeah, thank you for the tips, and I hope it will help those who are just starting their career, because we have lots of new aspiring designers, those who just started and those who are looking to actually expand their expertise, and maybe to give a louder shout about themselves on the social media platforms and things. And we also, yeah, thank you very much. And we have Felicia, and also we have Ben with us, who joined us for the second for our last Q&A session for today, and we have some questions for you. And if those questions would be, I would say, if other presenters, Grace, if you can add something to the discussion, I will be asking both of you, like three of you, to answer the questions if they sound like they're reasonable for if they're not specifically directed to one of the speakers. Okay, so let's start with this one. Can you highlight a specific emerging technology driving UI UX trends for 2024? So I mean, if it's I would say more specific, like not just AI. So anyone can start if someone wants to. Ben?
Well, you know, you said don't mention AI, but I have to mention AI.
I mean, like, be more specific. If you can mention like something like what exactly, so not just AI in general, like.
Yeah, I think that, I'm going to start off by saying I think there's been a lot of anxiety over the last year about AI and this belief that AI is going to come and take all the jobs. I think if you look back over history, decades, these sorts of improvements, these sorts of advances don't necessarily take all the jobs. Yes, some people do get displaced, 100%. That is going to happen. But generally what happens is it just makes people more productive in reality. As far as, and I'll give you an example of specific ways that I think AI is helping UX designers and researchers specifically. In fact, you actually see this on the usertesting.com platform. They deployed an AI tool that helps researchers more quickly identify specific trends in user comments and participant comments. So, whereas it may have taken a week to get a very brief summary document of highlights, we can now get those in less than a day, I think. So again, that's just an example of how AI is accelerating the work that we do.
I'm going to add that even when it comes to UI design, you can put in different prompts that you need to execute. I need a design for boom, boom, boom. It'll spit out a design for you. But it still doesn't replace our role, because just because it gives us that design doesn't mean it's a valid design, doesn't mean it doesn't need usability testing. So I think it can expedite or be a tool that we use as opposed to being a replacement for us, because we're still needed.
Yeah, I think I kind of want to yes and what Felicia said, because people are talking about generative AI and how amazing it is. AI is nothing more than just a set of algorithms that's tied into an existing body of information. And what comes to my mind is an artist named Joshua Davis. He was, I think he still is active, but he was really active in the early 2000s. He had a website called Prey Station, if you're familiar with it. But look him up, Joshua Davis. And what he did was he was using Macromedia Flash to do generative artwork, abstract artwork. And I mean, it literally, he would just press the space bar and Flash would create a piece of artwork. Now, it's not like he just clicked the space bar 100 times, made 100 prints and said, this is it. There was still a certain amount of human judgment and evaluation to determine whether something was a good layout or a good composition or
not. Grace, maybe you want to add something? Maybe you have some specific technology in mind.
Yeah, I feel like after talking to designers from all different backgrounds, there's this fear that like AI will replace designers. I personally think it's like an opportunity to be more productive. So always just being curious about trying new tools, seeing some pain points in your workflow and looking for AI tools to help you work faster is really helpful as well. And I feel like just standing out, because I feel like there's a lot of noise. I feel like there's a lot, especially like I know this track is for junior UX designers, and I feel like just owning your own like personality and just like being out there has helped me bring a lot of people towards me. But also before like kind of creating content, I would say focus on improving your craft first and having like a strong portfolio as well. Also helps. So just finding ways that you can like improve your skills and uniquely stand out, and staying curious, always learning new tools, and don't be afraid of AI taking over, because as long as you know what AI can do, AI still needs humans as the input at the end of the day too.
I love Grace's point, and I'd love to piggyback off of it, because I feel that y'all have had a lot of opportunities to learn about like AI and how it's affecting the world of tech and design. But one tiny thing that I definitely want to add on, and piggyback, is your portfolio is ultimately going to be the most important thing. One emerging technology I think is going to be extremely helpful, especially for younger designers, is probably going to be no-code tools like Bubble or Bravo Studio. Because thanks to those tools, all you have to do is create a Figma prototype, a very good one with no interactive like issues or errors. And if you make it cleanly and clearly enough, you can turn a Figma file to a fully functioning iOS or Android app, and soon VR app for free in maybe 45 minutes to 2 hours, depending how long it takes you to learn the tool. So since no-code tools are becoming more prevalent, it's more easy for designers to make fully functioning prototypes, fully functioning and testable prototypes, so now there's going to be a higher expectation probably in the future that you build your designs, you test them, and see what you can do with them. Where before, that was only possible if you like had an engineering team behind you, so there was limited expectation for UX. So yeah, look forward to the fact that no-code tools are a thing. Oh, it also could mean that there's more startups that'll come out because no-code's becoming a lot better.
I like that a lot, because actually I'm working with Bubble right now on something, and it is a lot of fun. It reminds me back 20 years ago, I was working with PHP in MySQL. It allows the designer to have control over the user experience. I think the other thing I think it's a great opportunity, because you mentioned designers creating startups and creating new tools. I also think there's going to be a lot of people creating bad experiences, and they're going to come to UX folks to try to fix it.
I learned something. Thank you.
Alrighty. Very, very interesting. We have a specific question for Shala, and I will save it for later since we wanted to continue with your presentation with the buttons. So I'll ask more general questions now, if you don't mind. So those that will be relevant for everyone. So here's another one. What unique tools and methodologies do you employ to prioritize project scopes, workflows, and streamline development? So if you can advise something that help you to actually prioritize the load that you have, because like we know this, like someone uses Scrum, those use the sprints and the waterfalls, and you can get like a little bit of mass at the very end. So what's your take on that? So that's for everyone.
This is a lovely question. Since I came from a robotics background, actually, I was used to think that waterfall was the best approach. It could solve most problems. And if I'm being earnest, projects not most, a good amount of junior designer projects will be expected to follow a waterfall-like methodology. When it comes, though, to how I like to prioritize my work, I tend to use Figma and Notion as my two main project management oriented tools, as well as for brainstorming and planning and prototyping. And then the way that I like to manage what expectations I'm going to have is I make a Notion board that has all of the things I think are the expectations for a project before going into my first meeting, as well as my assumption for what the methodology should be. Then I bring it normally to my product manager or whatever product team that I'm focusing on. And normally in the first meeting, when I'm able to get an idea of what they consider the best priority, what they consider extremely necessary, what they consider not necessary, etc. So I'll normally say that that's the best solution I suggest. Make everything in a very detailed Notion board before your very first meeting for a project, that when you're planning all the things and steps you're going to take. And then by applying the lean UX process, you should be able to, or Google that, if I can actually say it, it's following 3 steps, which is you build something, you measure its effectiveness, and then you test something, or you read something, and then you repeat that over and over again. Make your list of tasks that you're going to use inside a very detailed Notion document, and then share it with your product managers, your developers, whoever's going to be on your team from the start. That way, you can focus on specifically creating a clear timeline that everyone can work with, and you can get an idea of what expectations everyone has for the projects you're working on. Definitely recommend this to junior designers, because a lot of times people come in and they wonder, I don't know the best way to start because I've always worked on my own for the most part, like when you're making your portfolio. However, in order to get an idea of how a team works and to see how people prefer to build things, it's best to just make a list of the things you want to work with, as well as share them as little individual items on a document. Then the lean UX method is perfect for cycling.
I've actually been really impressed by, even in 2023, how many organizations struggle with prioritizing specific initiatives, features, experience improvements, and the like. And I sit with Scrum teams, a couple of Scrum teams, and I'm really impressed at how little documentation is actually happening on these teams. There's very little institutional knowledge or memory of, why did we do this? Nobody knows. And why are we doing it this way? Why is this the priority? Oh, because the developer has some slack time, so we're going to work on that feature, without regard for, does it actually deliver value? So, I would say the 2 things I use, I'm going low tech. The first is an Eisenhower matrix, just a 2x2 grid, aligning 2 variables. 2 that I like a lot are value, how much value is there versus how frequent is this potential feature or item going to be used. The other is dot voting, brain writing combined with dot voting. And what I like about that is it helps to get everybody's thoughts on a whiteboard, virtual or physical, and really helps to avoid the example of the hippo phenomena. And if you're not familiar with that, that's the highest paid person's opinion that drowns everybody out.
I love how you brought up the highest paid individual's position. It reminded me of a project where UX was not considered priority for that team. And the only way I was able to convince them was I used a process called the ICE method, which for all the scientists in the room, you may find familiar, but it's where you look at the impact of something, the commitment it takes to create it, as well as the execution, like what steps, how long it takes to execute. and you rank all of those on a scale of 1 to 10 for every feature you want. And if you multiply all those numbers out, in theory, the number with like the highest score would be the most objective thing. And that will normally get someone who doesn't believe UX has value to see some of the value in at least ranking the features. Yeah, it does become a nice persuasive game when trying to deal with people, though, who they feel that the highest paid person should have the most valuable opinion.
Yeah. Grace, if you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I would say it depends. Like, there's so many like frameworks, methodologies, Scrum, Agile out there. Ultimately, like it just depends on like what you work best with, and it could be different for everyone. And so my experience mostly comes from working at a large corporate company. There's so many people on the ladder, and so many like decision makers in the org chart and stuff. And for me, usually if I get a new project, at work, I like just gather all the stakeholders in a room to make sure we're solving the right problem, and just like getting everyone. So like these are like engineers, business partners, marketing, researchers, designers, product, and like everyone involved in a room, and just saying like, hey, is this, just make sure this is exactly what we're solving, and then along the way, I would try to involve all of them in the process. Like, these are like solutions I'm thinking about. This is the flow. I think this is how it's going to work into the existing product, and even like my sketches, my wireframes. So just getting everyone's alignment every step of the way instead of jumping into high fidelity. So I see a lot of juniors do that, including myself in the past. It's just getting everyone's alignment to make sure we're building the right thing, and also creating like a shared workspace. So like, for example, we use Coda as like a kind of our Notion as like a wiki of everything, where you can find everything, all the information just in one place, all the links you can find. Also really great for like onboarding and just like answering every question. So it just depends. There's so many frameworks out there, but I feel like the common theme is getting everyone aligned at every step of the way. And just not, for me, like I just like building things, and I want to make sure that I'm building the right thing. So in the past, I used to be really intimidated by like reaching out to someone who might be like higher up the corporate ladder, but like I would just like reach out to them like, hey, just want to make sure this is like aligned, and just like getting everyone just like, I feel like I said aligned a lot, such a corporate jargon, but yeah, just everyone, all the buy-ins at every step, so you like waste less time at the end. So yeah, just communication, and also having a shared doc where people can access information.
Felicia, anything we missed?
Huh?
Well, I would just want to say I'm learning a lot, because my approach is probably more haphazard depending on the project. The approach and methodology is different depending on who the stakeholder is and their approach and their level of understanding. I used to work in a lot of Scrum and Agile. Well, I still work in a Scrum and Agile environment, but it never really aligned with the design production. So I had to create my own process structure for what works for my team, as opposed to trying to retrofit into the organization's flow. So, I mean, using basic stuff like Miro, usability testing as needed. I mean, I'm really basic. I do a lot of guerrilla testing. So if I have questions, I'll just pull people, get a design together, mock it up, run it by the stakeholder, talk about their concerns, make sure, like I recently did an ABC test, and we ended up coming up with version D. So it's just, just knowing what needs to be done at the time and the tools to utilize to help me get there.
All right, we have another question, pretty interesting one. This one is there UI, UX practice or methodology you feel needs to go away or evolve? And we can do it like in like 3-4 sentences each, like a shorter version, like a blitz question.
Formal
Encourage.
Formal personas. I don't think that you can use personas, but you have a basic user type that you're going to identify. But a persona where you do the goals and the objective and all the other stuff, I don't see that being as valuable as I once thought it was, because you don't hang them up on the building like you're supposed to, and that's something I think is overrated.
I 100% agree. Oh, sorry, did I interrupt? I'll go. I'm on the screen now. I 100% agree with Felicia. Personas. in my experience, they get confused with customer segments. They get confused with marketing personas. Nobody knows what it should be on a persona. I've never seen any organization use them in an effective way, and they really just don't work. I mean, like they are not usually not realistic to what a user actually needs to do.
Charlotte, since I interrupted you 3 times in a row.
Oh, don't mention it. While of course I definitely agree in terms of personas needing to be something that should disappear, something that I think really should disappear is the concept that loud noise outside. Something that I think should really disappear is the expectation that you need to build everything inside some head down silo for your portfolio. I feel a lot of portfolios are geared towards showing explicitly, trying to illustrate that you did every single aspect of it on your own, and of course emphasize the information that you did on your own. But I like reading portfolios where they mention that you actually collaborated with other people, or that you talked with other UX designers to make sure you were building something within the current design system. Something that I think a lot of people seem to ignore because we try to say, show me what you got. Your recruiter only will look at your portfolio for 1 minute, etc. I think that concept definitely should be minimized.
All right.
And ATSs. That's a 4 sentence.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely agree. I feel like the mindset of like needing to have some kind of methodology or process, it all depends, and you don't need to like do all of it. Like I've seen so many people just like slap on a persona without context, and I feel like just focus on solving the problem. Like whatever methodology, don't need to like memorize all of them. Just kind of like do whichever ones that fit, and being intentional and not needing to do everything. Just like I agree. Like you don't need to like slap on persona or like talk about this framework. Everything you need to do in your process, I feel like should be intentional and just focus on solving the problem instead of worrying about like, oh my god, I need to like do this. I need to like find this framework. But I feel like ultimately just getting everyone aligned, solving the problem, meeting user needs, business goals, and yeah, works. And don't feel the need to like memorize every single framework.
All right, and we have this question is specifically for you, Grace. So I'll ask you to answer right away. So, how to get started with posting on Instagram, like and doing active social life, especially if one is shy or feels some threshold about posting about their work or thoughts publicly.
Yeah, I feel like for me, the fear of me being shy previously was the fear of like getting negative comments, getting like trolls and stuff. But I guess my response to that is not everyone's your target audience. There's always on the internet, there's always gonna be people for like some reason don't like you, but that is okay because they're not your target audience. And I feel like it's also like a muscle you build over time. Once you get in a pattern of like writing, sharing, you get used to it. And then for me, I started posting LinkedIn just like once a week. And these days I post like almost 5 days a week. So take a muscle and then don't worry about people who don't like you. I know as humans, it's like totally normal to focus on that, but there's so many great people out there. Like there's definitely always going to be trolls and that's okay. They're not your target audience. You don't owe them anything and just keep vibing and thriving and sharing and making friends.
Absolutely. Anyone else who has experience with this and wants to add something?
I have minor experience. Definitely nowhere near the size of Design Buddies. But yeah, I also have to agree that it is a lot about making sure that you practice and exercise the muscle. I'd say something that was really helpful for me, being shy and posting often, was that I started asking myself what would be valuable, because normally if you make media or content or posts that are valuable, like educational, they teach something that you didn't know or something you recently learned, you start feeling less judged about it and you feel like you're just reporting to your friends or your network about something you learned. For instance, on LinkedIn, I often post about no-code tools. And on social media, I often post about people's success stories and how they ended up breaking through things.
Awesome. So we have one last question for everyone, and this one is going to be also blitz. Just a couple like closing thoughts. What are some practical and non-obvious solutions you discovered for common challenges that designers often face? Something just a quick couple of tips that you can offer. So we can start with Alyssa, if you don't mind, and then we can go that way.
I don't know. Some practical, non-obvious solution you discovered for common challenge. I don't know that it's non-obvious. So
just something.
I mean, just being able to kind of relate to your product people, the users, the team, understanding collaboration, your need to be open. That's just one skill that I think I had to learn as a UX designer, because ironically, coming in as a designer, I initially thought that everybody was going to welcome me with open arms, and they're not, right? So learning that you're valuable only to the people who you can relate to and who are receptive. So you have to figure out how to connect with people to be able to do your job.
There, I worked on it a little bit. So obviously, yeah.
So I guess I'm next. I think something that is surprisingly practical and not obvious is that you should all apply the atomic design method. The atomic design method is where you focus on designing individual components as well as you actually can. I feel too many people focus specifically on designing big screens, trying to emulate certain ideas or emulate certain practices, but really it just teaches subconscious plagiarism. So I recommend you learn how to design really good buttons, search bars, navis, individual components, and I promise your visual design and interaction design will become incredible, especially when you learn to start linking all your interactions, prototypes, and components using prototyping wireframes.
Awesome.
I'm going to say, we spent a lot of time in UX over the last many years talking about different tools, different methodologies, and such. For me, and I guess it's not really a non-obvious solution, but one of the things I really think we need to get back to is not being dependent on technology and software tools. But, what I like is a sketchbook and a pencil, and I can be much faster, much more creative, and come up with a whole lot more good ideas and bad ideas with just a piece of paper and a pencil.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for me,
Great.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, sorry. Oh, yeah. I feel like a big common challenge I see a lot of new designers face, and even old, is taking feedback. Like a lot of times people see their work as like very personal. They're afraid of getting feedback, but instead of like kind of viewing it that way, I would say feedback is the opportunity to improve. So if someone says like this sucks, I will like tell me more. Like I want to know why it sucks, and just kind of being able to ask those questions to filter out like use constructive versus non-constructive. Someone just says like, oh, this sucks, but like doesn't tell why. They don't have to listen to them. But someone actually says this sucks, and then they say like why it sucks, it actually has helped me a lot, because I put myself out there on the internet, so I get lots of feedback everywhere, and so I've been able to leverage feedback to help me grow, because I also don't know everything in the world. So always staying curious and being open to feedback and asking questions and learn more about what kind of feedback you're receiving from people has helped.
Okay. Thank you very much, Felicia, Ben, Grace, Shala. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for tuning in for this Q&A session. And thank you for your time. And thank you for contributing to this community and helping designers to grow. And I hope to see you next year during our UI UX Summit, and I'll be happy to connect on across all the social media. So, and also expect some new friends, some new tags, because we will have some people connecting with you. And I guess that's it for this Q&A session. And thank you very much. And Shala, if you still have some time, we have some specific technical questions for you.
Okay.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Oh,
I have a
right.
few extra minutes. Looking forward to it.
Yeah. So, okay. Someone, let me ask Let me ask to what did someone just deleted the please our assistant team, you just deleted the last question that we had for Shala. Please put it back. Put it back. Put that question back. So we had a question with so the question was, can you actually put a specific, if I remember it correctly. So let me so it was about the search fields. If we can if you can put specific data in it, let me talk to that person who just deleted that question.
I could answer that question. In fact, you are allowed to import specific data. When I'm using it actually in industry, I technically don't make the words up myself, but instead I use a Figma plugin where I'm able to import data from a Google Sheet, and it'll automatically save as a variable inside my Figma sheet, and I import it from that variable. That does get a little more complex though, and requires the Figma Pro version. But you are allowed to import any data actually into the sheet. I do recommend though, for beginners, you start off by just making them manually, because you want to remember the muscle memory of how this tool works.
Okay. So this was the question, the one that I saw specifically for you, and also there was another one about the shapes. What would be your advice for other cool animations? If it's not a liquid button, what other cool animations you can suggest? Something not as how it was phrased, something not as
complex,
not as I would say usual to our eyes, because like the liquid animation, you see it a lot. You see it in your eyes when it's like whoop whoop, and then it's like a liquid. What kind of cool animations that you can think? Maybe some new trends in UI, like the way it looks.
Great
for
question.
The 2020.
If y'all are willing to look a little bit toward Asia, a trend that I see is coming to America slowly but surely, as well as the rest of the world. It's called neomorphism. It's an uncommon way of making designs that look extremely professionalized and polished. I'm just going to leave the word here rather than Google examples, because neomorphism, you'll find a lot of examples once you Google it. But basically, it's a way that you can make it look like your device has embedded 3D art into it, embedded 3D buttons, embedded 3D text, etc. So if you were looking for how to prototype something that would be uncommon, but still make you look extremely professional, I would say neomorphism. I mostly chose the liquid buttons and the search field because they are both practical but difficult for a lot of people inside industry, unless they are very intimately aware of Figma, of how graphic layers work, as well as how coding in Figma works. So if you're looking for a third one, I'd say Google how to do neomorphism. It was originally going to be my third test.
Yeah, so I think you answered this one because you saw it, right? Because I was looking for it and you answered this one, right?
Yep.
Alrighty. Yeah, because I was trying to find the answer, and you saw it and you already answered that one. Okay, so maybe you can be more specific. We had another question. What kind of tools would you recommend for those who are trying to combine both UI and UX? Those who work as a I would say like as those who
want to focus on interaction and visual design. I would definitely say, I know everyone here's probably going to tell you Figma, and in all fairness, Figma and Adobe XD are probably the two main ones. But I would say you should start with Framer X, actually. Framer has this new web version of it, or not what new, it's been like 2-ish years. But Framer X allows you to import your Figma designs and into it so that you can create high fidelity prototypes that'll make your product look more realistic. This includes realistic date pickers, realistic inputs, realistic searches, enters, embedding Figma screens, playable YouTube videos, etc. So if I were to say a tool that you should learn, to make really effective professional prototypes that also helps you develop your design skills is called Framer X.
Alrighty. So just another quick question that I wanted to share here and ask you about. Just a second. Let me post it here. So I'm just curious about your opinion on this one. So looking ahead, what are the predictions for the evolution of AI in UI UX design, and how should designers prepare to adopt to this future changes? That's like
great
broader.
Question. Seems you all are very curious about generative and AI, not only here but in a lot of sessions. My hot take on it is, as far as how I predict that UX UI designers are going to start using it more often to generate things like text, to generate ideas of iterations, to generate given brainstorming ideas or ways to work within certain like limitations. But for the most part, I imagine it's only going to affect how you build your documentation, as well as how you will approach speeding up your iteration process. I do not imagine it will help in your visual design much, but it will have the ability to help your pre-design work, your sketching work, your research work, especially generating research questions.
Alrighty,
And how
one
will change adapt to the future? Teams may start adopting an internal agency-like method, like Airbnb, where basically all the UX designers and researchers might all work in one team, or a few small teams, and then different product teams will start reaching out to the designers to ask for help in order to make a more unified system. Just because now AI can unify a lot of our information. That's how I imagine it would change.
And final question from me: what do you think about this whole buzz? We start hearing that some people already claiming some IP infringements with the generative art. Just so, what do you think? Are we safe if we're using some generative art?
Ooh, I hear you. That actually came up a lot for me in grad school. I believe that right now the way that generative AI happens to work is it does focus on developing its own form of visual art data sets. And right now we have and the hard truth is that generative AI has always been a method of developing art. You could even say that using Figma using auto layout is a form of generative AI. So I think there's going to be more restrictions as to what qualifies as like original art. And the world of IP infringements are changing. For instance, the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, has been making a lot more rules about what's considered allowable when it comes to data set creation, as well as what's allowable when it comes to saying something like copyright. But at the end of the day, creative copyright tends to not be following specific patents. If you look at the three main types of patents, it's hard to infringe artistic design unless you specifically made it with an express person and intent. For that reason, I don't imagine it's going to be affecting us anytime soon. It would only really be affecting, it would just eventually teach us to start making art underneath certain kinds of rules or guidelines.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you for your time, and thank you for staying with us for another like 10-15 minutes. And it's our pleasure having you anytime at our conferences, and I hope we will see you next year. And maybe we will have another conference dedicated specifically for AI and UI and UX. Maybe we'll have something like crazy, and we will absolutely have the research labs. One of the cool things that we are planning to launch closer to the end of this year and beginning of the next year, we're going to have a research labs where we will research like the latest tools, the craziest, the smallest unicorn niche tools, how to generate and transform code, and how to mix it all together, and like Blender and everything, and yeah. So
ooh, that
thank you very
sounds
much.
beyond perfect. I think Blender, Bravo Studio, and other no-code tools are actually going to be perfect for a conference like that. And also, It's my pleasure. I was happy to get a chance to answer these questions. I love talking about technical stuff.
Pleasure having you. Have a great rest of the day.
Thanks. Make your Tuesday terrific. Bye.
See you. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you for staying with us for 7 hours and 7 minutes. It was my pleasure to be the host for this amazing day today. And if you enjoyed this content, please tune in tomorrow for the more, I would say, probably more advanced and even some technical talks. Lots of great content tomorrow for those who are considering themselves practitioners, UI UX practitioners, those who want some more in-depth knowledge. And we're going to have another panel discussion about UI, about AI and UI and UX. And yeah, and have a great rest of the day. And I'll see you tomorrow. And thanks once again. Bye, everyone.